Root cause of the problem at the cellular level, the mitochondrial level, by which everything gets regulated. And we are the first company in the world who have proved that the mental health improves. And we had published the data. So correcting the base, the dysfunctional metabolism will ensure that the entire stress goes down. You yourself saying that I became diabetic because of stress in my work will go off, honestly speaking. Because once your metabolism is healthier, you will know how to handle a stressful job without stress. Focus on healing. And honestly speaking, twin is not just for people who are suffering with chronic conditions, people who are damaged their pancreas. It is for anyone to ensure that they are happy and healthy. Our vision is that we want to ensure that every global citizen owns a subscription of twin so that they are happy and healthy. Why should they damage their body and come to us? Let them live a happy life. Let them start from now. Understand, it is not good for my body and it's frightening today. Let me listen to it. Let me do what it is recommending it. Fantastic. You are free from chronic condition. You are free from everything, hospitalization and everything. And that's our vision. Today, we are working hard to make people realize that precision treatment is what is required to ensure that you heal your damaged metabolism.
That's what we believe in. It is crucial we solve both for health and happiness simultaneously. That we solve for biology and behavior simultaneously. And that is a very personal problem because every biology is different and every person is different in what they like and dislike. It's a very personal problem and specific to every individual. And it cannot be solved by the traditional approach of one-size-fits-all solution. It does not work. What digital twin and AI allows us to do is to provide what is specifically right for each individual. That's a breakthrough. That's what makes our solution different from what has come in the past. We think this can broadly change the health of the adult population in our country and globally.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Twin Health, a breakthrough revolutionary product which manages to truly catch a disease before it can happen and ensure that you take the right steps to reverse it. But I'm not going to talk about it, right? Although it's close to my heart. I'm going to get the experts who founded it to talk about it. So to talk about Twin Digital, allow me to please welcome Dr. Maluk Mohammed. Dr. Maluk Mohammed is the co-founder, Vice President Research, and CEO India of Twin Health, where he drives global strategic growth through advanced healthcare technology research and data-led innovation. Before founding Twin Health, he made a significant contribution to higher education in Tamil Nadu by establishing MAM College of Engineering in 1999, which has since expanded into a group of 11 institutions serving over 13,000 students from school to doctoral levels. And he's currently the chairman of Master MAM College of Engineering and Technology and MAM Business School. He earned his PhD in distributed mobile computing from IIT Madras and a Master of Engineering in Computer Science from REC Trichy, where he graduated with distinction and secured the Institute's second rank. He also holds a bachelor's degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Bharatidasan University, where he ranked first in his college. Dr. Maluk has invented 5 health tech patents, enabling a breakthrough solution for remission of chronic metabolic diseases, now operational in India and the US. He has also authored 300 plus research papers and supervised 15 PhD scholars. A true blue polymath in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Dr. Maluk Mohammed, co-founder, VP Research, CEO India, Twin Health. Over to you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning to all. Very emotional, nostalgic. Friends, I owe the entire episode of the revolution that we had built to United Economic Forum. It all started in the year 2017, right? And it is not to flatter someone that I'm trying to tell, that's a reality. 2017, Jahangir was the speaker for the session. He was the chief guest for the event. And I was one of the board of directors of United Economic Forum. And I had something for a patent in antenna design. And in fact, our president, Ahmad Buhari, drew Jahangir to Forum Mall, where they did not even permit us to enter there, right? And that's where it started. 2018, again, Jahangir came. And in the floor where we spoke, I was talking about my own personal experience, my own research. That's where we came together to build this revolutionary company. We are the fastest growing company in the world. And we had really made a huge impact in the society. And we had treated more than 1 lakh patients across US and India. In India alone, north of 65,000 patients had got benefited. And US just we started 3 years back. And we are at terrible speed with which we are growing, right? And I owe completely to United Economic Forum. It's not just me. You call Jahangir and ask him, he'll tell the same story, right? That's the reality. And the best part is, United Economic Forum also holds the stocks of Twin Health, right? And that's the truth and that's the reality. So quickly to start about what is that all about? What revolution did we do, right? I'm not going to talk much on the product. I'm going to talk about what was the journey that Twin had come through, right? What is business all about and how we need to look for, right? So far, we had raised 311 million. And the major investors are Sequoia, Iconic, Temasek, and recently Mage Invest. And in addition to it, high-profile who's of the world, I don't want to name them for various reasons, they had invested their personal money in my company, in our company. That talks about the credibility of the product that we had built, right? And what is it all about, right? We are a monopoly. We had invented a technology, first of its kind in the world, to reverse or better manage chronic metabolic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, obesity, by solving the root cause of the problem with the dysfunctional metabolism. Right? We are able to eliminate medications. Right? And it is just not storytelling. We had proved it through conducting randomized control trial because the golden standards in medical communities to prove it through randomized control trial. We had proved it just not in India. We had done it both in India and US. Right? We have almost 70 plus publication. Again, we did not cut corners. Go look at our publications. It is published in all the best of the best journal across the globe, including the so-called NEJM, which is the best. It's a golden standard. Go talk to a medical doctor. He'll tell. Twin has a NEJM publication. That's a standard of care. Right? We did our study both in India and in US. We did it with Cleveland Clinic. Just day before yesterday, our work with detailed explanation was published in Newsweek in US. The best part here is team. The real best part is, though Twin was born in India, and though Twin proved in a big way in India, do you know where it is getting celebrated? It is celebrated huge in US. In a big way, it is celebrated in US, right? And the best part is, I'll tell you, recently, a set of intellect across the globe came out with a meta-analysis to talk about the reversal of chronic disease. And they completely studied across more than 5,000 studies. I'm not talking about the mundane shop which does things, right? These are some studies which is published. They picked up 5,000 odd studies and finally came and brought it down to 13 studies. And out of 13 studies, Twin study was one among them. And the best in which has delivered the results, 74% of reversal. Fantastic, right? Really fantastic. And that is what is big about what we did, right? And when you have great product, when you have fantastic innovation, it doesn't mean that you could be successful. It doesn't mean that you could become a unicorn. What matters the most is you need to ensure that you need to innovate in every piece of what you do. You need to be really, really patient enough to sustain and persistent enough in going and telling people. Right? Typically when we started in India, many people thought that we are yet another dietary program. Right? These guys are building an app and they are giving some dietary program and they are trying to solve the problem. What's the big deal? And many people joined the program. They thought that it is, hey, what is there? Why do you want to charge so much? You are just trying to show marketing gimmicks by calling all these innovation and other stuff, right? But ultimately, yes, Yes, the reality is, the truth is, the research says that unmonitored dieting is evil for a disrupted metabolic body. Right? People today talk about intermittent fasting. They say that, hey, I fasted, I reduced weight. It's very easy. Who told you cannot reduce weight by fasting? You cut the source of sugars. Sugars gets normalized. Sugars gets regulated. You lose weight. But at the expense of what? At the expense of elevated cholesterol and end organ damages. Right? You go look at all the studies and what people had published. Right? The starting point of reversal of diabetes was from UK. Roy Taylor started to do the study. And he said that with a low-calorie diet, you could reverse diabetes. But the beauty is, he did not talk about other conditions. And it was not sustainable. Right? And from there, people started to talk about intermittent fasting, keto diet, paleo diet, all these things. Ultimately, you hit some peripheral numbers. Right? You hit some peripheral numbers and you don't achieve what you want. Right? So what did Twin do? What is that revolution that Twin does? Friends, the truth is the so-called high sugars in the blood, hypertension, obesity, fatty liver, PCOS, cholesterol, or for that matter, any of these conditions are not disease. All these superficial numbers are symptoms. And then what is the disease? Right? The real disease is the dysfunctional metabolism. The damage that has happened to your metabolism is what is the disease. Right? And is it that the medical fraternity are not aware of it? They are completely aware of it. Then why is it they are not treating it? Is it that they don't know how to treat it? They completely know what to do about it. But the real problem statement here is, metabolism is nothing but 1,000 plus biochemical reaction that takes place in a human body at every instance of time. Right? Metabolism is what? 1,000 plus biochemical reaction that takes place in every human body at every instance of time. In each of our body, now the engine is doing huge processing. Right? And Allah's creation is so beautiful that no two humans have the same metabolism. Forget about no two humans having the same metabolism. We ourselves don't have the same metabolism throughout our life. What we had 10 minutes back is not what we have now. It's so complex and dynamic. Because of its complex and dynamic nature, we did not have a way to solve it. Ultimately, high sugars are bad, high BP is bad, fatty liver is bad. You need to treat it. No other go. Doctor has to put you on medications to normalize it. But does it solve the problem? Of course, no. The reason is you are treating the symptom and not the disease. The symptom pretends to go off for the time being. That is the reason why these diseases are said to be a lifelong progressive disease with lifelong suffering of symptom. And no one knows when the complication of heart attack, stroke, Alzheimer's, cancers are going to knock us off. Right? So then we came together, me and Jahangir sat together and spoke about this. We spoke to hundreds of doctors. All these lessons, where did we learn? We were not doctors. When we spoke to hundreds of doctors, doctors told the story to us. We hired a couple of juniors because when we go to a doctor, doctor will think, they'll talk in their professional way. Well, we hired a couple of guys. We went and spoke to them. And those guys told us the fundamentals. We read 1,000 plus hours of what is medical science all about. I personally had spoken. I keep writing a lot on the medical science to really understand the fundamental of what is it, right? And then we said that any company that's going to build a solution to measure the metabolism will be the future of the world. Any company which builds a technology or a way to measure the metabolism will be the future of the world. Can we be that company? Yes, Twin did it. Twin did it. Twin has a technology now today to measure the metabolism, the real problem. Right? Look at scary numbers. Terrible. Right? When we keep treating the symptom, and the saddest truth is, we are all wired in such a way that, hey, you become 40, you will have sugars. You will have BP, you will have knee pain. Accept it and live that life. We have been trained in that, right? Say, I had seen many people, including my own relatives. They will be diabetic. They will take medications. You go tell them, ask them, no, I'm not diabetic. I'm happy. I'm doing fantastically well. Right? Friends, it is terrible, terrible, terrible. You will not understand about it. Right? The kind of damage that has happened, that it provides to the body is horribly bad. Right? And when we started the company, the number of diabetic people in the world, in India alone, was 77 million. Do you know the number now? It is 135 million. It is another 170 million who are pre-diabetic, right? And as Jahangir was talking in this thing, right? Biology and behavior of every human is unique. You cannot make one problem solve one problem. So this is the dysfunctional metabolism. We are the first company in the world who have a way to measure the metabolism. Just not way to measure the metabolism. We know how to track the protein movement that happens in a human body. We have a way, literally through technology, through AI and ML modeling, we understand the protein movement that happens in a human body. And this is 1/10 of what is happening in our body. Right? And where did we all start? How did it all come through, right? Jahangir is the one who built the solution for autonomous driverless cars. And from my side, I had spoken literally in the 2017 UEF about my own personal experience with my son. Where did I learn on the medical front, right? And based on my PhD work, all these put together, we built the solution, first of its kind, to really solve the problem, right? And I'll quickly flip through this, an example of an individual. And now, talking about business innovation. We had a fantastic product. We went and told the people in India, and when we started, it was 1,40,000. We thought people will really rush to us to ensure that they are free from medication, they want to be healthy and happy, but ultimately at the end of it, no one turned up. No one turned up, right? We literally fought the battle. We went to doctors. Doctors are not happy. We proved it. Doctors were still not happy. They were happy with the science. They were happy about what we built, but they were not ready to refer patients. Right? We struggled. Parallelly, interestingly, what happened is, we went to US. With all the lessons that we had learned, we went to US. Do you know what we did? In US, the payers were the insurance and the employer. The payers in US were insurance and employer. We first went to Blackstone, CEO, and told, sir, we will offer the product free of cost to all your employees. Once we deliver the outcome, you pay us. Right? All their employees who were having chronic disease, we went and put twin to them. And we said, when we reduce A1C by 1%, pay me $1,000. When we reduce weight by 5 kg, pay us $1,000. When we normalize fatty liver, pay us $2,000. When we reduce BP by 5 points, pay us $1,000. When we reduce the prescription cost by $100, pay us $30. Right? We said, we will deliver the outcome and you pay us. Finally, at the end of it, we proved that they were able to save 71% on the healthcare expenditure. And we did not talk. The CEO went public and said that this is one of its kind in the world. He went and told all the portfolio companies to join Twin. Because what I'm trying to tell is, friends, a great product need not sell. But innovation, even in the way you execute the business, is also important. So the innovation is, we went and told our partner, we will help you to save 2x on what you are spending, so that you could pay us X. Our mantra is that, can we pay 2x to our partner, so that we could pay X, right? Today in US, you name any top companies in US, they are partnered with us. Right? Any partners. The latest was Walmart. And Kaiser Permanente never partnered with third party for the healthcare providing solution providing. We are their partners. In Newsweek, the CEO of Kaiser Permanente has spoken about Twin. And she got excited because she got enrolled in the program. And she has, literally because of HIPAA, I'm not talking many things, right? So you name anything. And today the problem do you know what problem we are facing in Twin? we are facing a problem of growth. We said no. Walmart, looking at our outcome, they said that we want to offer in all our Walmart outlets to sell it. We said no, we are not ready for it. That is the kind of growth we are seeing. Right? We are all set for IPO in the year 2027, July. Right? And we will be really hitting big, right? And in India, we need to succeed. Do you know what we did? We were really fighting the game. Our CAC was extremely high. We are thinking through how can we grow aggressively. We came out with a thinner version of Twin called the Evergreen. A lighter version of Twin. We called it as a metabolic wellness solution. And in most of the wellness offered by corporates and insurance, they were not ready to commit. And their real business was, the utilization was less than 1 or 2%. We went and told, we would commit for 30% utilization. And we told that we will commit for outcomes. And today, you name any insurance, they had partnered with us now. Every corporate want to partner with us. That's innovation. That's innovation, right? So similarly, the product cost which was 1,40,000, today where it is? We brought in where? Again innovation. How did we control the costs? Again innovation. Last week we came with an innovation. Twin no more uses dashboard for business. We had come out with a novel first of its kind called the navigation platform, where you go click the mouse in a particular channel, it really points out the member flow. Friends, the message is, product can be great. If at all you want to succeed, you need network. You need right people to partner, right people to work with, right? And never finance was a problem. People are there to invest on you. What matters the most is, can you think and innovate daily in what you want to accomplish? Right? My time is already up. So thanks for the great opportunity. Once again, I bow in front of United Economic Forum for what we are today. And we would love to work together because I owe to B.S. Abdurrahman Saab's family in a big way. And I promise that we will partner with them in all possible ways to collaborate and take businesses to rest of the countries across the globe once we complete IPO. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
A standing applause. எல்லாம் thanks stand up. Question அப்புறம் தான். எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு அப்லோட் பண்றாங்க அவ்வளவுதான்.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Truly inspirational. And I'm tempted to ask, how can I sign up for Twin? Right. So from one inspirational associate to another, I'm sure there are a lot of questions that you all might have. I request you to write it down just in case you may forget. We will bring back these inspirational speakers at the end of this session for a Q&A. So do write it down and better still pass it on to us so that we can ask those questions on your behalf. That would be great, okay? All right, time to go on to our next inspirational associate. Right, all right. So I would request our team there to present the next video.
The Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council, CIAC, serves as a distinguished startup incubator dedicated to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship within the fields of life sciences, Industry 4.0, smart and clean mobility, and aerospace and defense technologies. Established to nurture startups and facilitate the commercialization of research, CIIC has emerged as a pivotal entity for emerging entrepreneurs and innovators. Looking to the future, CIIC is dedicated to expanding its influence by supporting and accelerating more than 1,000 startups, improving research-driven commercialization, and contributing to the growth of India's innovation economy. CIIC's collaborations with prominent government entities such as Startup India, MeitY Startup Hub, DBT BRAC, DST, Needy Prayas, IDEX, and MSME, LBI, Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell, Niti Aayog's Atal Innovation Mission, and premium institutions like IIT Delhi IHFC, IITM Incubation Cell, Pravartak Center, etc., CIIC has established itself as a leading incubator as well as an accelerator, effectively bridging the gap between academia, industry, and entrepreneurship.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council. And to talk more about it, tell us more about it, I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Abdul Khadir Abdul Rahman Buhari. And as he makes his way to the stage, let me tell you about him. He's a philanthropist, educationist, entrepreneur, angel investor, and venture capitalist, dedicated to social impact across livelihood development, education, clean water, clean energy, and health. Through the 4M Trust, he and his better half support 30,000 women across 200 urban slums in Chennai, enabling sustainable livelihood creation. His family, we all know, manages 14 educational institutions, including preschools, primary and secondary schools, women's colleges, and self-help groups, with a strong focus on advancing women's education. He's an active angel investor, having invested in 22 startups, with additional participation in a limited partner in several venture capital funds, including Inventus India, Bharat Innovation Fund, Blue Hill Capital, the Chennai Angels, Campus Angels Network, Smart Owners Real Estate AIF, and Accelerating Asia Singapore. As Pro-Chancellor of B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology and founding director and chairman of the Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council, he oversees an ecosystem of 200+ startups valued at 3,161 crores. He also serves in leadership roles across multiple organizations, including Intersea Maritime, ETA Engineering, Buhari Holdings, Miyasi, UEF, and several charitable trusts. Passionate about entrepreneurship and impact, he continues to pursue and mentor high-potential investment opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Abdul Khadir Abdul Rahman Buhari, Chairman, Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council, Pro-Chancellor, B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. Sir, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, assalamu alaikum. The crowd in the back is a little thin, but in the front is full, so that's good. See, he's already talked about I'm being an LP in 5 funds and 2 angel groups. Why I wanted to highlight this is this gave me an exposure on how do you identify startups, what are the key ingredients in founders, and what is the unit economics, what is the problem statement, what is the go-to-market strategy, all this buzzwords you can say, and how do you really matter in choosing the right kind of people to come to us as well as for me to invest and for us to invest. By the way, he mentioned 22. Since then, I have committed in 3 more. So this is around 25 startups, and I exited in 15 of them. I wanted to highlight something here that my father is not a serial entrepreneur, but an entrepreneur who started various companies and invested in various entrepreneurs. But his style of identifying, I'm talking in 1960s and 70s, was different. He was very human-driven. So the quality of the founder is very key for him. He spends time with them, he makes his analysis. Apart from that, his way of doing due diligence was to go and talk to the banks, go and talk to the competition about this person and the company. So from that era to today's era, we have changed. So we, as family, when decided how do we support young people to come with startups, also our students, our faculty. Yesterday we heard from IIT on how many student startups are coming and how many faculty startups are coming. So we want to go on that trajectory. So with this in mind, we started CIC. And they're all helping me and guiding me in the board. And Ahmed is an active member. There's other members also. And I want to spend some time in this slide. So it is very key to bring the right kind of people to advise you in this process. This has been our experience from the funds I invested. Also, there are Mr. Aniket Capital, Mr. Balamurugan is here, bringing the right kind of people on board to guide you. So Mr. Taslim Arif is the CEO of CCAM, which is the largest biotechnology incubator in the country. He has created multiple unicorns. Very, very enviable track record. Chandu Nair is a fellow from Chennai Angels. I'm also a Chennai Angel member. And he's invested in over 55 startups and exited in half of them. Akila is the executive director of TAI. TAI is helping us with investment as well as mentorship. Mr. Shankar Venugopal is a new addition. He just came on board 2 weeks back. We have now got a fund from Atal Incubation Center to do smart and clean mobility. So for that, we are bringing in some people who are in the automobile sector. So he's a vice president in Mahindra and Mahindra. Mr. Balamurugan is the vice president of Renault Nissan, the technology hub. Mr. Reggie Joseph, again from Chennai Angels, serial entrepreneur, angel investor, and invested in about 30 to 40 companies. Mr. Sivaram Krishnan is managing around 3,000 crore of family funds for others. They also invest in startups. Rajan Srikanth, he started his own angel group called Keritsu Forum. He's on our board. And Manu Iyer is the GP, that is the general partner in Blue Hill Capital, which is a 350 crore fund. Just keep this in your mind, and then I'll talk about this later. So where did the journey start? So this started germinating in our mind in 1999. So the entrepreneur development shell started in 1999. From there, we started APJ Innovation Center, which was in 2015. In 2015 to CIC 2018. I'm not advising that you should take such a long journey, but we started doing this earlier on. Now the APJ fund, we funded 14 students. These are all students with small amounts. We gave them 50,000 rupees to about 1 lakh. Now the proof of the pudding, 3 startups came out of this. So we need to start early. Start with your own funds. I don't know if the audience, there are any educational institution who are interested in starting incubators. This has been our journey. Instead of waiting for the government to give you funds or XYZ, start with your own funds, small amounts. And also, when I wanted to study the whole ecosystem, Rajan Srikanth and another couple of two other people, I brainstormed with them. And then myself and Parvez, we went and visited many incubation centers in the country, the ones who are doing well. So we wanted to listen to their story. What is that they are doing right? What have they got? How can we do it? In fact, I clearly remember this conversation with IIT Delhi's director for incubation. He said, Abdul Qadir, don't do what we are doing. It will be difficult for you to eliminate IIT. Find out what is your strength. What is that your institution is good at? You will have a couple of strengths. So work on that. In fact, taking his advice, we started with biotechnology. Our biotechnology was strong. So we said, okay, let's start with biotechnology. And we applied to BIRAC. And mashallah, in 1 year, we got the first grant from BIRAC. So we also visited international incubation centers and what they are doing. They are all different models. Actually, we follow a different model. In that video, I don't know whether you noticed, there was a photo of Farm Sensei, and there was a greenhouse. So we as an incubator provide a greenhouse facility for them. We invested in that. No other incubator does it. Incubator will be in the office. They will provide you space, they will provide you mentorship, they will provide you something else. But providing a space for the Farm Sensei to put their products and test it out, like that we are different. So this is international incubators which we went and talked to. So I don't know, again, if there are any education institutions here. By the way, not only education institution can start a Section 8 company and an incubator, an organization like UEF can also do it. Because an Indian angel network in Delhi is an angel group, like Chennai Angels. They applied and they got funds from the government, Atul Incubation Center, to start an incubator. So this is some food for thought. We can also look at doing it. And I know another organization called Nudge Foundation in Bangalore. They also applied to Atal Incubation Center, and they also got a fund for social impact. Their theme was social impact. So this is some of the requirements. You have to put a separate Section 8 company because you have an education institution which is under a trust. But this is a separate Section 8 company. Find a full-time CEO who is a non-academician. This is my strong advice. Don't bring an academic person to come and run it. Nothing wrong. If you have somebody like Maluk to run it, it's fine. But to get Maluk is difficult. So try and bring somebody from the industry and a minimum space of 10,000 square feet to apply to any of these funds. We have now applied and got from 8 ministries, central ministries. Most of them ask for minimum space of 10,000 square feet. And this, from the society to the Section 8 company, has to be leased for 30-year period. So that's and then host institution, top management, entrepreneurs, and investors, established departments, like I said. In our case, it was School of Life Science, provision for space and infrastructure support, funding support followed by national innovation policy. I'll show that to you in the next slide. And roughly the guideline is 1% of the total revenue of the education institution you have to spend for incubation center. That's just the guideline from the government. So we came with all this policy. The government has given clear guidelines on what the most important point example would be. If you want to do a student startup, you reduce the number of credits the student has to take in a semester. And also same thing for faculty. Reduce the number of hours they have to do teaching. So that is one. And the percentage of shares, like example, IIT takes like 3% or something in every startup which comes to them. Here, the government has also given a guideline. If it is a software-based startup, you can take more, up to 8, I think. If it is a hardware-based software, you take the less 3. So all these guidelines is already given by the government, so we just formulated it and circulated to our student startups, faculty startups, as well as others. So this has been our journey. I didn't put the APJ Abdul Kalam Incubation Center. So we incorporated it in 2018, but we took 1 year to study the landscape, to understand what's going on before we incorporated the company in 9. Then the first grant came in 2019 from BIRAC. Then the Startup India Fund we were able to get. By the way, Parvez was just mentioning to me, we were the 3rd incubator in the whole country to get Startup India Fund at that time. So perseverance is also very important. And also startups choose which incubator to go to. the way the fund works is the government allocates you an amount. In this case, it was 5 crores, first 3 crores and then 2 crores. But you have to advertise in the online portal, and startups all over India apply to which incubator to go to. So there is one gentleman who got a Startup India fund through us. He'll come and talk about his experience with CIEC. Then we got the METI Samirat scheme. This is a matching fund, a livelihood business incubator for Madurai. And now, actually, even though it says 2024, this amount came only in 2025. It's a Atul Incubation Center, smart and clean mobility. So what is the impact so far? 139 are there with us. 75 have graduated and left. So of which 64 of them are in life science. 50 of companies are in Industry 4.0. Then we have smart and clean mobility, 17 companies. And aerospace and defense, 8 companies. So if you see, it's tech focused. In most of the startups which we identify and nurture are tech focused. So what from the trustees have given is around 30 crores for infrastructure as well as matching grants. 1 lakh square feet of space we have provided. Then 132 patents have come out from the university. 51 crores is the amount of funds which we've been able to raise from the government and CSR funds. So here, like I mentioned, 139 startups, 75 have graduated. So in this 5-year period, of course, we also attract startups which are already having revenue. We have early stage, which are just starting, have a concept, and we fund that. We also fund students and faculty startups. So early stage, seed stage, early stage, and Series A. So we fund all this. So the amount of money we have put from our CIC is around 30 crores into these startups. So the valuation of the startups are today 3,161 crores. And 520 crores of fund they have raised so far. This is a large amount. This is apart from the 39 crores which we have given on this right-hand corner, 520 crores they have raised, and around 149 patents we have incorporated. So, of course, I don't want to keep comparing IIT, but we are getting there. We are 149 patents, I think, came in the past 3 years. So our focus also is research, innovation, and incubation. So you do research, the faculty, the student, the startups. You convert it into an innovation, and then incubate that company. And this is one of our, how do I say, something we got right. So the entrepreneur, he came to us through Startup India Fund portal, that is he chose CIC, and he came to us, and at that time he just had a concept. So we gave 30 lakhs, and subsequently, I don't know whether you can see the numbers, he has raised about 10 crores of debt from Indian Overseas Bank through the startup no collateral at 9% interest. We facilitated that. Around 20 crores from Technology Development Board for the company. And also through the demo day which we keep, one of the funds which I invested in, Blue Hill Capital, he was one of the persons who had come, Manu Iyer. He has invested 40 crores I mean, he has invested 9 crores. Am I right? I think he's invested 99 crores, but another 40 crores as equity has come into the company. So this is the way we were able to facilitate. And I want to, where is the motorcycle? Motorcycle is not there?
Motorcycle's right there.
Motorcycle is right here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the company does electric two-wheelers. And maybe Dinesh will take 2 minutes to explain what he does. Why he is unique. Why Technology Development Board gave him 20 crores. Maybe Dinesh will be able to explain.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. Thanks, Ahmed, sir, for riding the motorcycle on stage as well. I really appreciate it. No, so this is what CIC and the entire Crescent team has been helping us with over the last 4 or 5 years. We're a small company. Today, we've grown to about 140 people. We're based out of Chennai. Our factory is not too far from here, about So yeah, so we're a small company, like I said. Our factory is about 4 streets away here in Manapakam, where we design, develop the entire motorcycle. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Design, develop the entire motorcycle. Just before I kind of step into CIC, just a quick brief of who we are. We are obviously an electric motorcycle company, but we don't exist to make, the vision here is not to make just another electric motorcycle, but to kind of answer why electric motorcycles aren't as mainstream as electric scooters are. And that's essentially what we've done. Over the last 7 years, we've built the entire motorcycle from scratch. We have about 156 patents on the motorcycle. We've got close to about 22 electronic control units that we make in-house that go into each motorcycle that we build. CIC obviously has been a huge pillar of support from day one. When we started in 2020, 2019 incorporated 2020, but COVID hit. So CIC kind of came in very early, even before we had a prototype, told us, okay, this is a concept that you guys are really, that sounds good, so we want to support. They gave us our first seat ticket of about 35 lakhs, and AQ sir has also supported us in that journey. Today, we've raised close to about 90 crores in capital. We've just launched our motorcycle. We've started sales of our motorcycle in Chennai. The motorcycle that you see here is also a registered motorcycle. So we start deliveries in Bangalore in January, and then we slowly scale up across the country. We've got not just financial support, I'd say, but across the board, right? Right from getting, we were a small company, suppliers didn't want to work with us. Parvez sir obviously had a lot of contacts in the automotive ecosystem. He brought in tier ones who work with the Bajajes and TVSs to supply to us. He brought in investors, he brought in government connects. The tech that we use here, there's still no regulation on that architecture for two-wheelers. So we had to lobby for it. They helped work with the certifying board, which is ARAI, to get this approved. So the support has been extraordinary, and now we continue to work with the Crescent Group for retailing the motorcycles as well. So I really appreciate all the support, sir. Thank you so much. Hoping to continue to get benefited from this. Hoping to continue to get benefited. Thank you so much.
So the key I wanted to highlight is we invested 30 lakhs when there was no products. The bike was not there, it was on paper. Subsequently, I invested along with Manu Iyer and Blue Hill Capital when it was 40 crores valuation. And today it is valued at 510 crores in 3 years period. So these are the kind of outliers we want to attract, and inshallah take it to, Ahmed has been always telling our valuation should be 10,000 crores. Inshallah we'll get there. We are 3,000 crore now, we'll get to 10,000. So the time's up, but I'll go quickly. These are all the schemes that which is available, and like I keep repeating, anybody in the education or wants to start an incubator, we'll guide you and tap into all these funds. And Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, as you know, the industry minister talked about it. PTR talked about it. So the government focus has been in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So we also started that. So we have a MSME livelihood incubator at Madurai and a fisheries grant, which again we got. So little bit diversification of the startups. We are attracting people all over India. It's small amounts, but we are getting there. As you can say, from Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Bhubaneswar, Telangana. So we have created the goodwill, or let's say a track record, which is enviable. And so people want to come to us because we are also quick in decision making. One thing Dinesh mentioned to me, I was asking, why did you come to CIC? Okay, you came to CIC, why? No, sir, I applied with many incubators through Startup India Fund, but you are the guys who came back to me quickly and finished the whole thing in 3 days. Others were taking so long. So we also try and be proactive and attract. Now I have told our team, we have to attract people and we also have to screen companies. Not every company which come we should take. We should see which are the companies which make sense. Is there a innovation? Is there something we can go and capture? So, and then we have to, otherwise it will be difficult to achieve the high 10,000 crore number. So it's like an angel investment or an investor, because this is money we are putting, right? We have to also back concepts, because government is giving us money for that. But we also have to put in little good companies which are having a differentiation. So again, this is just the schemes are available. So quickly go through it. The government is giving for students. So the first METI Genesis Entrepreneur in Residence, EIR stands for Entrepreneur in Residence. So if there are any students who want to do a prototype, the government is given this money. Okay, I'll go fast, they're ringing the bell. So up to the last point, I wanted to highlight, up to 25 crore we can get for you. If you are registered for MSME companies and DPI, we can facilitate introduction to 6 banks which are willing to give working capital loan without collateral. The key word is without collateral at 9% interest. So all these funds are available, and we can explain this to any incubator which is interested. So because of want of time, I'll stop here. This is just talks about the infrastructure. So inshallah, we'll work together with the UEF. We've already been working. Ahmed's target has been 100 startups and 45 educational institutions. Inshallah, we'll work towards that. That way, 4,500 startup comes. And if each of them are valued at 10,000 crores, we are getting to our Tamil Nadu 4 trillion economy. Thank you very much.
Truly inspiring. When Crescent was at the forefront of founding an educational institution, many of us are an alumni of, and today when the startup ecosystem has taken off in a big way, we are there at the forefront. So truly inspirational, always there leading from the front in education as well as support for young entrepreneurs and brilliant minds. Let's go on to next inspiring associate of the day. I would request our team to play the video, please. Right. I think we're going to go on directly to the talk. Okay. Yes. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker of the day, Mr. Mohammad Rafiq, an educationalist, entrepreneur, and career guidance and counseling specialist. He's the founder and chairman of CBEC, the SAIPA International Business and Entrepreneurs Chamber, a global economic platform connecting business leaders, SMEs, entrepreneurs, and professionals. SAIPA IICPR, the International Institute for Counseling, Psychology, and Research, offering mental and physical health wellness training, counseling, and guidance. And the SAIPA Educational and Empowerment Trust, which focuses on empowering individuals through education, job skill training, and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Mohammad Rafiq, founder and chairman of SAIPA. Over to you, sir.
தேங்க்ஸ் டு அல்மைட்டி. அல்ஹம்துலில்லா, எல்லா புகழும் இறைவனுக்கே. எல்லாருக்கும் அஸ்ஸலாமு அலைக்கும் அண்ட் குட் மார்னிங் டு ஆல். என்ன இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி, இந்த எக்கனாமிக்கல் எம்பவர்மெண்ட்டில் 48 இயர்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடியே யூஏஎஃப்பை வந்து நமக்கு கொண்டு வந்தார். இன்றைக்கி பாருங்கள், இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டு எவ்வளவு கிராண்டாக நடக்குது. அதுக்கு மிக முக்கிய காரணம் விசனரி லீடர், எ கிரேட் விசனரி லீடர் பிஎஸ் அப்துல் ரஹ்மான் சாஹிப். அவங்க இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டு வந்து அவங்க இந்த விஷன் கிரியேட் பண்ணும்போது, ஒரு விஷன் வந்து அவங்களுக்காக மட்டும் இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா இந்த அளவுக்கு பெரிய லெவலில் வந்திருக்காது. எந்த ஒரு விஷன் வந்து தனக்காகவும் அந்த சொசைட்டிக்காகவும் இருக்குதோ அந்த விஷன் நாம் இருந்தானாலும் சரி, நாம் இல்லைனாலும், நம்ம இருக்கும்போதும் டெவலப் ஆகும், நாம் போனதுக்கு அப்புறமும் அந்த விஷன் பெரிய லெவலில் டெவலப் ஆகும்க்கு இந்த எக்கனாமிக்கல் எம்பவர்மெண்ட்டுங்கிறது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய உதாரணமாக இருக்குது. பிஎஸ் அப்துல் ரஹ்மான் காக்கா அவங்க எப்படின்னா, ஒரு சின்ன பொட்டி கடையில் போயிட்டு கூட அந்த பொட்டி கடைக்காரர்கிட்ட கேட்பாங்களாம், நீ என்ன பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுறப்பா, உனக்கு எவ்வளோ வருமானம் வருது, இந்த பிஸ்னஸை இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் டெவலப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு உனக்கு எவ்வளோ பணம் தேவை, அந்த பணத்தை நான் கொடுத்தா இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் எவ்வளவு நீ டெவலப் பண்ணுவ அப்படின்னு கேட்டு அவங்கள எம்பவர்மெண்ட் பண்ணுவாங்களாம். அது மாதிரி தான் இன்னைக்கு நம்மளுடைய யூஎஃப் உடைய பிரசிடென்ட் அகமது புகாரி சாஹிப் அவங்க சின்ன சின்ன ஆர்கனைசேஷன், சைபா மாதிரி இருக்கக்கூடிய குட்டி குட்டி ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸை அசோசியேட்ஸாக டெவலப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு இந்த மாதிரி பர்டிகுலராக எங்களுக்கு இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஸ்பீச் ஸ்லாட் கொடுத்து இந்த ஸ்டேஜில் நிற்க வச்சதில் சரி, அது மாதிரி எக்கோசிஸ்டம் பார்ட்னர் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கொடுத்ததில் நான் இங்கே என்ன நினைக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, எங்கள் ஜென்ரேஷன் பிஎஸ் அப்துல் ரஹ்மான் காக்காவை நேரில் பார்த்து பழகக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கல. பட் நாங்கள் என்ன ஃபீல் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னா, இன்னைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அத்தனை ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸையும் அசோசியேட் பண்ணி இன்னைக்கு இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் எல்லாரையும் ஒன்றா ஒர்க் பண்ண வச்சது யாரால் முடிஞ்சு அப்படின்னா, வித் த கிரேஸ் ஆஃப் அல்மைட்டி நம்மளுடைய பிரசிடென்ட் அகமது புகாரி சார் மற்றும் நம்மளுடைய யூஎஃப் டீமால தான் முடிஞ்சு. ஸோ UEF team is an umbrella organization. UEF an umbrella organization for integrating all the organization. ஸோ இப்போ நான் என்ன ஃபீல் பண்ணுறேன் அப்படின்னா, எங்கள் எல்லாரையும் கையை பிடிச்சி நம்ம எல்லாரையும் கையை பிடிச்சி கூட்டு போகக்கூடிய ஒரு பவர் வந்து யூஎஃப்க்கு இருக்குது. ஸோ நான் என்ன நினைக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, எங்கள் ஜென்ரேஷனில் நம்ம ஜென்ரேஷனில் வந்து என்ன அப்படின்னா, எங்களுடைய விசனரி லீடராக நான் வந்து யாரை பார்க்குறேன் அப்படின்னா, நம்மளுடைய அகமது புகாரி சாரை வந்து நான் பார்க்குறேன். தேங்க்யூ சார். ஸோ எக்கனாமிக்லி எம்பவர்மெண்ட்டில் மட்டும் நம்மளுடைய கிரேட் விசனரி லீடர் வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணலை, எஜுகேஷ்னல் எம்பவர்மெண்ட்லையும் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அதுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன உதாரணம் சொல்கிறேன். நான் ஒரு தேனி மாவட்டத்தில் ஒரு ரூரல் ஏரியாவில் நான் வந்து ஒரு எக்கனாமிக்லி பேக்வேர்டு ஃபேமிலியில் இருந்தேன். +2ல் நான் நல்ல மார்க் வாங்கினனால அதுக்கடுத்து என்ன படிக்கணும்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. ஆனால் என்ன படிக்கிறதுக்கு வசதி இல்லை. அப்போ எனக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா, பிஎஸ் அப்துல் ரஹ்மான் ஜக்காத் ஸ்காலர்ஷிப்புங்கிற ஒரு ஸ்காலர்ஷிப்பை எனக்கு கொடுத்து என்னை படிக்க வச்சு, எனக்கு மட்டும் இல்லை என்ன மாதிரி லேக்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை எஜுகேஷ்னலில் எம்பவர் பண்ணாங்க. எஸ், இந்த எஜுகேஷ்னல் எம்பவர்மெண்ட்டும் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. ஜக்காத் வாங்குறவங்கள ஜக்காத் கொடுக்குறவங்களா மாற்றணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் அதனுடைய எண்ணங்கள். சரி, நான் படித்தேன்ல, ஜக்காத் ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் வாங்கி நான் படித்தேன். நான் ரிட்டர்ன் பேக் டு த சொசைட்டிக்கு நான் என்ன கொடுத்தேன் அப்படின்னா, நான் படித்ததுக்கப்புறம் நான் என்ன ஆகணும்னு நினச்சேனோ அது மாதிரி நான் ப்ரொஃபஸர் ஆனேன். பாயிண்ட் நம்பர் 1. ஸோ செகண்ட் என்ன பண்ணேன் அப்படின்னா, நான் ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் வாங்கி படித்ததை என்னென்ன ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் கிடைக்கும் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு புக்கை ரெடி பண்ணி நான் எல்லா மாணவர்களுக்கும் கைட் பண்ணேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் மாணவர்களுக்கு கிட்டத்தட்ட 15 lakhs ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு 1300 ப்ரோக்ராமில் வாட் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப்டர் 10th +2ன்னு கெரியர் கவுன்சிலிங் இந்தியா முழுவதும் நான் கவுன்சிலிங் வந்து கொடுத்தேன். அப்புறம் நான் மாணவர்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணேன், புக்ஸ் ரெடி பண்ணேன், என்னென்னலாம் படிக்கலாம், என்னென்ன வேலை வாய்ப்பெல்லாம் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு. ஒரு முறை நான் என் புக்கை வந்து விஸ்வலி இம்பைர்டு கேண்டிடேட் கொடுக்கும்போது அவங்க திருப்பி என்கிட்ட கொடுத்துட்டாரு. அப்போ நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், என்னோடய புக்கை ஃபுல்லாக பிரெய்லி ஃபார்மேட்டில் மாற்றி விஸ்வலி இம்பைர்டு கையில் கொடுத்தேன். ஸோ அந்த டைம் நான் ஃபீல் பண்ணது, அல்மைட்டி கிவன் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி டு எவ்ரி ஒன் இன் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் வேஸ் அப்படிங்கிறத நான் ஃபீல் பண்ணேன். சரி, ஸோ அதுக்கப்புறம் நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணோம், நாங்கள் வந்து எஜுகேஷன் அண்ட் ஸ்கில் ட்ரைனிங் நாங்கள் கொடுத்தோம். என்னென்னா அன்எம்ப்ளாய்டு யூத்துக்கு, ட்ராப் அவுட்ஸ்க்கெல்லாம் கிட்டத்தட்ட 20,000 யூத்ஸ்க்கு வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து எக்கனாமிக் எஜுகேஷனல் எம்பவர்மெண்ட்டு, ஸ்கில் ட்ரைனிங் எல்லாம் கொடுத்தோம். ஸோ நாம் ஸ்காலர்ஷிப்பில் படித்தனால நாமளும் மற்றவங்களுக்கு ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் கொடுத்து படிக்க வைக்கணுக்காக 200+ சில்ட்ரன்ஸுக்கு நாங்கள் ஸ்கில் பேஸ்டு எஜுகேஷன் கொடுத்து நாங்கள் படிக்க வச்சோம். இதை விட நல்லா ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க, ஜக்காத் வாங்குறவங்கள, அதாவது தர்மம் வாங்குறவங்கள தர்மம் கொடுக்குறவங்களா மாற்றணும் அப்படின்னா 2 வழி தான் இருக்குது. ஒன்று எஜுகேஷன், அதை பண்ணியாச்சு. சரி, இன்னொன்று வந்து என்ன அப்படின்னா எக்கனாமிக்லி எம்பவர்மெண்ட். அதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா விடோஸ் அண்ட் எக்கனாமிக்லி பேக்வர்ட் ஃபேமிலியை செலக்ட் பண்ணி அவங்களுக்கு ஸ்மால் ஸ்கேல் பிஸ்னஸ் என்னன்னா டீ ஷாப், டிஃபன் ஷாப்பு, சூப் ஷாப்பு, இந்த மாதிரி டெய்லரிங் யூனிட், இது கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 145 ஃபேமிலிக்கு நாங்கள் வந்து எம்பவர் பண்ண வச்சோம். ஸோ இது நாங்கள் பண்ணணும். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் நாங்கள் பண்ணணும். இதுதான் நான் பண்ணது. ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ சைபாங்கிற ஆர்கனைசேஷன் எப்படி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணது அப்படின்னா, நான் காலேஜில் ப்ரொஃபஸராக ஒர்க் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கும்போது என் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்லாம் வந்து கேட்டாங்க, சார் நம்மளாம் சேர்ந்து ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு. நான் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை நம்பி என்ன பண்ணேன், காலேஜே ரிசைன் பண்ணிட்டேன். காலேஜ் ப்ரொஃபஸர் ஜாப்பை ரிசைன் பண்ணிட்டேன். அதுவும் எந்த டைமில் ரிசைன் பண்ணேன்னா, நான் மேரேஜ் ஆகி 6 மாதத்தில் ப்ரொஃபஸர்னு சொல்லி தான் கல்யாணம் பண்ணேன். 6 மாதத்தில் என்ன பண்ணேன், என் ஜாப்வே ரிசைன் பண்ணிவிட்டு நான் வந்து என்ன அப்படின்னா என் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை நம்பி நான் வந்து சைபாவை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணேன். ஸோ எங்கேயாவது நீங்கள் பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டும் ப்ரொஃபஸரும் சேர்ந்து ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி? ஸோ அப்போ நாங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும் 2016. ஸோ என் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டோட வந்து நான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணேன். இப்போயும் என் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான் எங்கள் ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் மேனேஜிங் டைரக்டர்ஸாக வந்து இருக்கிறாங்க, அல்ஹம்துலில்லாஹ். ஸோ அதுக்கடுத்து வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா கொரோனா டைமில் வந்து எங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணுறதுனே தெரியல. சைபாவை நடத்தலாமா க்ளோஸ் பண்ணலாமான்னு யோசிச்சுட்டு இருக்க டைமில் எங்களுக்கு அந்த டைமில் வந்து யூஎஃப் ஆஃபீஸில் இருந்து எங்களுக்கு ஃபோன் வந்தது, சார் உங்கள் கூட ஒரு மீட்டிங் ஆன்லைனில் வைக்கணும் அப்படின்னு. சரி, இந்த மீட்டிங் அட்டன் பண்ணப்போ வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா நாங்களே க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுற ஸ்டேஜில் இருக்கிறோம். அப்போ வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா எங்களுக்கு கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் காலில் பேசிட்டு, சரி சைபாக்கு வந்து நான் 3 crore கொடுக்குறேன், ப்ராஜெக்ட் பிளான் கொடுங்க அப்படின்றாங்க. ஸோ எனக்கு என்ன பண்ணுறதுனே தெரியல. ஸோ அந்த டைமில் ப்ராஜெக்ட் பிளானு சரி 3 crore நமக்கு அதை பற்றி எப்படி ப்ராஜெக்ட் பிளான் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ண தெரியாமல் அதை அப்படி விட்டுட்டோம். ஸோ அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இப்போயும் சைபாக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா சார் வந்து நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்க ஃபஸ்ட்டு ட்வின் ஹெல்த்தோடைய ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் பார்த்தீங்க. திருப்பியும் ஒரு நாள் கூப்பிட்டு நான் வந்து நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷனை ட்வின் ஹெல்த்துக்கு மாதிரி ஈக்குவலாக கொண்டு வர போகிறேன்னு என்கிட்ட சொன்னாங்க. எந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷன் தெரியுமா ரஃபிக் பாய் அப்படின்னு கேட்டாங்க. அது வந்து நான் சைபாவை தான் நெக்ஸ்ட்டு கொண்டு வர போகிறேன் ட்வின் ஹெல்த் மாதிரி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி சொன்னாங்க. எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருந்தது. அது மட்டும் இல்லை, இன்னொரு ஈவெண்ட்டில் அவங்க சார் சொன்னாங்க, என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா, நான் சைபா வந்து 6,000 crore ஒர்த் கம்பெனியாக பார்க்குறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து அந்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் சொன்னதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா எங்கள் ஆஃபீஸ்க்கு நிறைய பேர் வர ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. எல்லாம் வந்துட்டு ரஃபிக் பாய் எனக்கு ஒரு 500, எனக்கு ஒரு 50 crore கொடுங்க, ரஃபிக் பாய் எனக்கு ஒரு 5 crore கொடுங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்க ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. ஸோ அதுலேருந்து என்ன ஃபீல் நான் எல்லாருக்கும் சொன்னேன் அப்படின்னா, சார் சொன்னது 6,000 crore வேல்யூன்னு சொன்னது பிராண்ட் வேல்யூ அந்த அளவுக்கு நம்ம கொண்டு வரணும். ஸோ நம்ம எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணணும். ஸோ இஃப் யூ ஆர் கிவிங் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஃபார் த வேல்யூ, then we will get success and profit. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thanks for SIS Mohammad Ali sir. Thank you sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Rafiq, for that passionate talk about investments. Let's move on. Our next inspiring associate comes from Zoho. Mr. Rafiq Aslam is a brand strategist and storyteller with over 2 decades of experience building global brands from the ground up. During his 21-year tenure at Zoho, he played a pivotal role in transforming the company from a little-known Indian software firm into a $2 billion global SaaS powerhouse, leading creative direction, global marketing, and brand storytelling. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Rafiq Aslam, former creative director, Zoho. Sir.
Assalamu alaikum, vanakkam, good morning everyone. I think what an amazing event this has been for the last 2 days. I think I've attended a lot of business summits in India and abroad also, but this energy, this vibe is totally out of place. I think we should give a big round of applause for the organizers. Okay, there was one friend of mine who came, I met yesterday, and he was saying that, he was asking me that whether I'm in Chennai or Dubai. Now, we get that kind of vibe in this environment, okay? And what a line of speakers and the quality of content that we are actually putting out last 2 days. One particular session, I mean 2 particular sessions that I'm very fond of, or that hit me really hard, was PTR sir's talk and Suresh Sambandam and Mafai Pandirajan sir's talk. Okay, they were actually giving a lot of stats about how fast we are actually growing in terms of GDP. Tamil Nadu, how fast is going. And when Suresh mentioned that, okay, in 1950s we were actually from the bottom second, okay, and now how we rose to top, second fastest growing GDP in the entire country, okay. That gave really goosebumps, and I left the events with pride. But what is that we have done with the fastest GDP, or what is that we have done with the knowledge economy that our forefathers have seeded in, right? What have we given to the world? How many global brands that we have built from Tamil Nadu? Forget about global brands. How many national brands have we built from Tamil Nadu? And what do you think is stopping us from thinking global, thinking big? It's not about talent. We have immense talent. It's not about resource. It's never about capital. It's in the mindset. Okay. Some of the countries which are half of the size, maybe 1/10 of the size of Tamil Nadu, okay, South Korea, Germany, Sweden, okay. See how many global brands that they have built. And do you think that they have some special skill sets, some special talent that actually is helping them to build global brands? No, it's in the mindset. You think about our ancestors, like for example, our own leader B.S. Abdul Rahman. How can someone imagine such a audacious vision where he actually ventured into multiple businesses, like right from shipping to energy to construction to education, and okay, and he traveled to so many countries, set up his businesses, right? When the technology was at primitive stage, when the communication was very, very at nascent stage, okay, what made leaders of that kind to push boundaries? And with all the facilities that you have, what have we done, right? I just want to ask this floor, this room, that are we even considering this as a problem? Or are we happy with whatever turnover we are making? We made 10 crores last year. We made 50 crores this year. We are happy. Or we started with 10 people. We are now 100 people now, right? What is making happy? Or are we thinking of leaving 10 crores of piece of land in ECR, and we are happy with we have achieved? No. I think making turnover is good, but what is real legacy is what is that you're going to leave back, right? Not in terms of any asset, the brands that you build, right? The brand that you're going to build that going to increase the valuation of everything, right? Okay. So coming to the point, what is stopping us to build global brand? It's not resources, it's not talent, it's not never capital. It's in the mindset. It's in the mindset of how obsessed we are about quality, right? When you go to a world market, nobody decides based on where you are from. Whether you're from Dharapuram or where from Andipatti, nobody cares. What they really care is how good your product is, how quality your product is. Now, how do you ensure that you make sure that you have quality in every department, right from engineering to design to sales to marketing to customer support, even to little things like writing a thank you email to your customers or sending a happy new year email to your customers, right? Do you ensure it's of high quality? Quality makes you global, not your geography. Point number 2, what is the one cohesive story that you are actually telling to the world that people can resonate? Even someone from sitting in Mexico City or from Colombia can resonate a story that you are telling to the world, right? Those two are very, very important things. Let me tell you one example that we did Zoho. Thing is that I see some of the founders that they think global strategy after hitting certain point. Like, let me make this revenue, or let me get 100 customers, and then I'll think about international expansion. International expansion is not an afterthought. International expansion or global expansion should be day one strategy, right? You cannot build for India and then transform or your business into a global brand. It can never happen. At Zoho, we started global mindset, global thinking mindset from day zero. We actually never built our products for India. We built for global market. right? And we never ever question our skill sets at all, okay? I'll tell you one good example. I mean, whatever we do, like there always be questions, there always be criticism, right? Internally and externally. At Zoho, after few years, there was, we launched 25 products, and after some point, we started getting critical feedback about designs from our customers, real customers. So then internally, we wanted to invest in design team, okay? So there were a lot of discussion how should we go about excelling in design area. Engineering was our strength, but we want to make sure that design is also important thing to do, okay? There were a lot of feedback, and I still remember on this day one feedback from our own employee from Canada that Indians don't have this design skills. Indians cannot design world-class products. And he added that, no, it's not, don't take it offensively. No offense. But I took his offensive. It made me disturbed. I got so disturbed that in 2 years, okay, we set up an internal design team, creative team, okay, and we actually won User Excellence Research Award from San Jose, okay, and thank you. And we also, not only just product experience, we make sure that that quality carries forward in whatever we do. We even won an award in event booth, okay. This is one of the flagship event in technology summit, which is called CBIT, which happens in Toronto every year. Massive 40,000 people attend. Okay, we won the best booth design award. You know what? Who designed that booth? It was designed by Manigandan. Okay, and he is not from any fancy design schools. He is from Palayam Gotai. Okay, you know what he was doing before joining Zoho? He was an electrician and doing plumbing works. Okay. So it's not about never ever think that, never ever let someone to dictate that what you cannot do, okay? If someone tells that you cannot do this, you have to go back and prove them, okay, this is what we have done. Now Zoho is considered as a reference book for design and reference for brand building, okay? We never hired anybody outside. We never went to McKinsey, we never went to any big design schools. We built our own design skills. But it took us 15 years. It took us 15 years. If you are for a long, short run, then branding is not at all for you. Okay, to build a global brand, you need to invest in your resources. You need to believe in your capabilities, right? So by this, I would like to end saying that, okay, I always tell this to my wife that if Almighty has given you talent, right? If you are not expressing or making something out of that talent, you have to answer Almighty. Same thing happens for you. If Almighty has given you capital, Almighty has given you resources, if you are not expanding your business globally, if you are not building global brand from Tamil Nadu, you are answerable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I like the term, never let anyone tell you what you can and cannot do. All right, fantastic. And Zoho has been an inspiration. I remember Zoho as the platform that we used to create the first hospital electronic medical record system for Tamil Nadu and for India at that point of time, way back in 2010. So that's how I remember Zoho. Okay, now I would request, there was a surprise entry in between by our president of the United Economic Forum on a bike, a very grand hero type entry, only the music was missing. But now it's a more planned entry. I request Mr. Ahmed Buhari to please come on stage. Sir, can you please come on stage to felicitate our speakers of the previous session? So I request the speakers of this session to please come on stage for a memento that we have for them, starting with Dr. Maluk Mohammed, co-founder, VP Research, CEO, India, Twin Health. And of course, there's a long list of achievements for Sir that we all know about. I also request Mr. Abdul Khadir Abdul Rahman Buhari, Chairman, Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council, Pro-Chancellor, B.S. Abdul Rahman, Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause, please, for these wonderful speakers, for the work that they're doing, the inspiration that they've brought to the table today. I would also call Mr. Muhammad Rabiq, founder and chairman, SAIPA. I'm not seeing Mr. Muhammad Rabiq. Yes. Also Mr. Rafiq Aslam, former creative director, Zoho. Let's have a quick group photo as well with all of you for the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, President. We are behind time, so we're not doing the Q&A. We're going to quickly move on to the next session. And the next session is fast-tracking $4 trillion for Tamil Nadu. Let me quickly introduce you to that session. So with over 3,000 active startups, 50-plus incubators, and strong investor interest, Tamil Nadu is fast emerging as a major entrepreneurial hub. With India projected to reach 250 unicorns by 2030, the state is well placed to be a leading contributor. This session explores how large-scale entrepreneurship, supported by startup incubators, accelerators, universities, and global investors, can expand productivity, enhance youth employment, and stimulate regional economic momentum. Mr. Rabiq is here. President, can I request you to please hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Mohammed Rabiq of SAIPA. Thank you, sir. Let me introduce our first speaker of the next session. Our first speaker of the next session is a serial entrepreneur and general partner at July Ventures, an AIF fund. Previously, he was founder and managing director of Future Focus Infotech, FFI, a leading IT consulting and staffing enterprise with operations across India, the Middle East, and the US. A long-standing lead investor with the Indian Angel Network, he has achieved multiple successful exits with several of his portfolio startups on track to become category-leading unicorns. He actively mentors numerous early-stage ventures. A respected ecosystem builder, he serves as director at Native Lead, promoting entrepreneurship in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. He's a charter member of TIE Chennai and has contributed to the NASSCOM National SME Council and Regional Council. As chair of the Technology Committee at SICI, he led initiatives including Yadum Ure for diaspora investments and anchored key MSME policy discussions. He received the CII Mentor of the Year 2020 award. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a proud privilege to invite Mr. M.V. Subramaniam, venture capitalist, startup ecosystem builder, general partner, July Ventures. A big round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be primarily with the family of Mr. Abdul Qadir. And I have seen your father also very earlier. So I am very happy to be associated with this event. But the subject, I can speak various subjects, but the subject given to me was mass entrepreneurship. I know why this subject has been given to me. Going back and looking at, I do not know how many of you are entrepreneurs behind, not in the first row. Most of them are entrepreneurs here. Okay. I understand very, very few entrepreneurs are sitting. All the others are maybe investors. So I'm happy to associate and then look at how I can deliver what has been given to me as a subject, as a mass entrepreneurship. Going back and looking at my life earlier, when I started my career around 86, 87, I wanted to become an entrepreneur. So it was very, very difficult that time when I go back and tell my house, my parents says, உன்னை படிக்க வச்சது இதுக்கு தானா, உனக்கு நீ கல்யாணம் பண்ணிட்ட பிறகு நீ என்டர்பிரனர் ஆகு, அது வரைக்கும் வந்து எங்கேயாவது போய் ஒரு ஜாப் தேடிக்கோன். The first job I got was English Hattrick. The next job I got was being a husband to another spouse of mine, and that is a successful event for my family. Then came my urge for being entrepreneur did not come down at all. I thought I have to go and then look at various entrepreneurs who have been successful to understand, is there a way that I can follow their footsteps? அவங்க ஃபுட்ஸ்டெப்ஸை என்னால் ஃபாலோ பண்ண முடியுமான்னு தேடி தான் நான் நிறைய பேரை போய் பார்த்தேன். பட் ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி அண்ட் அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி ஐ வாஸ் நாட் பீன் கைடட். இன்னைக்கு நான் எதுக்கு இந்த பேஸை நான் க்ரியேட் பண்ணிடுறேன்னா, இன்றைக்கு உள்ள சிச்சுவேஷன் ஹவு இட் இஸ் ஃபார் அஸ் டு ஸ்கேல் அவர் என்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப் இன்டு அ மாஸ் என்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப்ன்றது ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்முக்காக இப்போது அதை சொல்ல வேண்டியதாக இருக்குது. அன்றைக்கி வந்து பேங்க்ஸ் டசன்ட் சப்போர்ட், ஃபேமிலி டஸ் நாட் சப்போர்ட் டு கிவ் மனி டு எனிபடி ஹூ வாண்டட் டு பிகம் அன் என்டர்பிரினர். எஜுகேஷன் கொடுத்தாச்சு, அதோடு முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. அதோட வி ஹாவ் டு டேக் கேர் ஆஃப் அவர் லைஃப். ஸோ பட் நான் என்னோட அர்ஜித் தீரல. அதனால் ஐ பீன் டு ஸ்டாக் மார்க்கெட், பீங் அன் இன்ஜினியர் இன் ஒர்க்கிங் இன் இங்கிலீஷ் ஹேட்ரிக், பட் ஐ வாஸ் டூயிங் ஃபார் மை ஓன் பர்பஸ். ஐ வாஸ் ஆக்சுவலி லேர்னிங் ஸ்டாக் மார்க்கெட், ஹவு டு ட்ரேட் இன் இட். தென் அந்த ஒரு பேசிக் ஃபண்டமெண்டல் இதை வச்சு ஐ காட் அண்ட் கட் டு கம் அவுட் ஆஃப் த கம்பெனி, ஸ்டார்ட் அ போர்ட்ஃபோலியோ மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் கம்பெனி. That time SEBI was not there. Portfolio management என்ற ஒரு வேர்டு கிடையாது. But I helped people who wanted to invest in stock market. I do my research and give them the input such a way that they can invest. So this is how I came into the business. But in the middle, maybe from 94 to 97, I have done many investments. இவங்கள மாதிரி கிடையாது, இந்த ஃபேமிலி பண்ண மாதிரி கிடையாது. பட் என்னோட பர்சனல் லெவலில் என்னால் என்ன பண்ண முடியுமோ சின்ன சின்ன இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் இன் ட்ரேடிங், இன் மேனுஃபேக்சரிங், இதிலெல்லாம் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணேன். எல்லாமே வந்து ஃபெயிலியர். ஸோ இட் வாஸ் அ வெரி டிசாஸ்டர் ஜேர்னி ஃபார் மீ, அண்ட் தட் இஸ் வாட் ஐ லேர்ன்ட். பிகாஸ் சக்ஸஸ் ஸ்டோரியில் ஒன்றுமே இருக்காது, ஃபெயிலியரில் நிறைய ஸ்டோரி வந்துடுச்சு. 97 ஐ ஹேட் சம் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் ஹூ டோல்டு, மணி நீ இதே மாதிரி பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன்னா இது ஸ்கேல் பண்ண முடியாது, அதனால் கேன் வி ஸ்டார்ட் அ IT training company, which was, I went to Bytech at the time. They were doing Y2K training. I just asked for, enakku franchise kudikiringlaanu. Bytech was not ready to give the franchise in our terms. They are ready to give franchise, but enga terms la enga kitta paisa kedaiyadhu, adanaala enga terms la kudukka mudiyadunnaanga. So we started a company called Future Focus Infotech, which is earlier known as Focus Infotech. Y2K training ka start pannadhu. To cut the story down, it was started as a training company. It went into staffing. It went into services. We built a company which was around 600 crore, and then we sold it to Japanese. So that was the our entrepreneur journey-ல வந்து இவ்வளோ ஒரு, அதாவது பார்க்கும்போது திரும்பி பார்க்கும்போது I did not think how much I will earn. இன்னைக்குள்ள என்டர்பிரனர் மாதிரி கிடையாது. என்ன வேல்யூவேஷன், நான் என்ன மந்த்லி சேலரி எடுத்துகிட்டு போனோம், இந்த மாதிரிலாம் கிடையாது. அப்போ வந்து இட்ஸ் ஒன்லி ஐ ஹாவ் டு பி சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல். இதுதான் ஜேர்னியாக வந்து வி பில்ட் இட். பட் இந்த மிடில் வாட் ஸ்டக் மீ வாஸ், எங்கேயாவது நானும் யாராவது ஒரு என்டர்பிரினர் வந்து என்கிட்ட நான் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் வச்சுருக்கேன், இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுவீங்களான்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, நான் இமிடியேட்டாக ஐ ஜஸ்ட் லுக் அட் த ப்ராஜெக்ட், ஐ இன்வெஸ்ட். பட் இது நிறைய இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ணி என்ன ஆகிடுச்சு, எல்லாமே ஃபெயிலியர். பிகாஸ் ஐ டிட் நாட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட். நம்ம ஒரு இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ண பிறகு அந்த என்டர்பிரினர் என்ன பண்ணுறாரு, ஒரு சங்கடம் வரும்போது அந்த என்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப்பை விட்டுட்டு ஹீ கோஸ் டு சம்திங் எல்ஸ், என்னோட இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் அப்படியே போயிடும் அதில். ஸோ ஐ தாட் இது வந்து என்னோட மாடல் வந்து சரி கிடையாதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் ஐ கேம் இன் டு இந்தியன் ஏஞ்சல் நெட்வொர்க். ஐ எம் டாக்கிங் அபவுட் 15-16 இயர்ஸ் பேக். இந்தியன் ஏஞ்சல் நெட்வொர்க் வந்த பிறகு தான் ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் லேர்னிங் ஹவு டு இன்வெஸ்ட் அஸ் அ குரூப் அண்ட் ஹவு டு பிக் அப் அ entrepreneur, how to pick up the domain, how do I invest, and over a period of time I learned how to exit. So in the journey, it was a 15-year journey for me, and then I would have invested around 20-22 investments, and my exits will be 4 or 5. Still failure is there, but my exits are bigger. Because one of the investment which I did, which I led in IITM Research Park was Unifor, which is now $3 billion in valuation. When I invested, it was $2 million. So it has an potential to grow much higher. ஸோ அதனால் எனக்கு வந்து அப்பமும் வந்து ஏன்னா ஒரு பீரியட் ஆஃப் டைம் நம்ம லைஃப் ஜேர்னியில் வந்து the money which we are earning may not be very big for us to impact us. So I decided I will stay investing into the startups, build that ecosystem. இங்கேருந்து தான் I migrated to Native Lead ஒரு organization. இந்த ஸ்பீக்கர் மிஸ்டர் சிவராஜா வந்திருந்தாருன்னா he would have spoken. I'm a director there in Native Lead, Tier 2 city, Tier 3 city, anything related with agriculture, non-IT, non-IIT, non-engineering backgroundsல இல்லாத நிறைய projects வந்து we wanted to promote Tier 2, Tier 3 city. It has taken us nearly, I remember still, I have gone and trained more than 250 investors. எதுக்கு investors வேணும்னா இந்த ஃபேமிலி மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் எல்லாருக்கும் கிடைக்காது. They will not be able to reach. So we have to find investors at the local district levels. ஒரு 250 investors I have trained. Then after 10 years I look back. முன்னாடி எப்படின்னா நான் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் there are other investors who comes and invest because of some of the successes which I had earlier. But இன்னைக்கு looking back, I don't even show my face. I don't even talk in the forum. But இன்னைக்கு வந்து at least we have more than 15 to 20 lead investors in the Native Lead investment group. இவங்க எல்லாம் பண்ணுறது வந்து நம்ம கேட்குற இப்போ ராப்டி வந்து ஒரு இன்ஜினியரிங் மார்வல் ஆர் மேபி in the EV space. பட் அவங்க சொல்கிறதெல்லாம் வந்து சால்விங் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரோட ப்ராப்ளம் லைக் ஹாப்பி ஹென்ஸ்னு ஒன்று, மேங்கோ பாயிண்ட்னு ஒன்று, இதெல்லாம் வந்து அந்த ரீஜனுக்குரிய ஒரு ஸ்பெஷலைசேஷனை எடுத்து they have built it as a kind of an startup which has grown to the size. அங்கேயும் I have seen exits. So இது வந்து then I realized that it is going to be a huge success if we get into the place where there is a huge need. இதிலிருந்து வந்தது தான் ஒரு ஆஃப் ஷூட். Luckily Shivaraja has become the CEO of Tansim. I am associated with Tansim in the space of funding SC/ST candidates who are coming into entrepreneurship. You will not believe, SC/ST we would have done some more than 40 investments, around 60 to 70 crores. I sit as an IC member there, investment committee member. Today, that investment, 90% of the investment is above water. In the sense, they are all surviving, they are all doing next level of business, they are all raising money, and I will not be surprised, it will cross the numbers which nobody would have thought. This is the kind of growth an SC/ST candidate can give. That means, it is not about somebody who is studying in IIT alone, it is not studying in some engineering colleges. Entrepreneurship is today available for everybody to look at as an biggest option. Main is you have to encourage your children, because I see many of the seniors here, but I urge to say that you have to encourage your children to take entrepreneurship as one option. And whoever gone for a job, I probably say that motivate them in their lifetime to take an entrepreneurship and try it out, because that kind of a freedom I don't think anybody can enjoy, because entrepreneurship is nothing but a freedom to think. You have all the resources, which is you have the freedom to use it, both time and money, and you really start enjoying the supporting others, and then make sure that they also grow, and you will be very happy to see that. So now coming back to this, again, the mass entrepreneurship. So this has been happening for last 10 years in the Native Lead and Native. Now we go back and look at, somebody said there are 50 incubators. There may be some numbers are missing. At least more than 100 incubators are available in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu will be the number one in terms of state in number of incubators which is available. And among that, which I have seen, CAIC, I have seen them growing from IIT themselves, I have seen them growing from last 15 years. IITM Research Park, I was associated. I have seen them growing for last 15 years. I go back and look at last week, I spent 2 days in IIT itself, into the institution itself. Then I found that what we call it as mass entrepreneurship coming from one professor with one technology. He talks about his specialization is non-destructive inspection. That is the only specialization he had, which he is focusing on. He has built more than 10 companies with one specialization and the passion under which he speaks. Then I realized that this whole entrepreneurship is moving to the next level. The reason is they are solving the real-time problem, and the professors and the students not only creating white papers and IP, they are also moving towards making sure that that IP becomes useful functionally for the society. This helps me to think the entrepreneurship it is going to the next level. So there are two categories of things which I said. The people who have downtrodden, if you are able to support them, they are successful, and they make sure that whatever the money they got, they make it as a successful for them, because for them it is a life. The second side I looked at is the institution where most of them migrate to US after the education. They all started looking at why not we stay here and solve the problem. I asked the professor, what is one criteria for you to choose the entrepreneur so that they stay back and build that organization? The thing which he said, next 2 years you will take 25,000 rupees per month as a salary, and you will not talk about valuation, you will be only talking about getting first few customers. And that customers are big, because the problem is big, customers are big. So this is a kind of problem which has been given, or constraint given to the entrepreneur, and he is able to pick up 10 different companies which is highly scalable. Coming back again, in these two areas which I give in, because most of them are sitting here as a contributors to this ecosystem, we actually trying to build, my maybe family member is involved in building this SCST fund where they do the diligence of this startups which comes to them. We are now trying to build accelerator for Dalits alone. Only accelerator for Dalits. So that we felt that supporting them at the right time, and people have the right idea, they actually improve them much better than any other ecosystem which I have seen, where the failures are more. And those people are able to take this to the next level. Only thing what is missing to them was a guidance at the right time. So I've just given input, just shared here and there what is actually I'm probably trying to associate with and trying to do. And this is all small initiation we can do. And people who are sitting in the front, and if they think and what they are doing, and that is going to multiply, anyway, whatever the valuation they are going to give it at CAIC, they are going to give it back to the society again. I don't think they are now encouraged to do that because of the success which they have seen. For example, the Rapti, which was here, I do not know whether Dinesh is here. Rapti was the first who came to me, and I did not understand that space of EV. Then I sent it to Mr. Manu Iyer, who is a Blue Hill Capital. Manu Iyer took it from there, and then he took it to Crescent, and then from there the growth was. Rapti again came back to me when the government, Tamil Nadu government, have a fund in TIDCO. I sit as an IC, investment committee member for TIDCO also. So that came for the next round of funding of around 25 to 30 crores. That got approved. So the contribution which can be given by the ecosystem, that is, Tamil Nadu as a government has built so much of platform and ecosystem. India has built all the other infrastructure. Institutions, Crescent is one of the leading institutions which I have seen personally from where it started as an incubator and it has grown to the size. I met Mr. Abdul Qadir long back. I met Mr. Bukhari. Every time I meet him, his only subject was, can we build an accelerator which he is ready to take it to other countries. So this is the passion by which I have met this philanthropist, if I have to say, more than a business person. And the Parvez and the Nisha, who's passionately built this. Every time they come up smiling with building this crescent engineering. Every time I meet them, they say that I have so many entrepreneurs who have come in. So if I have to do the mass entrepreneurship, first is the incubators, the second is the framework available, third is the mentorship available, fourth is the money available for them to do. I think we are at the right spot. Just now I was talking to Mr. Ahmed, who was the president of the this UEF. I was asking what is the delta where he is coming from. Today, Tamil Nadu is around $400 billion as a GSDP. And India GDP is around 4 trillion, so it is around 10%. He said in 47, it will be around 27 trillion, and India is the same, 10%, it is around 2.6 trillion from Tamil Nadu. He says the delta of 1.3 is what we are looking at from building entrepreneurship. But only thinking which other speakers have actually dealt with, what is missing, I will tell you what is required. Because now I sit in a fund which is 1,000 crore fund. I evaluate every day companies on those spaces which is coming from. Rarely I see companies coming from Tamil Nadu in certain space. Now I look at fintech, supply chain, green clean, and health tech. These are the 4 areas which we specialize in. Our first check is 20 crores. So we look at the companies, whether interested coming from this Tamil Nadu, because I can really support and guide them for the next stage. Unfortunately, I don't see it. Maybe in coming days, if you are able to take up very specific domains from Crescent and then start building up with all the infrastructure which is available. For example, if I say TITCO 25 crore, it is available, but we have to find out whether we will be able to match it in the next 5 years. If we are able to get there, we get 2 companies 25 crore like what Rapti has got. I think our infrastructure will help us to grow to the next stage. I stop here because the bell has rung. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope to keep supporting your activities and whichever the forum it is. Thank you very much.
If I'm able to see further than others, it's only because I stand on the shoulders of giants. Thank you for being one such giant, sir. Thank you. Right. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We need more people like him, and we need more people like Mr. Abdul Qadir as well to support all the young minds who are there. Right. From mass entrepreneurship, it's time to go to inspired leadership. And to talk about it, our next speaker, she's a chemical engineer and MBA graduate who's passionate about enabling and empowering young corporate leaders, women, and college students as they begin their professional journeys. With 30+ years of experience at the intersection of culture, literature, and corporate evolution in India, she brings a rich and diverse perspective. She transitioned from engineering to banking, holding several leadership roles and driving operational excellence throughout her distinguished career. A gifted orator, she speaks extensively on literature, Tamil culture, tradition, and women's empowerment, addressing numerous corporate forums and youth gatherings. She is a strong advocate for diversity and inclusion, having served on City India's Diversity Council for over 7 years and its Ethics Committee for 2 years. She also led and managed the consumer banking division at Citibank for more than 3 decades. An accomplished writer, she contributes weekly columns to the Times of India, and her books on women empowerment are widely read. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Bharati Bhaskar, motivational speaker and independent director, Hudson Agro Foods. Ma'am.
brothers and sisters, I am indeed honored to be in the midst of this august gathering. Dear brother Mr. Buhari and other members of the UEF, thank you for this great opportunity. So let me start off by saying that I'm always immensely happy to be associated with people who are able to have and cherish a dream. That's exactly what I'm seeing here. 4 trillion for TN. Indeed a great dream, isn't it? Like my previous speaker mentioned here, where are we today? The state GDP data that was released by RBI about a couple of days ago mentions that Tamil Nadu is at about 31.17 lakh crores, roughly translating to little less than $400 billion. That's where we are. To be at this point is a high point because we are second amongst the states. And more importantly, if you see the rate of growth over the last 3 years, every year Tamil Nadu has surpassed something like a 13% growth, which is excellent, exceptional. From here to dream for something like $4 trillion is a great dream to cherish and have. So this is very interesting to be in this space, to stand here and dream for that in 47. Some of us may not be there when this is ultimately achieved. But it's very important to sow the seeds, the fruits of which may be reaped by somebody else. But like how Shivaji Ganesan sir mentions in movie Tevar Magan, whether naam pottadu. It is our duty. Idu enna? Perumaya, idu kadama. That's what the dialogue goes of. So we are a part of delivering our duty in the place that we are so proud to be a part of. So when Sir Buhari mentioned to me that he wanted me to talk about leadership, I'm just thinking about how do you reach there? You can just be relaxed, sitting wherever we are, saying that anyway we are doing about 12 to 13% growth, even if there are some calamities like corona or whatever it is, give or take, an annualized growth of about 9% will anyway happen. So if you just let this arithmetic progression happen and happen and happen, you'll ultimately be there. That's one way of just thinking about it. But that's not why we are here. This entire forum, UEF, is thinking beyond that. So what is really required to be there so that you're ahead of the curve? So you're ahead of other states and you end up being the biggest contributor to India reaching great heights. There is only one requirement. You need to create leaders. And all my previous speakers here, I think I have heard some excellent speeches right from the time I came here. If you have to summarize everything that they said, in order for us to be in this space, some of you are here to invest. Angel investors are here. Some of you are here to guide. So there are mentors. Some of you are running forums, like what my brother Sir Buhari is doing. Is that enough? All of you are ready to water the seed, provide light for the seed. But the seed has to be of a quality that it is determined to germinate and grow. What I mean is that we need to have leaders if you have to be there. So, are there leaders? Everybody is a leader in one's own stride. But if you have to just define what really makes a leader, is there any definition that's available? It's a very vague topic, right? Everybody has one's own definition of a leadership. So let me tell you the example that I saw. I am born and brought up in Chennai. So I belong to a place which is called Kottivakam. Some of you may be aware. But when I was in school, that place was not like how you see it today. It was a place that hardly had any transport facilities. There used to be only one bus. I remember the bus number 19. That was the only bus. It used to come from Neelangarai up to Adyar. That was the only bus. A lot of days we have ran behind the bus to catch that bus. So in that bus, it was specially designed for our brothers and sisters who belong to the fishermen community. So a lot of them used to come with their huge baskets. So crowded bus always, and you know how it is, right? And in those days, and even in these days, many women are here, you're quite familiar. There used to be a lot of eve teasing. Some guys, not all, but some, just used to board the bus just to abuse the girls there, right? So I was probably in class 9 that time. So a lot of women were sitting, men were sitting, a lot of men and women were standing. In the middle of that, there was a school kid, little elder than me, probably in 11th or 12th or something like that. So some guy tried to kind of misbehave with that girl. We were all saying it, but we were too shocked, too small. We felt we were nobody to kind of stop something like that. And the entire bus was saying what was happening, but nobody said anything. Then there was this lady who was carrying that huge basket with a fishing net and all that. When you see her, one would know that she probably was never given an opportunity to study or come up or do big business, nothing like that. Definitely poor, very poor. She saw that. Then next second, she stood up and just abused that guy in typical Chennai Tamil, if you know what I mean, right? She never cared who that guy was. Is he going to be big? Is he going to be power and influential? What will happen to me after I tried to stop him from whatever? She never thought about any of those things. At that moment, on that point, she wanted to say something and she said that. Now, so many years have passed. My daughters have now finished school and college. So many years have passed. But when I remember that day, one thought keeps coming to my mind. I saw a leader in her. I don't know if she eventually became a leader, but I saw a leader in her. She was able to stand up. She was able to say what she wanted to say. And she was able to stop something that was not the best thing that was happening around. When everybody was quiet, here was a woman who was uneducated, who was poor, who has not been given any opportunities, but she had that courage to stand up. I saw a leader in her. So leadership in many cases is inherently born. But in many other cases, we have a huge opportunity to create leaders. And that's what I'm going to talk about. So it reminds me of my Pattimandram stage. அங்கதான் நடுவர் பெல் அடிப்பாரு, இங்கேயும் ஒரு பெல் அடிக்கிறாங்க. So let me be mindful about my time. So how do you create leaders, or what are the things that you actually look for in leaders? I'm going to just take some reference from Tirukkural and say 2 or 3 things depending on how much time I have. So from this point, I may be switching on to Tamil. When I'm talking about Tirukkural, I think it naturally gels with it, so I hope you don't mind. The first quality of a leader that I learned from Tirukkural is, a leader is somebody who is willing to wait for the right opportunity. The right opportunity is the key word out here. So the Tirukkural goes like this. Kokkokka kumbum paruvattu matrodun kuttokka seertha idathu. So it translates like this. Just wait like a stork or a crane. Just wait. When the right opportunity comes, just strike like how the stork does this. So let me spend a minute on this. A lot of us have seen cranes or storks, as you call it, kokku, standing near a pond, water stream. And it's waiting. Wait பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கும். யாரோ ஒருத்தன் போய் கொக்கிட்ட கேட்டா எதுக்கு வெயிட் பண்ற? பசிக்குது, ஃபிஷ் வேணும், வெயிட் பண்ற. நிறைய ஃபிஷ் போயிட்டே இருக்கேன், அதை சாப்பிட வேண்டியதானே, ஏன் வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கிற? I'm waiting for the right fish to come. The right fish is a big one, the meaty one, and that's what I'm waiting for. So this man tells the crane, அது வரப்போ வரட்டும், உனக்கு பசிக்குது இல்லை, முன் பசிக்கு கொஞ்சம் சின்ன சின்ன ஃபிஷ் சாப்பிடலாம் தானே, like all of us do, right? I'm sure a lot of you are hungry. We didn't have a tea break. So you would be thinking, oh, let me have munch a biscuit now, so whenever lunch comes, it comes. So that's what this guy tells the shark. Just eat the small fish, it's okay. When your big fish comes, there goes your opportunity. The fish says, no, I'm not going to do that. Because when I am eating a small fish and my fish comes, I'm not going to have enough time to spew this or spit this and then attack the big one. By then it's gone. So I will stay hungry, but let me wait for the big fish to come. That's exactly what Tirukkural says. Kokkokka kumbum paruvattu matrodhan kuttokka seertha idatte. A leader is somebody who is unwilling to compromise for something which is not her or his dream. Just wait, the opportunity will come. You will have to look for the right opportunity, but don't ever settle for something less than what you aspire, what you dream. This is the first lesson that I learned from Thiruvalluvar about leadership, willingness to wait. The willingness to wait comes inherently with the trust in Almighty, that God will hear me, God will help me. I have to wait. The second quality of a leader that I have learned from Tirukkural is that, here goes the couplet, உள்ளுவதெல்லாம் உயர் உள்ளது மற்றது தள்ளினும் தள்ளாமை நீர்த்து. It means think big. I mean, what's the point of being an entrepreneur who's saying that my father had a business which probably, let's say, there was a turnover of, let's say, 1 crore, just hypothetically. Now the son or the daughter now says, I want to be the next gen entrepreneur. So what's your dream? I should make at least 2 crores. Give me a break. If your father is making 1 crore, if you don't do anything also, you'll make 2 crores. That's what inflation does to us. You will anyway make 2 crores unless and until you're making a big mistake. So what is your dream? Think big. If your father has done a business which is making 1 crore, if you don't dream for something like 100 crores, why are you even dreaming? It's not worth dreaming at all. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. We are not saying we have $400 billion today at Tamil Nadu. So in about 10 years, maybe we will be there at 1 trillion, give or take. No. No, if you're thinking, think big. That's what Valluvar said. Ulluvadellam uyar ullal matrathu tallinum tallamai neerthu. So the second line in this couplet is very important. So one would ask, ma'am, you're telling me to dream big. And I'm dreaming big. What if it doesn't happen? What if I fail? Valluvar says that it's okay. It's okay to fail having dreamt big rather than not dreaming big at all. That's what this really means. So I am reminded of, I'm mindful of the time, but let me try and expedite as much as possible. I'm just thinking about how people sometimes wait for the big dream to kind of happen. And Providence, Almighty, Universe, whatever you call it, will give them that gift. Ratan Tata and his company, during 1998, I think, they wanted to sell off their car division. So they approached a European car company. They went all the way to Europe. It was Ford, so let me give the name, nothing wrong, because it's all over the media, right? So they went and approached Ford, asked Ford to take over their car division. Ford, at that point of time, that leadership did not treat them well at all. They were humiliated. They even asked Ratan Tata himself, what do you know about car business? Why did you even start this vehicle? So Ratan Tata decided to drop the idea and came back to India. So most of you are entrepreneurs, some of us are working professionals. All of us have seen humiliation, right? Is there even one among you who has never seen any humiliation? You may be rich, you may be wealthy, you may be poor, you may be whatever, right? You may be running big organizations. But there are occasions when all of us have been humiliated. So Ratan Tata gulped that humiliation, dropped the deal, came back to India. That was 1998, my dear friends. Come 2008, the time turned. It was Ratan Tata's time to purchase Jaguar and Land Rover from the Ford themselves. So he acquired those brands. What happened in between? 10 years happened in between. And in those 10 years, Tata Division really went big in their efforts, in their dream, in building the capability. Finally, they acquired the Jaguar itself. And Ford this time came to Mumbai to sell their products to Ratan Tata, sir. So, whenever I think of this incident, I remember this Tirukural which says, think big, nothing wrong. If you're an entrepreneur who's starting, your only job is to think big. So I'm going to stop here to say that all of us are talking about building entrepreneurship. We are talking about building leadership skills. At this point, I want to say that my dream is to see UEF bringing as many women entrepreneurs as possible. Next year when you're doing this forum, or 2 years from now when you're doing this forum, kindly invite me, sir. I should be around, I think. I want to come here and say that you can just give me 2 minutes, not 15 minutes, right? So in that forum, I want to talk about saying that 2 years back, I came here and I spoke about more and more women entrepreneurs coming through UEF. And today your data says that 50% of the entrepreneurial support that you have given is for women leaders. I want to make that statement on this stage. Maybe you will hold it somewhere else, but I'll come there and I want to make that statement. Why am I saying that? Not because I'm a feminist, because I'm not a feminist. I'm a humanist. I'm not a feminist. I am making this statement because unless you get women to partake in leadership activities, there is no dream that is going to be fulfilled without women actively taking part in it. And let me extend it further. When I say women leaders, it's not only women entrepreneurs because their husbands, their brothers, and their fathers are entrepreneurs, but these are women entrepreneurs who are able to independently think and take leadership positions. So the third quality for a leader, very, very important, is that, let me give the Tirukural first and then give the context. Idambai kidambai paduppar, idambai padadavar. A very funny sounding couplet, right? The same word is used at least 5 times in this couplet. Idambai kidambai paduppar, idambai padadavar. It translates as follows. Misery or pain or whatever you call it, right? Misery or pain. It fails with some people. Why? Because they give misery to misery. They give pain to pain. Idambai paduppa. They give pain to pain. So when you are able to sustain, when you are able to take troubles, and then see some positivity amidst that, then I think you are a leader, and that is the skill set that I really see missing in the Gen Z leaders of today. It's really missing. They're all good, they're super intelligent, they're intellectually far ahead of us. Technologically, they know much more than us. But the only thing which I think is probably lacking is that, because I visit a lot of colleges and meet these people, come the first failure, they will give up everything and go home crying, Mama, Papa, see what happened to me. That resilience, the ability to take adversaries in life, probably is something that we have to groom in our budding leaders. So let me give you an example. I hope I still have another 5 minutes. Yeah, okay, Naveed said. So Naveed is a good friend. We used to work together, and thank you for calling me here, Naveed. So let me give you an example. My first boss in my previous organization, when I joined almost like 28 years ago, he was my first boss. Can't forget him. Rajendra Sabarwal is his name. He was heading the NRI business for our bank. It was the most profitable business. The entire bank in India was thriving because of this one vertical. So he was like ruling. You know how organizations treat people who bring money, isn't it? So he was given all titles, everything. He was a king here. So when he did so well, the organization decided to transfer him to US. So 28 years ago, we were all very young, and for us, the biggest thing that can happen in life for somebody is to get a posting in US. Then, not now. So yesterday, I think Kamakodi sir made a statement here. Sir was saying that the brain drain is actually coming to an end thanks to Mr. Trump, right? So after the visas, positions are getting little circumspect. I think our people are planning to stay here, which is a good thing. But 28 years ago, that was not the case. We all thought that getting transferred in US is the thing that can happen to a person. So we were all very happy for him. He went there, he took the position. Later we heard that there were like 1,500 branches in US of our bank, and they were all rated in terms of their performance. He was made the branch manager of the branch that was the least performing branch. So we felt very sorry for him. So, eppadi irundana eppadi aiten types, right? So he was like the big guy here, and then there he has gone to head a branch that was the least nobody was below them. They were the least performing branch. So he came back after 3 months to take his family. We met him at a dinner. We all decided that we'll put up a very sorry kind of a face. We'll not smile because he's anyway not happy. Why should we be smiling? Boy, Pata, he was very happy. He was smiling and he was beaming. He was very happy. So we asked him, Sabi, that's how we used to call him. Sabi, how come you're happy? You've been made the head of the branch, which is the least performing branch. And he gave me an answer which I will never forget in my life. He said, I'm very happy. You know why? There is only one direction I can go from here. I can't go any worse. I can only improve from here. I can't get any worse. So that's what I call as positivity. You've been put in a place which is probably thought of by people as the worst. But there he saw a very positive point. He said, even if I improve a little, even if I create a little bit of delta in my revenue or profit or customer base, everybody is going to appreciate me. Why? Because I am the least performing, worst performing branch. Then I thought of this Thirukural. Idumbai paduppar. Idumbai padadavar. There are people who give pain to pain itself. So when we groom our leaders, the only thing we need to tell them is be resilient. So when I go to colleges these days, the professors, or when I go to schools, the teachers are too scared to tell anything to the students. Why? Because if we say anything, then they say that they are mentally disturbed. They are like, so I was thinking about our own school days when our teachers even used to slap us. It was allowed those times. And we never bothered about it. And in retrospect, I remember only those teachers who were very hard on us. Why? Because they are the ones who made us resilient. So when I come to organizations and we go through bad patches and we go through difficult days, we are not so bothered. Why? Because our physics and chemistry teachers have been much more hard on us than what our bosses do, right? So resilience is what is making a person a complete boss. The last one that I want to talk about is another Thirukural which says, Ooruni neer niraindatthe, ulagavam perarivalan thiru. So he actually compares a pond of good water that is in the middle of a city or a town. Just think about a pond. Not polluted, it's good water, and it's there in the middle of the town. So the entire town or the village or the city is going to be benefited by the water in the pond, isn't it? He compares this pond to a person who has created wealth. Ooruni neer niraindatthe, ulagavam perarivalan thiru. So whenever I'm thinking about Dr. B.S. Abdul Rahman, whenever I have visited UAE a few times, and I remember the ETA of those days, and people used to say that ETA was Yellan Tamil Aalu at that point of time. That's how people were talking about it, right? So relevant. And of course, it was not only confined to them. It was multicultural, it was multinational, but there was the strong desire or a dream within him to help the people from the place where he has come up from. So that's how the Crescent Group actually started its educational endeavors. Today, I think it's like a banyan tree where thousands and thousands of students are there. Thousands and thousands of families are supported. More importantly, thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs are getting incubated so that one day they will have a stage like this to come and talk about their success stories. So, wealth creation is very important for any society. That's why we keep targets like this. Very important. An aimless, a goal-less journey is like traveling on, traveling without having a destination in mind, right? So this is like having a clear goal so that the path will form for itself. But why are you doing it? Of course, we want to be wealthy. We want to create a wealthy state. We want to prove to the others that we are ahead of you. More importantly, wealth creation is also to benefit those who are not able to catch this bus. Wealth creation is for those people like that Akka I met when I was in my 8th standard in bus number, route number 19, who had no opportunities, but who had all the skill sets of a leader. Just imagine, had she been given an opportunity, 20 years, I'm sure she'll be running a $1 million organization or a company, just that there were no opportunities. So, ஊருணி நிறைந்தற்றே உலகவாம் பேரறிவாளன் திரு is just about create wealth. That's your responsibility. But while you're doing it, you do it so that everybody around you is benefited. So helping people who are not able to come up on their own, who do not have that kind of a background, is the responsibility, and that is what I have seen in Dr. Abdul Rahman's service, and that's what I am seeing as a goal for UEF. So I can go endlessly because as I speak, I am just thinking of a lot of couplets which I want to share here, but I'm mindful of other speakers and the time that I am taking. So my dear friends, I stand before you to tell you that leaders sometimes are born, but more often than not, leaders are created. How? They see some role models. They have somebody to emulate. They see the person that they want to emulate and they build the leadership qualities within them. So unless you have good leaders who are resilient, who are able to fight whenever adversaries happen, unless you have leaders who dream big, unless you have leaders who want to support society, we will just be standing wherever we are standing. And our entire travel will be running like running on a treadmill. You have run so much, but you have not reached anywhere, right? So we don't want to travel like that. We want a road that takes us there. Somebody has had the guts to dream like this. And we are very proud to be a part of that dream. In whatever way we all can contribute, we must. The most important way that we can contribute to this dream is to create leaders. And for creation of those leaders, all of us have lessons that we have to take to the next generation. So I think that's what was the assignment given to me. Leadership is a huge chapter. Obviously, I can't cover it in 15 minutes, but I just want to let you know that an ancient epic in Tamil, which was probably created about 2000 years ago, stands out to tell us. Let me ask you this question. Most of you have heard about Tirukkural. He talks about mountains. No mountain is named in Tirukkural. He talks about rivers. No river is named in Tirukkural. He talks about kings. Not even the name of one king is mentioned in Tirukkural. He might have talked about the mighty Cheras or Cholas or Pandyas or any other kings. Not a name of a king is mentioned. He talks about ministers. No minister's name is mentioned. He talks about cities. The name of no city is mentioned here. Why would somebody 2000 years back should have created something where he tried to hide his identity completely? Why would you want to do it? When we donate, I mean, some of us, when we donate, we are very particular that please put my name in that tomb or wherever, right? We're very particular about it. This man who lived 2000 years ago, 2 millennia ago, has given such a gift to the entire humanity, but he was so careful about hiding his identity. Even the name Valluvar probably was not his name. It was given by somebody from the future generations. He never put his name as well. Why would somebody do like that? He has done like that because he wanted to create something which will reach everybody in humanity. He never wanted to identify himself with anything, a sect or a language or anything, because he wanted the wealth that he has created to go to everybody in humanity who would probably live 2 millennia later, 3 millennia later. So he is an inspiration himself. He is a leader himself, where we all should emulate his work to know that it is, like I started, I said, idena perumaya idu kadama. So we have to create, we have to sow the seeds. When that germinates and becomes a banyan tree, some of us may not be there, but the tree will be there. And the tree will remember the person who planted the seed. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Please stay on stage. We will felicitate you now, so please stay there. Thank you. So yes, thank you for those amazing lessons from the Thirukkural and how you've imbibed them. Have patience, dream big, build resilience, and be the change. And I absorbed all of them now, right? Thank you so much. All right, can I invite our president of UEF, Mr. Ahmed Buhari Saab, to please come on stage and facilitate our speakers. I invite Mr. M.V. Subramaniam, sir, venture capitalist. Subramaniam, sir. Can I request you to please come on stage? I request the team members to please bring the token of appreciation for Mr. M.V. Subramaniam, venture capitalist, startup ecosystem builder, general partner, July Ventures. And I request our president, United Economic Forum, Mr. Ahmed Buhari, to please give away this token of appreciation. I request the dignitaries to stay on the dais. We have another special felicitation that we'd like to do in your presence. I request our convener of the UEF Trade Summit, Mohammed Ali Saab, to please come on stage. I also request Ms. Arjuman to please come on stage. Ma'am, can I have you on stage? Subramaniam, sir, please stay. We have another felicitation that we'd like to do in your presence. So, Ms. Bharati Bhaskar talked about women empowerment and how she would like to see women entrepreneurs and more women representation in the UEF. UEF today would like to felicitate a young lady who's made us very, very proud from the community. As recently as the last week, she was at the World Championship of Weightlifting in Moscow, and she won 2 gold medals and 1 silver. And we have invited her here so we can felicitate her. Ma'am, Ms. Latifa, can I request you to please come on stage? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. She's doing not only us, but our country proud. And all our brilliant lady members of the UEF Forum are also here on stage to felicitate this young achiever. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Not every day do we have gold medalists with us. Everyone, can you look at the gentleman waving his hand? Yes, yeah. Can we have a mic on stage, please?
And Madam, she has been sponsored by one of the UEF member for this World Cup. This is a World Championship she won in Moscow last week. 2 gold medals and 1 silver representing India. But unfortunately, like Indian government could not support her. So she had to take sponsorship from others. One of the members of UEF has sponsored her. That's SIS, my company. Thank you very much.
தமிழ்லே சொல்கிறேன் சார். என்னோட நேம் லத்திஃபா சிராஜுதீன். நான் எங்கெல்லாம் கிடையாது. என்னோட ஏஜ் 41. ஐ எம் மதர் ஆஃப் 2 கிட்ஸ். ஸோ எனக்கு 2 சிசேரியன் பண்ணி தான் நான் இப்போ ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். வெயிட் லிஃப்டிங் சாம்பியனாக, வேர்ல்டு சாம்பியனாக இருக்கேன். ஸோ இது காரணம் சார், எனக்கு ரஷ்யா அண்டர் ஃபுல்லாக சவுத் இந்தியா ஷெல்டர்ஸ், மிஸ்டர் முகமது அலி சார் அண்ட் மிஸ்டர் நவாஸ் ஹுசைன் சார். ஐ எம் கிரேட்ஃபுல் டு சவுத் இந்தியா ஷெல்டர்ஸ் அண்ட் பாலி ஹவுஸும் எனக்கு ஸ்பான்சர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க எக்யூப்மெண்ட்ஸில். ஸோ ரியலி தேங்க்ஃபுல். அண்ட் யூஎஃப் வந்து இங்கே இந்த மெடல் தான் நான் ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்ட்ராங் உமன் அவார்டு வாங்கினேன். ஸோ ஐ எம் வெரி ஹாப்பி டு கம் அகெயின் அண்ட் ரிசீவ் ஒன்ஸ் அகெயின் அவார்ட். தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
Thank you so
very
much, sir.
Thank you.
This is the community that we'd like to build. This is the talent that we'd like to foster and the inspiration that we'd like to create. I feel very, very proud today to be a member of the UEF and a member of this community.
I thought you are carrying me.
All right, moving on. We still have one more talk that's there from one of our speakers. It's about university entrepreneurship hubs, catalyzing Tamil Nadu's growth. And it's my privilege to invite Dr. M. Parvez Alam, Executive Director and CEO, Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council and Atal Incubation Center, CIIC. As he takes the stage, let me quickly introduce him. Dr. M. Parvez Alam is the Executive Director and CEO of Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council and Atal Incubation Center, where he plays a pivotal role in building and scaling one of Tamil Nadu's leading startup incubation ecosystems. With over 17 years of experience across strategy, marketing, operations, program management, and innovation leadership, he has been instrumental in supporting more than 200 startups across sectors such as deep tech, life sciences, Industry 4.0, mobility, aerospace, and defense. An engineer by training, he holds a master's in management from Great Lakes Institute of Management and Stewart's School of Business, Chicago, and a doctorate in business administration from SP Jain School of Global Management. Dr. Alam is also a certified PMP, agile practitioner, Six Sigma black belt, and a registered technology transfer professional, and is actively engaged as an advisor, mentor, and ecosystem leader, driving innovation, entrepreneurship, and startup growth across India. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. Parvez Alam.
Thank you. So, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, quite often I say that I am always like a backup batsman, 10th batsman in my team. I always put my team in the front and the back, but today I'm a backup speaker. Our Honorable Sivaraja sir, the Mission Director of Startup TN, he couldn't join at the last moment. He conveyed his best wishes for all of you and congratulated. So I'm just trying to pull out some points of what he would like to speak about Tamil Nadu's growth story. So how this university entrepreneurship catalyzing Tamil Nadu's growth is what everyone is now aspiring to think about it. So every university today considered as a research engine. So translation of academic innovation into commercial ventures. But if you see today's context, a majority of our academic institutions, producing a lot of patents and publications which goes into the shelf and it's not converting into a commercial ventures. And incubation support is the next one. While our chairman and my boss who talked about how this research should convert into innovation and innovation into incubation and finally commercial ventures. So that is the next important milestone in the converting into university into a market pipeline. And the third one is the market entry, which is creating more deep tech startups. So we saw the Rapti case in the morning. And the last but not least is the how do we create this economic impact. I think that's what the whole UEF is all about, how to create more, that 4 trillion economy, right? So this is the flow of converting in a university entrepreneurship hubs, how do we convert into an economic engine. Now, this is just to give a very glimpse number of Tamil Nadu's startup ecosystem. So we have 12,000 startups in Tamil Nadu, out of which 50% are women-led startups. So we have to give a big hands to the state of Tamil Nadu. In fact, Honorable Minister T.R.B. Raja on the day one also he talked about more women entrepreneurs are seen in this UEF summit. So 50% comes from women entrepreneurship. And our total ecosystem, the value of the entire startup is now 28 billion. So that leads to now the 4 trillion economy. And if you see, there are 228 startup incubation centers are now part of the Tamil Nadu ecosystem. So this is one of the very important slide. The University Grants Commission and AICT, they talks about, they wanted every university, higher educational institutions to act like an economic engine. So they mainly talk about 4 pillars, which is innovation, entrepreneurship, technology commercialization, and startups. So in the startups, they say they mainly wanted startups to come from student and faculty community. As a favorite statement said by our UEF president, every university should act like a factory of entrepreneurs, right? I think that's what the university hubs should do. And this is an example of, I just wanted to kind out the case studies of what IIT Madras did and what CICV did. So if you see the IIT Madras story, 11,000 jobs created, 500 plus startup incubated, 100 plus new ventures in the last year, 53,000 crores. I think Dr. Malik Muhammad was part of that, the success journey. So on the deep tech leadership and the university district translation, this is what IIT Madras has done this. And what we are trying to, like our chairman also spoke in the morning, we don't want to just copy and paste, rather we want to create our own story. If you see our story, we always say that, I always say that, we are poor man's IIT. So we are trying to build a story on our own. So this is the story we built. So we have 520 crores fundraised, 3,000 crore valuation, 2,400 jobs, and 800 crore sales turnover, etc. But how do we do this, right? So this is the step-by-step process, like the Ministry of Education has created something called National Innovation Startup Policy, which says that every institution should have their own incubation centers and how the student and faculty startup should lead to the economic growth. I think this is what the policy has given the bigger framework, and then they have mandated all the institutions, higher educational institutions, to implement this policy. So we are one of the very pioneers in implementation of this policy. The proof of the pudding, okay. So what institute finally get? Finally, institute gets revenue, and what else they want? They wanted a ranking and ratings, right? So with all these efforts we have talked about so far, our university ranking gone from 11 to 50 in the NARF innovation ranking, in the top 11 to 50, our top 10 are IITs. But one important thing I wanted to say, our university ranking in the top 200, remains in the top 200, 150 to 200 in the NARF university ranking, whereas in the innovation ranking, we went up, almost we lifted our university from 11 to 50. So this shows that innovation and the startup ventures, whatever the university hubs are doing, it is not only contributing to their economic growth, but it also lifts the entire university ranking system to a top level. I think with these few words, I just wanted to thank all of you and then giving me this opportunity to share this idea. In the interest of time, I just took half of the time which allocated to me. Thank you so much.
Sir, your humility personified. The human work that you're doing, lifting the name of the university in a competition, in a country where universities are galore, through innovation is amazing, fantastic, and praiseworthy. A big round of applause for Dr. Perez Alam, please, and the work that he's doing. All right, time now to move on to our next session quickly, and it's time for some inspirational entrepreneurs. So we will do a quick fireside chat again. So this will be a panel discussion. So while the team arranges the chairs on the dais, let me quickly introduce the session to you. So this session features trailblazing founders who have built sector-leading companies under challenging and competitive conditions. Their journeys illustrate Tamil Nadu's strong entrepreneurial character and the state's ability to scale innovations globally. Whether pioneering India's largest salon chain, advancing affordable mobile technology, building India's first private space launch systems, or establishing high-growth global marine and steel businesses. These entrepreneurs embody resilience, ingenuity, and the ambition needed to shape a modern and competitive Tamil Nadu. Their real-world insights will motivate all of us to think boldly and act decisively. And the names that I start announcing will tell you why this session is super important. Right. Before we start and welcome the panelists here, my first job is to introduce our esteemed moderator for the session. Our moderator himself is a trailblazer. He co-founded Aniket Capital LLP, the investment manager to 6 SEBI-registered alternative investment funds, including 3 structured funds and 2 early-stage equity funds. These funds collectively manage 4,500 crores with a diverse investor base comprising HNIs, insurance companies, corporates, public institutions, and family offices. With over 30 years of experience in the banking and financial services industry, of which the last 13 years have been as a professional investor, he has held senior management roles at Citibank, UBS, and ICICI Bank, where he served for nearly 17 years. His final corporate role was as joint general manager at ICICI Bank in 2010, after which he became deeply involved in shaping the SME finance ecosystem. An avid reader of history, he is also passionate about playing golf whenever time permits. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed moderator, Mr. IAS Balamurugan, co-founder, Aniket Capital LLP. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir, for bringing 4,500 crores worth of knowledge to us today. Right. So let me welcome the panelists that will join him on stage. Our first panelist is the co-founder and CMD of Naturals. He's a visionary entrepreneur whose journey embodies resilience, ambition, and purpose. Along with his wife, K. Veena, he founded Natural Salon in 2000. Naturals turned into a pioneering brand that empowered thousands, especially women, to become entrepreneurs. Today, Naturals stands as India's #1 salon chain with 800 plus salons across India and abroad, including the UAE, Sri Lanka, and Singapore. The brand has enabled over 500 financially independent women franchisees and created 15,000 plus direct jobs. His contributions have earned him major accolades such as the CII Emerging Entrepreneur Award 2015, Business Star Award 2016, Franchisee Entrepreneur of the Year Award 2020, and a doctorate from Wales University. So now when we leave home to go get a haircut, we don't tell them we're getting for a haircut, we say we're going to Naturals. Please welcome Mr. C.K. Kumaravel, co-founder, CMD of Naturals. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Our next inspirational entrepreneur. His remarkable journey started from a humble roadside seller to the visionary founder of the successful retail chain, Mizaj. It's a powerful story of resilience and determination. With 5 thriving stores already established, he has created hundreds of job opportunities, ranging from skilled experts to daily wage earners. A strong believer in the transformative power of mentorship, he dedicates significant time to coaching aspiring entrepreneurs. His commitment extends beyond personal success. He has set an ambitious goal to generate over 5,000 employment opportunities by 2030, aiming to uplift entire communities and serve as a beacon of positive change and inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Abdul Rafi, founder and CEO, Mizaj. And that impeccably tailored suit will tell you what it's all about. We'll all talk about Mizaj soon. And of course, we also have with us a founder in our midst, a lady who is the founder and a prominent driving force behind Media Masons, a leading content production house based in Chennai, India. Known for its dynamic presence in the creative industry, Media Masons specializes in audiovisual production and has created some of South India's most popular reality shows, including Super Singer, Kukku with Komali, and Mr. and Mrs. Chinnathurai, right? And also there's another new show that's also there on Sun TV, which all of us know about. The company has also expanded its expertise into OTT content, live shows, and music production, establishing itself as a versatile media powerhouse. As the public face of Media Masons, she actively showcases the company's projects, collaborations, and creative achievements through social media. She frequently highlights their initiative to nurture young talent and their continuous efforts to innovate within the entertainment ecosystem. With her leadership and vision, Media Masons continues to influence and shape the landscape of contemporary media production. Please welcome Ms. Raufa HK, founder, Media Masons. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Over to our esteemed moderator to take over. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madiya Vanakkam. Good afternoon. So, it's always a pleasure to have a good friend sitting next to you, so it gives you that comfort, and also to meet, ma'am. I think it's a pleasure meeting you. Pleasure meeting you. I'll start with you first. Okay.
So I'm the first kid.
Yeah, no, the ladies first. So I think we always start with that. I just wanted to know from you, what triggered Media Masons? Okay, that's number one. Number two is, how did you break the glass ceiling of women entrepreneur and in media?
Okay. So this is a 1,000 marks question for me. It's a very long one. To be frank, I was not intended to be in media, and it was not my intention to come into this side or even to be an entrepreneur. As a kid, like everybody, I also had the dream of becoming a lawyer someday, becoming a, maybe, of course, doctor was one thing that was very away from me. That's something that I didn't want to do. I wanted to start a school. I had a lot of dreams like that. But into media was an accident. So I started, somebody was missing, so I had to write for them. I had a friend who was in media, so they asked me to write. I started writing. I always love writing. I love writing in Tamil and in English. So writing got me slowly into direction. Then I loved that too. So from there, slowly I like to, in television, you could start seeing life changes. That excited me a lot. I was not completely a media person. Took one step by one step. And when I saw life changes, when I saw that, somebody whom you find as a tiny talent is so renowned that when they go in for a 10,000 gathering crowd and people clap for them, that excited me. So the creation of stars and the change that you could bring about in media really excited. And that inspired me to continue with this work. Today I have a lovely team of around 60 people.
Wonderful.
And media generally works with a lot of freelancers. So here we wanted to, and it's a very, very, you go to a bank, the first thing that said is, oh, you're in media, so you won't get a loan. Not for us, I'm talking about for the employees. So we got into because they don't have a regular monthly salary. They work as freelancers. When there's work, they get paid a lot. When there's no work, it goes into an empty space. So basically what we did is we started getting full-timers. And we said, okay, fine, whatever it is, you'll have a basic minimum salary. And then there will be a increase based on the number of shows that we do. Then, over the last, I think, 25 years now, it's now been built into a lovely, nice team. There are people who worked with us for over 20 years, 21 years. So now we are a family together.
Thank you so much. I've got two people. தமிழில் சொல்லணும்னா காலங்காலமாக நடத்தக்கூடிய தொழில்கள் இது. ஒன்று டெய்லரிங், இன்னொன்று வந்து ஹேர் சலூனிஸ்ட். இது வந்து எல்லாருமே நம்ம வந்து when we grew up, we would have seen it in our neighborhoods, little unorganized, mom and pop store அப்படின்னு சொல்கிற மாதிரி. But I'll come to you. What triggered you to do this at a scale which you are doing now? I want, I think, the real story or the anecdote.
முதல் விஷயம் வந்து இந்த துறையை நான் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கல, இந்த துறை தான் என்னை தேர்ந்தெடுத்தது. இறைவன் வந்து இந்த உலகத்தோட இயக்கத்தை படைத்து பரிபாலிக்கக்கூடிய இயக்கம் வந்து ஒவ்வொருத்தரையும் ஒவ்வொரு துறைக்காக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கிறாங்க. மக்களுக்கான தேவை இருக்குல்ல, சில பேர் வந்து விவசாயத்துக்கு போவாங்க, சில பேர் வந்து நெசவு தொழிலுக்கு போவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி இந்த டெய்லரிங் துறை அப்படின்ற ஒரு விஷயம் வந்து காலம் காலமாக மக்களுக்கு தேவைப்பட்ட ஒரு துறை. நடுவில் வந்து அன்ஆர்கனைஸ் செக்டார் வந்து ரொம்ப அன்ஆர்கனைஸ்டாக மாறிடுச்சு. டெய்லர்ஸ்லாம் பார்த்தா ஒரு தைக்க கொடுத்தா ஒரு டேட்டில் கிடைக்காது, எல்லாரும் அலறுவாங்க. டெய்லர் தைக்க கொடுத்தா பையனுக்கு தைக்க கொடுத்தா அப்பா சைஸில் வரும், தீபாவளிக்கு தைக்க கொடுத்தா பொங்கலுக்கு கிடைக்கும். இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் இருக்கும்போது ஏதோ ஒரு வகையில் நான் வந்து டெய்லர் கிடையாது, எனக்கும் டெய்லரிங்க்கும் சம்மந்தமே கிடையாது. ஏதோ இந்த ஃபேப்ரிக்ஸ் லாட்லாம் சேல் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தவன் நான் பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் ஆஃபீஸாக போய் சேல் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன்.
எந்த வருஷம் அதெல்லாம்?
2011 10. ஸோ அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து அது சின்ன 60 ஸ்கொயர் ஃபீட் ஸ்டோராக வச்சு ஒரு ஃபேப்ரிக்காக சேல் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கும்போது நம்மள்ட்டேருந்து வாங்கிட்டு போய் ஸ்டிச் பண்ண கொடுக்குறவங்கலாம் கொடுத்த ஷர்ட்டாக வந்து அதான் திரும்ப போட்டு நம்மள்ட்ட வருவாங்க. அந்த ஷர்ட்டாகவே வரதில்லை அவங்கள்ட்ட யாருமே. அதனால யாருமே நம்ம கடைக்கே கஸ்டமர் வராமல் ஆயிட்டாங்க. எங்கே பாய் உங்கள்கிட்ட துணியை எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் தைக்க கொடுத்தா யாருமே தச்சு தரமாட்டேறான் ஒழுங்கா. அப்போது அதே டைமில் நானும் என்ன பண்ணேன், சரி நம்ம டெய்லரிங் ஆரம்பிப்போம்னு சொல்லிட்டு அப்படின்னு ஆரம்பித்து ரொம்ப சேலஞ்சாக இருந்துச்சு. அந்த டெய்லர்ஸை ஹேண்டில் பண்ணுறதுக்கும் அந்த துறையை ஹேண்டில் பண்ணுறதுக்கும் லிட்டரலாக பல நாள் தூக்கம் இல்லாமல் அழுது இந்த தொழிலை விட்டே ஓடிட்டேன் 2015. இதுக்கப்புறம் வேணாம், ஒன்லி துணியை மட்டும் விற்றுப்போம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. அதுக்கப்புறம் பல பிஸ்னஸ் ட்ரை பண்ணேன். வாழ்க்கையில் பெருசாகணும்னு ஆசை, நான் எப்படி ஆகணும்னு ஆசை தெரியல, ரூட்டு தெரியல. என்னென்னமோ தொழில், ஒரு கஸ்டமர் வந்து இந்த வியாபாரம் நல்லா இருக்குன்னா அவர் பின்னாடி அப்படியே போயிடுவேன்.
அதுக்கு முன்னாடி இதில் நீங்கள் அந்த 2015 விட்டு ஓடணும்னு நினச்சிங்கல்ல, என்னென்ன சின்ன சின்ன பஞ்சாயத்துலாம் என்னென்ன வந்தது?
என்ன கஸ்டமர் வந்து நிற்பாங்க, இன்னும் துணி கட் கூட ஆயிருக்காது, டெய்லர் ஒரு சட்டை தச்சிட்டு இருப்பான், உள்ள போய் பார்க்கறதுக்குள்ள எந்திரிச்சு ஓடிடுவான். ரோட்ல போறவங்களாம் நிப்பாட்டி நீங்க டெய்லரான்னு கூப்பிட்டு இழுத்துட்டு வருவாங்க. அந்த அளவுக்கான கஷ்டமான காலம்லாம் இருந்திருக்குது. சரியா, சட்டை தைக்க கொடுத்தா ஒரு கை இந்த பக்கம், இன்னொரு இந்த கை பக்கம், கை மாறி வந்துடும். அவ்வளோ சேலஞ்சஸ், தூக்கம் இல்லாத பல நைட்ஸ். இதுக்கு மேல இது வேலைக்காவது நம்ம வேற ஏதாவது
தொழில் ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாலே தூக்கம் வராது. அது
அதுல இந்த பர்டிகுலர் இந்த டெய்லரிங் தொழில் வந்து அவ்வளோ கஷ்டமான தொழில். அதுக்கப்புறம் தொழிலை விட்டு அங்கே எங்கேயும் போயிட்டு கடைசியில 2020 கோவிட் வந்துச்சு. சாப்பிட்றதே கஷ்டமான ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன் ஆயிடுச்சு, வாழ்க்கையை ஓட்டுறதே கஷ்டம் அப்படின்ட்டு. அதுக்கப்புறம் வேற வழியே கிடையாது, இந்த தொழில் தான், எங்கேயுமே போக முடியாது, என்னமோ பண்ணி பொழைச்சாகணும். ஒரு சில நேரங்கள் ஒரு சில ப்ரெஷர் வரும், இதுக்கு மேல வேற வழியே கிடையாது அப்படின்ற மாதிரியான ஒரு டைம்ல அப்படியே ஒரு அழுத்தம், ஒரு இறுக்கம், ஒரு புழுக்கம் முட்டி மோத வச்சுது என்ன இந்த தொழிலில். திரும்ப சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் 2021 போட ஆரம்பித்தோன்னே மக்கள்லாம் வர ஆரம்பித்தாங்க. அப்போது வெளியில் அவுட் சோர்ஸ் பண்ணி தச்சு வாங்கி கொடுத்தேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் நம்ம அந்த மார்க்கெட்டிங் கிடைச்ச வரவேற்பு, எவ்வளோ பெரிய வேக்யூம் இருக்குது இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் அப்படின்னு தெரிஞ்சதுக்கப்புறம் தான் கொஞ்சம் அப்படியே ஸ்ட்ரீம்லைன் பண்ணுறதுக்காக ஃபேக்ட்ரி சின்னதாக ஒரு 3 டெய்லர்ஸை வச்சு ஆரம்பிச்சது. அதுக்கப்புறம் கன்சல்டன்ட்லாம் இந்தியாவிலே பெரிய கன்சல்டன்ட்டை 3 டெய்லரை வச்சு கூட்டு வந்தேன் நான். என் சம்பாத்தியத்தில் பாதி அவர்கிட்ட கொடுத்தேன் நான். ஏன்னா அதை ஸ்ட்ரீம்லைன் பண்ணி கொண்டு போகணும். ஒரு வெறி ஆயிடுச்சு, இதை வந்து அன்ஆர்கனைஸ்டாக இருக்கிறத ஆர்கனைஸ்டாக மாற்றணும் அப்படின்ற வெறி. அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 2021 ஆரம்பித்த ஜேர்னி இப்போ கிட்டத்தட்ட 8 ஸ்டோரு. டெய்லர்ஸ் மட்டுமே 200 டெய்லர்ஸ் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க. எல்லாமே அதில் 120 லேடிஸ் டெய்லர்ஸ். ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரீம்லைன் பண்ணி ஒரு ப்ராசஸ் ரீதியாக அதை கொண்டு வந்ததுனால இப்போ ஸ்கேலபிள் வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸி ஆயிடுச்சு. ஈவன் துபாயில் உள்ள ஸ்டோர் கூட சென்னையிலேருந்து தான் ஸ்டிச் பண்ணி கொடுத்து அனுப்பிச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ இப்போ யூஎஸ்ல திறந்தா கூட இங்கேருந்து தான் ஸ்டிச் ஆகி போகணும், இங்கே உள்ள மக்களுக்கு தான் வேலை வாய்ப்பு கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்ற அந்த வெறி.
எல்லாமே மேட் டு மெஷர்,
எல்லாமே மேட் டு மெஷர். அதான் சொல்கிற மாதிரி இறைவனால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டேன் இந்த துறைக்கு. நான் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கல, எனக்கு எப்படி வந்துச்சுன்னே தெரியல என் கைக்கு.
டெய்லரிங் வேணான்னு போனால் கூட உங்களை பிடிச்சி இழுத்து வந்துச்சு. சரி, ஓகே, மேலும் பேசுவோம். சிக்கிக்கே, I think you come from a very illustrious family and born to a great visionary father. Okay, and I'm sure, I think having known you for some time, life was not that easy to begin with. Okay, so I think people assume that once we are born in a family and once you're born to a parents I think who are great, life is easier, but reasonably known. So how was those early years? What all you tried before you stepped into naturals? I just want you, because a lot of people assume that once you are there, like you arrived. So I just wanted to talk about it.
Thank you. Happy afternoon wishes to my fellow panelists and to the members. எங்கள் அப்பா வந்து சின்னி கிருஷ்ணன். அவர் தான் வந்து அவருடைய ப்ரைமரி பிஸ்னஸ் என்னென்னா இந்த ஃபார்மா ப்ராடக்டை பல்கில் வாங்கி சின்ன பாக்கெட்டில் போட்டு மருந்து கடைக்கெல்லாம் விற்பார். அவர் ஒரு கியூரியஸ் ஆண்டர்ப்ரனர், புதுமை விரும்பி ஏதாவது வித்தியாசமாக பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு நாள் சிங்கப்பூருக்கு ஒரு எக்ஸிபிஷனுக்கு போகிறாரு. போகும்போது ஒரு சூட்கேஸ் ஃபுல்லாக ஒரு டாட்டா பாட்டில் ஷாம்பு. அந்த பாட்டில் உடஞ்சி அவர் சட்டையெல்லாம் வந்து ஷாம்பு ஆகிடுது. உடனே யோசிக்கிறாரு, நான் மருந்து ப்ராடக்டை பல்கில் வாங்கி சின்ன பாக்கெட்டில் போடுறேனே, ஏன் ஷாம்புவும் போடக்கூடாதுன்னு யோசிக்கிறாரு. அவரே ஷாம்பு ஃபார்முலேஷன் பண்ணுறாரு. அவர் மிஷின் அசம்பிள் பண்ணுறாரு அந்த ஷாம்புவை பேக் பண்ணுறதுக்கு. ஹி பேக்ஸ் தி இந்தியாஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சாஷே ஷாம்பு அண்ட் கால்ஸ் இட் வெல்வெட் அண்ட் லான்ச்சஸ் டு தி மார்க்கெட். அவர் சொல்கிறாரு, வாட் அ ரிச் பர்சன் இஸ் ஏபிள் டு என்ஜாய், தி புவர் பர்சன் ஷுட் பி ஏபிள் டு அஃபோர்ட். 70s and 80sன்றது ஷாம்புன்றது மேல்தட்டு மக்களால் மட்டும் உபயோகிக்கும் பொருளே இருந்தது. இன்றைக்கி பட்டி தொட்டிலாம் ரீச் ஆகிருக்குன்னா எங்கள் அப்பா போட்ட அந்த விதை ரொம்ப முக்கியம். நீங்கள் ஒரு மாதுளம் பழத்தை வாங்கி அதை உடச்சி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதில் எவ்வளோ விதை இருக்குன்னு உங்களால் கவுண்ட் பண்ணிட முடியும். ஒரு விதையை புதைச்சிங்கன்னா அதுலேருந்து எவ்வளோ மாதுளம் பழம் வரும்னு உங்களால் ஜட்ஜ் பண்ண முடியாது. Seed called sachet what he has sown then is today available in multiple formats in multiple products. அவருடைய ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் வெல்விஷர்ஸ் எல்லாம் சொன்னாங்களா, இது ரொம்ப நல்ல ஐடியா, இதை நீங்கள் பேட்டன் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. எங்கள் அப்பா சொன்னார், நான் பேட்டன் பண்ண மாட்டேன், நிறையா பொருள் இந்த சாஷேல வரணும், அதுதான் கண்ட்ரி ரிக்வயர்ஸ். அவர் பேட்டன் பண்ணியிருந்தாருன்னா சிகே ஃபேமிலி might have earned a couple of 100 crores more, but the world would have lost. Entrepreneurship is not about making money alone. It is a very small portion. It is an opportunity to positively impact the world. அதுக்காக எங்கள் பண்ணது தான் எங்கள் அப்பா. ஆனால் எங்கள் அப்பா 1979 அவர் 48 வருஷத்தில் அவர் இறக்கும்போது he thought he was a failure. The world thought he was a failure. And that is where the seed was still in the soil இருந்தது. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அது செடியாச்சு, மரமாச்சு, பூ பூத்து காய் காய்க்குது. இன்றைக்கி பார்க்கும்போது எல்லாம் எங்கள் அப்பாவெல்லாம் பெருமையாக சொல்லி எங்கள் அண்ணா சின்ன கிருஷ்ணன் அவார்டெல்லாம் போட்டார். ஆனால் தட் வாஸ் நாட் தி ஸ்டோரி, ரியல் ஸ்டோரி. தி ரியல் ஸ்டோரி இஸ் a very difficult story. அந்த இடத்துல வந்து ஒரு டைம் ஒரு மாதிரி மாறும். எங்கள் அப்பா எவ்வளோ நல்லா ப்ராடக்ட் பண்ணாலும் he had a weakness. அவரோட வீக்னஸ் என்னென்னா he thought good product will sell by itself. ஆனால் எங்கள் பிரதர் சிகே ரங்கநாதனும் டாக்டர் சிகே ராஜ்குமாரும் a good product has to be sold, வித்தாதான் அது ப்ராடக்ட் அப்படின்னு பிராண்டை கிரியேட் பண்ணது எங்கள் அதர் டூ பிரதர்ஸ். இப்படி தான் வந்து எங்களுடைய குடும்பம் மேலே வந்தது. தட்ஸ் தி ஸ்டோரி.
தேங்க்யூ. பட் வாட் அபவுட் யுவர் பர்சனல் ஸ்ட்ரகிள்ஸ்? ஓகே, பிஃபோர் ஐ கம்
அது வந்து அர்ச்சனையால் சாமிக்கு பெருமை, பிரச்சனையால் ஆசாமிக்கு பெருமை. எவ்வளோ அடி வாங்குறானோ அவன் தான் ஆந்திரப்ரனர்.
எவ்வளோ அடித்தாலும் தாங்குவான் அப்படின்றது தான் ஆந்திரப்ரனர்.
அதனால் நாங்கள் வந்து அடி வாங்குறது தான் நம்மளோட ஸ்டைலே. எனக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப பிடிச்சது வந்து anything worth doing is worth doing badly in the beginning. Anything worth doing is worth doing badly in the beginning. நீங்கள் எல்லா சிக்னலும் க்ரீனாக இருந்தால் தான் வீட்டிலேருந்து காரை கிளப்புவோன்னா நீங்கள் வீட்டிலேருந்து காரை எடுக்க முடியாது. நீங்கள் ஆண்டர்ப்ரனர்னால் நீங்கள் கீழே இறங்கணும், அங்கே வந்து பிரச்சனை வரும், அதை மேனேஜ் பண்ணணும், அப்படி க்ரோ ஆகணும், அப்படி தான் பண்ணணும். அதை ஒன்றும் கரெக்டாக இருக்காது. நான் வந்து ராகா ஹெர்பல் பவுடர்னு எங்கள் 2 அண்ணாவோட ஒர்க் பண்ணேன். ஃபஸ்ட்டு டாக்டர் ராஜ்குமாரோட 3 வருஷம், அப்புறம் ரங்கநாதனோட 2 வருஷம். அப்புறம் வந்து எனக்கு ஒரு யங் ரெஸ்ட்லெஸ் கிட், டெய்லி போய் ஏதாவது ஐடியா கொடுத்துனே இருப்பேன். இன்ஸ்டெட் ஆஃப் டிஸ்மிஸிங் தி ஐடியா தே வில் டிஸ்மிஸ் மீ. நீ ரொம்ப சின்ன பையன், ஓவராக பேசுகிற அப்படின்றாங்க. எனக்கா என்னடா நம்ம அண்ணா வந்து நான் ஒழுங்கான நம்ம ஐடியா சொல்கிறோமா இல்லை நம்மளை போட்டு பார்க்குறாங்களான்னு தெரில. இன் லைஃப் யூ காட் 2 choice. யூ கேன் டிஸ்கஸ் ஆர் யூ கேன் டிசைட். பீப்புள் ஹூ டிஸ்கஸ் டோன்ட் டிசைட் அண்ட் பீப்புள் ஹூ டிசைட் டோன்ட் டிஸ்கஸ். ஐ டிசைடட் டு ஸ்டார்ட் மை ஓன் பிஸ்னஸ். தட் இஸ் தி பிகினிங் ஆஃப் மை ஆண்டர்ப்ரனரல் கேரியர். அப்படி தான் ஆரம்பிச்சது. ராகா ஹெர்பல் பவுடர்னு ஆரம்பித்தேன். மிகப்பெரிய சக்ஸஸ் பார்த்தேன். நான் தான் வந்து ஹரிஹரன் சிங்கரை வந்து ஏஆர் ரஹ்மானுக்கு இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணேன். நான் நிறைய ப்ராடக்ட் பரபரப்பாக பேசப்பட்டது. மிகப்பெரிய சக்ஸஸ் இருந்தது ஒரு 5-6 இயர்ஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் மிகப்பெரிய தோல்வியும் பார்த்தேன். அப்படி தான் வந்து அந்த ராகாவுடைய ஜேர்னி வந்து எனக்கு வந்து டீச் பண்ணிச்சு. அந்த ஜேர்னியில் நான் ஃபெயிலியரில் நடந்த ஜேர்னி தான் என்னை வந்து செதுக்குச்சு. வெறும் சக்ஸஸில் ஒன்றும் பெருசாக ஒன்றும் கற்றுக்க முடியாது. ஃபெயிலியர் தான் உங்களுக்கு வந்து மிகப்பெரிய டீச்சர். அதை எல்லா ஃபெயிலியர் இஸ் அன் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி டு பிகின் அகைன் மோர் இன்டெலிஜென்ட்லி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அந்த ஹென்ரி ஃபோர்ட் சொல்வார். How you think when you are down will determine how high you go. நீங்க ஃபெயில் ஆகி கீழே இருக்கும்போது நீங்க ஃபெயிலியர்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா நீங்க முடிஞ்சிட்டீங்க. I have not failed. My efforts have failed அப்படின்னு நான் திரும்ப திரும்ப எனக்கு சொல்லிக்குவேன். The most important conversation you have is the conversation you have with yourself. Keep that conversation always positive, progressive and future oriented. நம்ம நிறைய டைம் வந்து எனக்கு வந்து அஸ்ட்ராலஜி சார்ட் சரியில்லை, எனக்கு உலகம் சரியில்லை, எனக்கு அப்பா அம்மா சரியில்லை, எனக்கு காம்படிஷன் ரொம்ப மோசமாக இருக்குது, இப்படி உலகத்தை நீங்கள் வந்து ப்ளேம் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னா நீங்கள் ஒன்றுமே கற்றுக்க முடியாது. நீங்கள் கண்ட்ரோல் எடுத்துக்கணும். அந்த கண்ட்ரோல் எடுத்து நீங்கள் அதில் ஏதோ ஒரு தப்பு பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க, அந்த தப்பை என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சு அதை திருத்த ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து வாழ்க்கை வந்து செட் ஆகிடும். அப்படி தான் இந்த ராகாவோட ஃபெயிலியர் தான் இஸ் தி ரீசன் ஃபார் நேச்சுரல்ஸோட சக்ஸஸ்.
Okay, I'll come to naturals little later. But I want to go back to ma'am. Ma'am, like your industry, media, it's like it's a binary outcome. What we call it as either a 0 or a 1, either a hit or a flop.
Yeah.
Okay, there is nothing in between. We in some of the businesses we can say market is bad. It's degrowing by 5%, 10%. This year, like I think it is not growing. So we can still live with that. But how do you handle this 0 or a 1 binary? Okay, வந்தா
மழை போனா
நான் அதை சொல்ல விரும்பல, இருந்தாலும் நீங்க அதை எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்றீங்க? இந்த மாதிரி என்ன சிச்சுவேஷன் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, உங்களுக்கு பாதிச்ச ஒரு சம்பவம்?
ஒரு சம்பவம் இல்லை, நிறைய சம்பவம் இருக்கு. ஸோ ஜென்ரலாக கேட்டிங்கன்னா, இன்கேஸ் இஃப் யூ லுக்கிங் அட் எஸ் we are worth our last Thursday's numbers in Solomon, usually at television. So we are worth our last Thursday's TRP. Thankfully, now we have a larger space of TRP. Athandi, there is like digital space. You have your Instagrams, you have your, we have our YouTube spaces where we can experiment, we can throw things, we can come back. We keep trying a lot of stuff. So we are very, very receptive to the feedbacks in the comments. ஸோ அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி நம்ம அடுத்து என்ன பண்ணலாம், ஓகே பீப்புள் லைக் அஸ், பீப்புள் டோன்ட் லைக் அஸ், இஸ் வாட் வி ஹேவ் டு டூ, அந்த ஸ்பேஸில் கொண்டு போவோம். நிறைய சமயங்களில் வந்து வெற்றியை ரொம்ப பெருசாக எடுத்துட்டோம்னா அடுத்த வாரமே விழுந்துருவோம், அது நல்லா தெரியும். ஸோ என்ன பண்ணுவோன்னா, we don't work for large numbers. To be frank, till date, usually television media nale, there's a talk that we'll stage dramas, we'll have people walking out, we'll have, I have never, till date in my life, I have never staged anything, to be frank. And I can tell this, I mean, anybody who's worked with me will know that, because we have never brought in something like, you walk out of this space and I will cut a promo with it and tomorrow that will become a hit. It will become a hit, but you'll be killing a brand. When we're doing a show called Super Singer, I think we've done it over 15 years. I don't know how relatable it is in this environment, but that's my only story that I can talk about.
No, you should. Like, I think, I'm sure, எவ்வளோ பேருக்கு சூப்பர் சிங்கர் விஜய் டிவியில் தெரியும்? I think most of them would know. Like, I think, I'm sure everyone knows. Yeah.
Thankfully, there are a handful of people who know.
Okay. You should relate it to people. So.
Okay, so basically, when we have never had a walkout of the show. We've never had a contestant come and talk about, talk badly to the judges. Even if we have had a situation where something like that has happened, we've cut it off. Because the more you feed negativity, the more negativity grows. So we personally believe in creating a positive environment around and creating lives around you. So what we basically, plus or minus, every time we fall, பாரதி பாஸ்கர் மேம் சொன்ன மாதிரி வந்து இதை விட கீழே போக முடியாதுன்னு தோன்ற இடத்துக்கு போயிருக்கோம். ஆனால் அப்போ என்ன தோணுன்னா, ஓகே இதுக்கப்புறம் மேலே தானே போவோம், வேறு வழி இல்லைல்ல. தேர் ஹவ் பீன் டைம்ஸ் when we felt like ஒரு மாதத்துக்கு ஒரு 20 லட்ச ரூபா சம்பளம் எப்படி கொடுப்போம். I mean, very recently I've had a really bad patch, which as a media person I should not be saying, because மற்ற எல்லா ப்ரொஃபஷன்ஸ்லையும் நீங்கள் வந்து கொஞ்சம் ட்ராப் ஆனால் ஓகே அடுத்த வருஷம் பிக்கப் ஆயிடுவீங்கன்ற ஸ்பேஸ் இருக்கும். மீடியாவில் என்றைக்கு நம்ம ட்ராப் ஆகிறோமோ அதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபுல்லாக நம்மளோட டவுன்ஃபால் தான் அப்படின்றது முடிவாயிரும். You're done, you're redundant, you're old-fashioned, your content has gone out of, out of the current space அப்படின்றது வந்துடும். ஸோ we have to, அந்த வலிக்காத மாதிரி காட்டணும்னு சொல்லுவாங்களே, அந்த மாதிரி ஐயோ வலிக்கலைங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தான் போகும் லைஃபு. பட் how we handle it is, yes, okay, if today I fall, tomorrow I will get up. விழுந்துட்டே இருக்க மாட்டான்ல, எந்திரிப்பான், ஏதோ ஒரு பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் டைம் எந்திரிப்பான்ல. ஸோ எந்திரிப்போன்ற நம்பிக்கை தான். And I have lovely team around me. My team is my core strength. That's almost like my family. So I have around ஒரு 15 பேர் who've traveled with me through all the ups, downs, and in spite of, to be frank, வேற எந்த இதுலையும் இது இருக்குமான்னு தெரியல எனக்கு. Every time there is they will have larger offers. We'll be paying them peanuts. They'll have larger offers. Boy will come back and tell me, ma'am, கேட்டாங்க சரிப்பா நீ பாரு, பிகாஸ் ஹவு கேன் ஐ சே இல்லை கம் I'll pay you 3 lakhs, you stay back ன்னு சொல்ல முடியாதீங்க. ஸோ ஏன்னா நம்மளுக்கே அது ஒரு இன்கன்சிஸ்டன்ட் ஸ்பேஸாக இருக்கும்போது we can't do that. பட் he'll come back and say, ஆனால் நான் வந்து இல்லைன்னு சொல்லிட்டேன் மேம் அப்படின்றத சொல்லி முடிச்சிடுவான். அங்கே நம்மளுக்கு உறுத்தும், ஆஹா எப்படியாவது இவனுக்கு இந்த 3 லட்ச ரூபாய் நம்ம எப்படியாவது கொடுத்துடணும். ஸோ that's what keeps pushing me ahead. And there is always a thought, every time, last time, sorry, glass ceiling patti ketirundinga, I couldn't complete that. Yeah. So every time we hit a glass ceiling, we think this is the highest point in this space. I don't think of breaking that and going out. I think of creating another small parallel out here. When we hit a glass ceiling in television, we started a digital space called Media Masons, and we tried to travel up along with a lot of giants around us, but we tried to travel up. When we hit this, we have another space of live events, concerts, events, where we'll travel. So we like, I don't know whether it's the good business space, but we try to create verticals that will keep us ahead and surviving.
ரொம்ப நன்றி. Thank you. ரஃபி சார், உலகமே வந்து ரெடிமேடு, ஒரு என்ன சொல்கிறது, ஃபாஸ்ட் மூவிங், லைக் நான் போட்டோன்னே ட்ரையல் பார்த்தேன், இல்லை காமர்ஸில் லைக் ஐ திங்க் நான் செலக்ட் பண்ணேன் அப்படின்னு மூவ் ஆகும்போது நீங்கள் கிட்டத்தட்ட பிரிக் அண்ட் மார்ட்டருக்கு போயிட்டீங்க இல்லையா? பிரிக் அண்ட் மார்ட்டரில் எனக்கு இருக்குன்றீங்க, அது ஒன்று. அது எப்படி பார்க்குறீங்க? இந்த ட்ரெண்ட் எப்படி வரும் உங்களுக்கு? மேற்கொண்டு நீங்கள் என்னென்னலாம் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? அதை எனக்கு நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் பகிர்ந்துக்கணும். ரெண்டாவது, 200 ஸ்கில் லேபர்ஸ் அவங்க, ஏன்னா அவங்க டெய்லர்ஸ்னால் கண்டிப்பாக ஸ்கில் லேபர்ஸ், பட் அவங்கள மேனேஜ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எப்படி இருக்குது? இந்த 200 2000 ஆகுமா? இந்த 2 கேள்விக்கு எனக்கு உங்கள்ட்ட முதல்ல ட்ரெண்டு, ரெண்டாவது வந்து லைக் நீங்கள் ஸ்கேலில் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா? என்னென்னலாம் அதை வந்து யோசித்து வச்சுருக்கீங்கன்றதையும் கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்கள்.
முதல் விஷயம் வந்து அந்த ரெடிமேட் அப்படின்ற ஒரு விஷயம், அதுக்கப்புறம் திரும்ப எப்படி எல்லாமே உலகமே ரெடிமேடை நோக்கி போயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது, நான் டெய்லரிங் ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது, ஃபேப்ரிக் ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது எல்லாருமே என்னை திட்டினாங்க. எல்லாருமே ரெடிமேட் போகும்போது யாரா இப்போ ஃபேப்ரிக் வாங்குறது, யார் தச்சு போடுறது அப்படின்னு. அந்த டைமில் சும்மா நான் சாதாரணமாக சொன்னது. 100 பேரில் 98 பேர் ரெடிமேட் போட்டாலும் 2% யாராவது 2 பேர் தச்சு போடுவாங்க. அந்த 2 பேருக்கு யாருமே இல்லை இங்கே. அந்த 2% நான் பிடிச்சாலும் இங்கே பெரிய ஆள் ஆகிடுவேன் நான் சொல்லிட்டு 2011 சொன்னேன் நான். அது மாதிரி
1000 ஒருவன் மாதிரி
அந்த மாதிரி இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த 98 பேருக்கு அவ்வளோ பேர் போட்டி போட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க அந்த 98 பேரை பிடிக்கிறதுக்கு. அப்போ இங்கே வந்து யாருமே இல்லை, சொல்ல போனால் லிட்ரலாக காம்படிஷன் இல்லை அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சுச்சுவேஷனில். அப்போ அந்த சேலஞ்ச் தான் எனக்கு அந்த காம்படிஷனை வந்து ஈஸியாகி கொடுத்துச்சு. ஸோ அதுதான் என்ன கொண்டு போச்சு. ரெண்டாவது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த உலகத்தில் எல்லாமே ஏற்றம் இறக்கம் தான். காலம் வந்து மாறி மாறி வந்துகிட்டே இருக்குன்ற மாதிரி ஒரு காலம் ரெடிமேடுக்கான காலம் வரும்போது ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக நீங்கள் மக்கள் ஒரு பர்சனலைசேஷன், கஸ்டமைசேஷன், எனக்குன்னு உள்ள விஷயத்தை நான் சூஸ் பண்ணிக்கணும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு மைண்ட் செட் ஓவராலாக அந்த ஷிஃப்ட் வரதுனால அதை வந்து நம்ம எவ்வளோ தூரத்துக்கு கேபிட்டல் இன்றைக்கி எல்லாமே ஆல்மோஸ்ட் கஸ்டமைசேஷன் நோக்கி போயிட்டு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு விஷயம். எல்லா விஷயத்துலையுமே கஸ்டமைசேஷன்றது ஒரு எலமெண்ட்டாக உள்ளே வர ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. ஸோ அப்போ அந்த இடத்துல இந்த ஸ்பேஸை நான் வந்து நல்லபடியாக நிரப்ப முடியும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு நம்பிக்கையில் அதுக்கான நான் ரிசல்ட்டையும் பார்த்துட்ருக்கேன். இப்போ கண்கூடா எங்கெங்கே போனாலும் கஸ்டமைசேஷனுக்கு மக்கள் வராங்க. அது ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பாக நான் பார்க்குறேன் கஸ்டமைசேஷனில். ரெண்டாவது ஸ்கில் லேபரை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அந்த கில் ஸ்கில் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, அதான் ஸ்கில்லே. அந்த இடத்துல நம்ம எந்த அளவுக்கு ஸ்கில்லை டிபெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறோமோ அந்த அளவுக்கு நம்ம சேலஞ்சில் இருப்போம். அது எப்படி வந்து ப்ராசஸாக நம்ம சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுறது, எப்படி சிஸ்டமாக மாற்றுறது, எப்படி டெக்னாலஜி ஓரியன்டில் கொண்டு வர்றது, யார் இல்லைனாலும் அந்த இடத்துல எப்படி அதை கொண்டு வர முடியும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு ஆஸ்பெக்டில் ஒரு 3 வருஷமாகவே டெய்லரிங்கில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த ரெடிமேடில் தான் வந்து லைன் சிஸ்டமில் எல்லாம் தைப்பாங்க. ஒரு ஷர்ட் வந்து 15 டெய்லர் சேர்ந்து தைக்கிறது. ரெடிமேடில் ஸ்டிச்சிங்கில் யாருமே அது மாதிரி பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. ஒரு ஷர்ட் ஒரு டெய்லர் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி. அப்போது ஒரே டெய்லர் காலையில் தைக்கிற ஃபினிஷிங் வேறு மாதிரி இருக்கும், நைட்டு வேறு மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஒரு டெய்லர் தைக்கிற வேறு மாதிரி இருக்கும், இன்னொரு தைக்கிறது வேறு மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஸோ அப்போ அதுக்கு வந்து இந்த லைன் சிஸ்டமில் கொண்டு வந்தோம். லேடிஸை ஹையர் பண்ணோம் மெயினாக. அவங்களுக்கு வந்து நல்ல ஒரு ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்து அவங்கள லைன் சிஸ்டமில் டெய்லரிங்கில் யாருமே பண்ணது கிடையாது. அப்போ என்னென்னா ஒரே மாதிரி ஃபினிஷிங் வரும். ஒரு சட்டையை 15 பேர் சேர்ந்து ஸ்டிச் பண்ணுறாங்க, ஒரு ஷர்ட்டை. ஒரு சூட்டை வந்து 12 பேர் சேர்ந்து ஸ்டிச் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ இப்போ அந்த ஆஸ்பெக்டில் நம்ம ட்ரைனிங்கை கொண்டு வந்ததுனால என்ன இஷ்யூ, என்ன நம்மளுக்கு ரிசல்ட் கிடச்சிதுன்னா, முன்னாடி ஒரு டெய்லர் எந்திரிச்சு போயிட்டாருன்னா அந்த ஷர்ட் அப்படி நின்றும். இப்போ யார் வேணால் அங்கே உட்காந்து ஸ்டிச் பண்ணலாம், யார் வேணால் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்ற ஆஸ்பெக்டில் கொண்டு வந்தது.
தனி மனிதர் டிபெண்டன்ஸை எடுத்துட்டீங்க.
டெஃபினட்டாக.
ஸோ அதனால தான் உங்களால் டயத்தை கொடுக்க முடியுது.
டெஃபினட்டாக, ஆமாம், ஷுவராக. ரெண்டாவது இந்த 200 2000 ஸ்கேல் ஆகும் அப்படின்றதுக்குல ஃபஸ்ட்டு லேடி டெய்லரை கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது 1 வருஷம் ஆயிடுச்சு எனக்கு. ஏன்னா ஒரு ஃபேக்ட்ரியில் அந்த டைமில் ஒரு 40-50 பேர் இருந்தாங்க, எல்லாமே ஜென்ட்ஸ் தான். எப்படி ஒருத்த வந்து நான் என்னால் வேலை செய்ய முடியும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி இருக்கும்போது அவங்கள உள்ளே கொண்டு வந்து ஒரு சரியான ஒரு அவங்களுக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எல்லா விஷயத்துலையுமே ஒரு அட்மாஸ்பியரை உருவாக்கி கொடுத்தது. அடுத்த ஒரு 3 மாதத்துலேயே வந்து 40-50 பேர் சேர்ந்துட்டாங்க. இப்போ வந்து 120 பேர் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க. என்னென்னா மெயின் வந்து அவங்களோட ஒரு கனெக்ட். இந்த ஒரு விஷயம் கற்றுக்கிட்டேன் ஒரு இவங்க மூலமாக, அந்த வாவ் மோமோடைய சிஇஓடைய
சாகர்
சிஎம்ஓ அவர்.
சிஎம்ஓவா?
ஆமாம், தமிழ்நாட்டு ஆள் தான் அவர். சரியா, சிஎம்ஓ அவர்
வினோதா.
ஆமாம், பேர் எனக்கு கரெக்டாக மறந்துச்சு. அவருடைய ஒரு
போர்ட்ஃபோலியோ
ஃபயர்
கம்பெனி,
சைட்
அதனால தான்
சேட்டில்,
நான் சொல்றேன்.
அப்படியா,
ஆமா,
ஃபயர் சைட் சேட்டில் ஒரு இதில் சொல்லியிருக்கும் போது பீப்புளோட நம்ம வந்து டைரக்ட் கனெக்ட் இருந்தால் மட்டும்தான் ஃபவுண்டருக்கும் டீமுக்கும் அந்த எமோஷ்னல் கனெக்ட் இருக்கணும். டவுன் ஹால் நடத்தணும், மாதம் டவுன் ஹால் நடத்தணும். அந்த டவுன் ஹாலில் உங்களோட விஷன், உங்களோட வேல்யூஸ், உங்களோட பேஷன், அவங்களுக்கு மேலே நீங்கள் வச்சிருக்கக்கூடிய என்ன மாதிரி மரியாதை வச்சுருக்கீங்க, நன்றி உணர்வை காமிங்க அவங்கள்ட்ட. நீங்கள் இருக்கிறதுனால தான் இந்த கம்பெனியில் இருக்குது அப்படின்ற ஒரு விஷயத்தை நம்ம தொடர்ச்சியாக ட்ரை பண்ண அவங்க காமிக்கக்கூடிய அந்த எமோஷ்னல் பாண்டிங் இந்த பிராண்டுக்காக ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக 2 லட்சமாக கூட ஈஸியாக மாறிடும். அவங்களுக்காக நம்ம யோசிக்கக்கூடிய விதம், அவங்களோட விஷயத்தில் நம்ம எடுக்கக்கூடிய அக்கறை. இஃப் வி டேக் கேர் ஆஃப் அவர் டீம், அவர் டீம் வில் டேக் கேர் ஆஃப் அவர் விஷன், அவர் கோல், அவர் எல்லாத்தையும் அவங்க பார்த்துப்பாங்க, அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அதுதான் இங்கே முக்கியமான விஷயமா நான் பார்க்குறேன்.
ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம் ரஃபி. திருப்பி உங்கள்கிட்ட வரேன். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி குமாரவேல் சார், மகாகவி பாரதியார், குலம் தாழ்ச்சி ஏழ்ச்சி சொல்லல் பாவமடி. ஓகே, குலத்தால் கீழ் நோக்கி பார்க்கப்பட்ட ஒரு தொழில், சவர தொழில் அப்படின்னு சொல்லக்கூடியது. பட் ஹேர் ஸ்டைலிஸ்ட் எல்லாம் வந்து அதில் போகணும், அதை வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு மாடர்னைஸ் பண்ணணும். அதில் ஒரு பெரிய சந்தை இருக்குது, ஒரு பெரிய மார்க்கெட் இருக்குது. வாட் மேட் யூ டு கெட் இன் டு தட் அண்ட் வாட் இஸ் த ட்ரிகர்?
ட்ரிகர் வந்து நிறைய லாஸு, கையில் பணம் இல்லை, 5 கோடி ரூபா லாஸு.
இப்போ வருஷம் எந்த வருஷம்
இது? வந்து 1999.
அப்போ அது இன்னைக்கு தேதியில்
ஒரு 50 கோடிக்கு இருக்கும்.
ஓகே.
உடனே எங்கள் அம்மா வந்து எங்கள் அண்ணா சிகேஆர்கிட்ட பேசி ஒரு டீல் புரோக்கர் பண்ணாங்க. பண்ணிட்டு வந்து தம்பியை ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு, அந்த மடையனும் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறேன்னு சொல்லிட்டான். யாராவது 50 கோடிக்கு தம்பிக்கு ரைட் ஆஃப் பண்ணுவாங்களா? அவர் ரைட் ஆஃப் பண்ணுறேன்னு சொல்லிட்டாரு. அம்மா கேட்குறாங்க, தம்பி இருக்கிறான்னு சொல்லிட்டு. உடனே வந்து நானும் சும்மா இருக்கக்கூடாதா, நானும் யோசிக்கிறேன். ஆனால் ஒரே ஒரு கண்டிஷன் போட்டார், நீ இமோஷ்னலாக டிசிஷன் எடுக்கிற, பிஸ்னஸ் வந்து ரேஷ்னல் ஒர்க்கு, அதனால் ரேஷ்னலாக எடுக்கணும். அதனால் நீ இனிமேல் பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணாத, நீ என்னோட ஒர்க் பண்ணு, உன் பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் பார்த்துக்கிறேன், குடும்பத்தெல்லாம் பார்த்துக்கிறேன் இப்படின்னு அண்டர் ரைட் பண்ணுறாரு. நான் தூங்க பார்க்குறேன், தூங்க வர மாட்டேன். என்னடா அது அண்ணா இப்படி சொல்கிறாரு, நமக்கு பிஸ்னஸஸ் வராதுன்ட்டாரு, இப்படி சொல்கிறாரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தூக்கம் வர மாட்டேங்குது. தூக்கம் வரலாம், நல்லா நீ யோசிச்சு பார்த்தேன். அடுத்த நாள் காலையில் நீ என்னை விட்டுருனா நான் வந்து பிஸ்னஸை பார்த்துக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நான் வந்து நோ சொல்கிறேன். அதாவது இன் லைஃப் யூ காட் 2 சாய்ஸ். யூ கேன் லீட் அ கம்ஃபர்டபுள் லைஃப் ஆர் யூ கேன் லீட் அன் எக்ஸைட்டிங் லைஃப். ஐ டிசைடட் டு லீட் மை எக்ஸைட்டிங் லைஃப் அண்ட் தட் இஸ் தி பிகினிங் ஆஃப் தி பிராண்ட் நேச்சுரல்ஸ். அந்த இதுதான். ஒரு பால்வாளியில் 2 தவளை குதிச்சிருமா. தவளைக்கு என்ன தெரியும்? ஜம்ப் பண்ண தெரியும். இந்த 2 தவளையும் ஜம்ப் பண்ணிகிட்டே இருக்குமா. கொஞ்ச நேரம் கழித்து ஒரு தவளை டிசைட் பண்ணுமா, என்னால் இதுக்கு மேலே ஜம்ப் பண்ண முடியாதுன்ட்டு அது டிசைட் பண்ண உடனே கீழே மூழ்கி பால்குள்ளே செத்து போயிடும். இன்னொரு தவளை வந்து என்னால் முடியும்னு ஜம்ப் பண்ணிகிட்டே இருந்தது. அந்த ஜம்ப் பண்ணவொடனே அது பாலுக்கு மேலே இருந்து அது மேலே வெளியே வந்து குதிச்சிருச்சு. பால் வந்து வெண்ணையாச்சான் அந்த சேர்னிங்கில். அந்த வெண்ணையான பால் மேலே வந்து அந்த தவளை உட்காந்து வெளியே குதிச்சிடும். நான் எனக்கு நானே சொல்லிக்கிட்டேன், நான் தான் அந்த தவளைன்ட்டு. அது திரும்ப நான் சொல்லிக்கிட்டேன். நான் அந்த கான்ஃபிடென்ஸோடதை வந்து நான் வந்து செகண்ட் ஜேர்னியை ஆரம்பிக்கிறேன். நான் பிஸ்னஸே ஒன்றும் தெரியாது. எங்கள் அம்மா வேற பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. இது என்ன இது ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ், இதை நீ பண்ணுற, நீ வந்து அண்ணா கிட்டே சேர பண்ணுற, வேறு ஏதாவது பண்ணுன்றாங்க. ஆனால் 15 வருஷம் கழித்து எங்கள் அம்மாக்கே நான் ஃப்ரான்ச்சைசி விற்றேன். அதுதான் வந்து அந்த ஜேர்னியோடைய உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஹை பாயிண்ட் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் அதுதான் சொல்லுவேன் நான். எங்கள் அம்மா பண்ணாத இந்த தொழில் நமக்கு சரி வராது, இதெல்லாம் படித்தவங்க பண்ணுறதில்ல, இது ஒரு இது ஜாதியோட கனெக்ட் ஆனது அவர் சொன்னதெல்லாம் வந்து சொல்லி வேணான்னாங்க. ஆனாலும் எனக்கு வந்து அந்த தொழிலில் எனக்கு தொழில் மேலே எந்த ப்ளஸ் மைனஸும் கிடையாது. ஆண்டர்ப்ரனர் ரெடியாக இருந்தால் எந்த தொழில் வேணால் ரெடி பண்ணிடலாம். அப்படி நான் அதில் ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி பார்த்து உள்ளே குதிச்சு பண்ணேன். நான் ஒரு 5-6 இயர்ஸுக்கு முன்னாடி என்னுடைய சலூனுக்கு ஒரு நாள் காலையில் ஐ வாண்ட் டு ஹேவ் அ குவிக் ஷேவ் போனேன். நான் ரிசப்ஷனிஸ்ட்டுக்கே என்ன அடையாளம் தெரில.
அது நல்லது இல்லை,
பாதி நல்லது பாதி என்னடா நம்ம ஆளுங்களுக்கே நம்ம தெரியல அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இவர் சொன்ன மாதிரி டவுன் ஹால் நான் பண்ணணும். நான் அதை நோட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டேன். அது வெரி குட் பாயிண்ட். ஸோ உங்களுக்கு வந்து அவர் பண்ணுறேன் நான் தெரியல. ஃபஸ்ட்டு பர்சனுக்கு என் அடையாளம் தெரியல. செகண்ட் பர்சன் சார் வாங்க சார்னாப்பில் என்னை பாஸாக ட்ரீட் பண்ணுறாப்லையா இல்லை கஸ்டமரான்னு தெரியல. எனக்கு குவிக் ஷேவ் வேணும்ப்பான்னு சொன்னேன். சார் நீங்கள் தானே சிகே குமாரவேல்னாப்பில். தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச். ஆமாம்ப்பா சார், உங்களை ரொம்ப நாளாக நான் வந்து பார்த்து தேங்க்யூ சொல்லணும்னு நினச்சேன். நல்ல காலம் நீங்களே வந்துட்டீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாப்புல. நான் நினச்சேன் என்னோடய ஃப்ரான்ச்சைஸ் பார்ட்னர் ஏதோ புதுசாக ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்தாங்க, இல்லைனா ஏதோ இன்க்ரிமெண்ட் கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க, என்ன விஷயம்ப்பான்னு கேட்டேன். அதுக்கு அந்த பையன் சொன்னாப்புல, சார் நான் வந்து 14 வருஷமாக இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் இருக்கிறேன். முதல் 4 வருஷம் எங்கள் அப்பாவோட ஒர்க் பண்ணேன். எங்கள் அப்பா இஸ் கால்ட் அ பார்பர். ஐ வாஸ் கால்ட் அ ஹேர் ட்ரெஸ்ஸர் தென். I joined Naturals. I became a hairstylist. Then I became a style director. Today I am a style director. I am a salon director. The way in which I start seeing me has changed. The way in which my family seeing me has changed. The way in which the society is seeing me has changed. Wonderful. That is when I realized, unknowingly, I touched a taboo activity and organized into a lifestyle business which give credibility to that industry. அந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கு நான் கிரெடிபிலிட்டி கொடுத்தேன், இண்டஸ்ட்ரி எனக்கு கிரெடிபிலிட்டி கொடுத்தது. அப்படி தான் சிம்பயாட்டிக் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் வித் மீ அண்ட் தி சலூன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி.
Super, super. I'll come back to you again to talk about, you know, the franchisee model which you have created, because I want that to reach to people who are here. But before that, I think I want to go back to ma'am. Creative industry is known for extremities in terms of people, you know, I understand that, I don't know, I may be wrong. Creative people are bordering eccentricity, or like, I don't want to, you know, taboo them, but like, I think, you know, unarchi vasapadakudiyavagal, I think that they reflect the emotions like faster than any other people. Am I right? How does that?
So am I that in Kekring?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But
Okay.
what I'm saying is, you end up dealing with most of such people.
Most eccentric people.
Okay. If you have to assemble a, you know, people of like creators, I think you can find that. I think I have personally noticed it, like I think whenever I attempted it. So how do you manage? Like I think the emotional roller coaster of ups and downs, dealing with people, dealing with high performance people, in a way like high, you know, little bit of like egoistic also. And then there is a kick for them saying that I've arrived in life. How would you handle that?
So, good question, sir. But Anna, basically, I'm not a media person. I'm more of a, I mean, I did my psychology initially, and then I came in here. Not that it really helps because I did my psychology, but generally, I'm a person who's a little empathetic towards anything around me. So when there is going to be, yesterday I had a concert which I was working in. Morning, I had an artist who called up and said, sorry, this part of it is not handled, so I'm not going to come. Very senior artist. I'm not going to come. So only thing I told my team, I mean, I have, as I told you, I have a permanent team which works with me and which travels with me. So she came and told me, I just told her, chill, just go tell him that this will be addressed and go talk to whoever. That was not our problem. Just said, go talk to this person, say, address it now. And then you send him the location saying that, sir, traffic seems to be high, please be here. We did a UN Shankar Raja show. So this was one of the singers there. So just send him a message saying that, sir, please do come here. We're just talking to respective people. And it was handled. Whatever had to happen, happened, and then he was there. See, what I think happens most of the time, nobody is eccentric. Just like all of us have our tempers, all of us have our angers. That's how those people are also. But it is just that when you're taken for granted for a longer time, maybe for us, it's okay. But for them, maybe time is money. So for you and me, something else is money, right? For them, time is money. So if they're going to give you, in their words, one call sheet, and you extend it into 1.5 call sheets, obviously he has to charge for his time. So that makes, I mean, I think the way you handle them is wrong. Touch wood, till date, we've never had a problem that we've not solved. I have solved problems in other people's shows, where there will definitely be a reason. If you keep saying that the problem is on that person, the problem will exist. But when you realize that the problem is also on our side or on the other person's side, it gets solved. So what we do is we go to the root of the problem, understand what happened, why they screamed, calm them down, have a conversation with them. And I don't have any enemies in the industry, so that's how life is. I have a lot of friends. I have some of the so-called problematic people have been very, very nice to me. So I think everybody has a reason for it. I mean, nobody's born villain and nobody's like, lives the life of a villain. It's just that they are in a different bubble, so they might not understand certain things. You calmly explain. And one thing that we do is we always have senior women employees talking to most of the celebrities.
Okay.
So it is not that haphazard conversation which happens, which ends up flaring up and finishing it. So we handle it carefully and it is sorted.
Also, I'm fascinated. I don't know whether I'm asking the right question. A lot of commercial negotiation happen with artists, am I right?
Cost negotiations, yeah.
It depends on the market,
Market value of that
market
person.
value of the person. How do you handle like such difficult? Because like I think there is a possibility in the same year one could go down, and then you might want to get a 50% price cut. I don't know whether I'm asking the right thing, but how does that play? Like I think how equipped is your team? Because see, for us it's very clear. Rate card is there. He has got a rate card, like I think, or something similar to that. You don't have a rate card like for anything. So how do you how dynamic it is?
Extremely dynamic.
Okay.
So it's extremely dynamic. Your worth, your last reel is what I would say.
Okay.
So your last Instagram reel has gone into 20 million. Suddenly you ask for 20 lakhs to, I think Kumaravel sir will know that better because
that's what I'm asking.
he deals with a lot of influencers. So I think together we can answer this. Yes, people sometimes don't understand that what they are currently in is in a bubble. Okay. So suddenly, you'll talk to someone and they'll say, 4 days back, you would have had a conversation with them, or maybe 4 months back, not 4 days back, maybe 4 months back, you would have had a conversation with him. He would have said 1 lakh for a reel. Suddenly, there would have been 10 million reels or 2 million reels that would have happened, and suddenly he would say, I don't charge anything less than 10 lakhs for, and you will be like, didn't I speak to you? And we would have struck the deal there.
Yeah.
So you just kind of either make the client understand or the artist understand. And you just sort it. I mean, in case if you feel you're worth that much, if the person is worth that much, we take from them and give it to them. If they don't feel they're worth so much, we say, sorry, we'll work next time. This time we don't have the funds. Okay. Yes, they are. I mean, it is a little, what people don't understand is to sustain in the industry is more difficult than to, increase your market value. So that's it.
He is probably suggesting that we are holding up people for lunch, but I think, Rafi, இந்த 200-2000 எப்போ ஆக போகுதுன்னு கேட்கலான்னு பார்த்தேன். 200 பேர் வச்சுருக்கீங்க, 2000 எப்படி போகுது, உங்களுடைய கனவுகள் என்ன, அடுத்து என்ன பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க, இது எவ்வளோ பெருசாக வரும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க, இது வந்து உங்களுக்கு நீங்களே ஒரு கனவு கோட்டை வச்சுருப்பீங்கல்ல, என்ன பார்க்குறீங்க அடுத்த ஒரு 2 வருஷம் 3 வருஷம் 4 வருஷத்துக்கு என்ன பார்க்குறீங்க, உங்கள்கிட்ட முடிச்சுட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் அவர்கிட்ட வரணும், அதுக்கு முன்னாடி?
அதாவது if you are good at a product or service, it is your moral responsibility to take that product or service to the global stage அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி நம்ம ஒரு நம்பிக்கை வந்துடுச்சு, இது ப்ராடக்ட் நம்ம கரெக்டாக பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம், கரெக்டான குவாலிட்டியை கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கோம் அப்படின்னும் போது வேர்ல்டு ஃபுல்லாக கொண்டு போகணும் அப்படின்றது என்னோட ஆசை.
இல்லை இப்போ இது அஹமத் சார்லாம் உங்கள்கிட்ட தான் தைக்கிறாரா?
ஆமாம் சார், அவங்க டீம் எல்லாரும் தான் ஸ்டிச் பண்ணுறாங்க, யூஎஃப் டீமில் இருக்கக்கூடிய.
ஓகே, சாதிஸ் கை தூக்கிட்டாரு.
ஸோ அதில் 8 ஸ்டோர்
இனிமே தப்பீங்க. ஓகே, நானும் அதில் தான் இருக்கேன்.
8 ஸ்டோர் ஓப்பன் பண்ணியாச்சு.
8 ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம்.
992 பேலன்ஸ் இருக்கு.
992
தான் இருக்கு. சரியா?
அது இதுக்காகவே ஒரு கதைக்கு ஒரு
8 திறந்தாச்சு, அதுதான் கஷ்டம். 992 ஈஸி. ஓகேவா? ஸோ ஷியோரா பண்ண முடியும் நம்புறேன் இறைவனோட அருளால.
இப்போ இந்த ஒரு வருஷத்துல ஜனவரியிலேருந்து ஆரம்பிச்சு டிசம்பருக்குள்ள எத்தனை சூட்ஸ் தச்சிருப்பீங்க இந்த வருஷம்?
அந்த கவுண்ட் கரெக்டாக ஞாபகம் இல்லை.
பரவாயில்ல, ஒரு குத்து மதிப்பா சொல்லுங்களேன்.
குத்து மதிப்பா 2000 அதான் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு இந்த 1 இயர்ல மட்டும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 24,000 கிட்ட பண்ணி
24,000. ஒண்டர்ஃபுல் ஒண்டர்ஃபுல்.
ஸோ வெட்டிங் சூட் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட் நம்ம இந்தியாவில் வந்து வி ஆர் பொசிஷனிங் அவர் செல்ஃப் அஸ் அ வெட்டிங் அட்டையர் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி. ஏன்னா இந்தியாவில் வந்து பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபார்மல் அதுக்கெல்லாம் போடுறதில்ல. ஸோ 2030 60 ஸ்டோர்ஸ் ஓப்பன் பண்ணோம். ஸோ அதுதான் நம்மளுடைய மொத்தம் ஒரு 5+ கண்ட்ரீஸ்க்காவது நம்மளுடைய ப்ரெசன்ஸ் இருக்கணும் அப்படின்றது ஒரு விஷனாக வச்சுருக்கோம், ஷார்ட் டைம் விஷனாக. ஸோ அதை நோக்கி தான் எங்களுடைய செயல்பாடுகள் எல்லாமே இருந்துகிட்ருக்கு. ஸோ ஹோப்ஃபுல்லி இறைவனோட நான் இது இறைவனுக்காக செய்யக்கூடிய ஒரு தொழிலாக நான் பார்க்குறேன். கட்டாயமாக இறைவன் அதை அமைச்சு கொடுப்பான் அப்படின்ற நம்பிக்கையோட என்னோட டீம்மே அதுக்கான சப்போர்ட், அந்த பேஷன், என்னோட வெறியை அப்படியே அவங்களுக்கு இது பண்ணி கொண்டு போகிறதுனால அவங்க இதை நோக்கி ஓடிட்டுருக்காங்க. ஸோ துபாயில் ஃபஸ்ட் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் ஸ்டோர் பெரிய சேலஞ்ச் இருந்தது ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஒரு 6 மந்த்து. இப்போ அது கொடுத்த கான்ஃபிடென்ட் நல்லா செட் ரைட் பண்ணி அதுக்கான ப்ராப்பராக மார்க்கெட்டிங் கொடுத்து ப்ராசஸ்லாம் ஸ்ட்ரீம்லைன் பண்ணதுனால அது ஒரு கான்ஃபிடென்ட் கொடுத்துருக்கு. ஸோ இந்த ஏரியா லண்டனில் போயிடலாம், லண்டனில் இருக்கிற பிராண்ட் அப்படின்ற ஒரு கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டோட மீதி எல்லா இடத்துக்கும் கொண்டு போகிறது ஈஸியாக இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு லண்டன்லேயுமே ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். கூடிய சீக்கிரம் லண்டன்லேயே ஓப்பன் பண்ணிடுவோம்னு நம்புகிறேன். ஸோ இதுதான் உங்களுடைய growth-உடைய ரோட் மேப்.
மனமார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்கள். 997 மேடமுக்கு, 998 குமாரவேலுக்கு, 999 எனக்கு, 1000வது UEF-ல கூப்பிட்டுக்கோங்க. அன்னைக்கு தெரியல. கண்டிப்பா அது வந்து
இந்த 1000 ஸ்டோர்ஸ் நான் ஒரே இடத்துல ஒரு தடவை தான் சொன்னேன் நான். அத கேள்விப்பட்ட நம்ம பிரசிடென்ட் அஹமத் பாரி காக்கா வந்து
இல்ல அவர்ட்ட நீங்க 1000க்கு கீழ சொன்னா தான் பிரச்சனை.
ஓகே
அதனால நீங்க 1000 சொன்னதுனால
எங்க பார்த்தாலும் 992 சொல்லிட்டு என்ன பல தடவை ஞாபகப்படுத்துறாங்க. பல இடத்துல என்ன பத்தி சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அதனால தான் இந்த எளியவனான எனக்கு இந்த ஸ்டேஜ்ல வாய்ப்பு உங்களோட எல்லாம் உட்கார்றதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு
அதெல்லாம் கிடையாது. இல்ல கதை உங்களோட உட்கார்றதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் வாய்ப்பு இன்னைக்கு. ரொம்ப நன்றி. ரொம்ப நன்றி. சிகேகே, you know, what was the trigger to say that, okay, this business I will not own all my stores, I'll go through franchisee? What were the decision making points? How did you imagine the scale, which was completely unorganized business, wanting to make it organized? You are working out an economics for that and then convincing many others to, you know, have more and more stores. I want that journey, and then like, no, whatever you could capture in the next 4-5 minutes, like I think, you know,
முதல்ல ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது எனக்குலாம் ஒன்றும் பெரிய ட்ரீம்லாம் ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. சொந்த காலில் நிற்கணும், மாதம் 60,000 ரூபா சம்பாதிக்கணும். வீணா, மை வைஃப் வீணாஸ் ரெஃப்யூசல் டு கண்டினியூ as a housewife was the beginning of the brand Naturals. Veena could have easily stayed home and glorified herself as a homemaker. She said, I don't want to be a homemaker. I don't want to work anywhere. I want to become an entrepreneur. One of the biggest challenge every entrepreneur faces in the beginning is to identify what to do. Irritation is the biggest source of energy. If you are irritated about something, look them over very carefully. There lies an opportunity. உங்களை எதெல்லாம் இரிட்டேட் பண்ணதோ அதெல்லாம் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி. அந்த காலத்தில் வந்து குட் குவாலிட்டி அஃபோர்டபுள் சலூன் 2000ல இல்லை. குட் குவாலிட்டி சலூன்னா 5-star ஹோட்டலுக்கு போனோம், இல்லைனா லோக்கல் பியூட்டி பார்லர், பார்பர் ஷாப்ஸ். ஹைஜீன் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட், குவாலிட்டி ஆஃப் ப்ராடக்ட், குவாலிட்டி ஆஃப் சர்வீஸ் வெரி புவர். ஸோ வி தாட் தெர் இஸ் அ நீட் ஃபார் அ குட் குவாலிட்டி அஃபோர்டபுள் சலூன். அதுதான் ப்ராப்ளம் டு சால்வ். எப்பயும் எங்கே பணம் இருக்குன்னு பார்க்காதீங்க, எங்கே ப்ராப்ளம் டு சால்வ் பாருங்க. பிக்கர் தி ப்ராப்ளம், பிக்கர் தி ஆண்டர்பிரினர், ஸ்மாலர் தி ப்ராப்ளம், ஸ்மாலர் தி ஆண்டர்பிரினர். வி ஐடென்டிஃபைட் அ பிக் ப்ராப்ளம் அண்ட் தட் வாஸ் தி பிகினிங். செகண்ட் சேலஞ்ச் வந்து வேர் டு ஐ ஃபைண்ட் த ஸ்கில்? Veena is not a beautician, she is not a hairdresser, she is not a makeup artist. And my knowledge of beauty is even poor. I thought manicure is for feet and pedicure is for hand. இவ்வளவுதான். பிஸ்னஸ் நாலேஜ் தேவையில்லை. ஃபியூ ஹவர்ஸ் முன்னாடி நான் அமெரிக்காவில் வந்து சான் ஃப்ரான்சிஸ்கோ ஏர்போர்ட்டுக்கு 2 சூட்கேஸ் எடுத்துகிட்டு போனேன். பெரிய பெரிய சூட்கேஸ். என் ஃப்ரெண்டு என்னை பிக்கப் பண்ண வந்தார். ஒரு சூட்கேஸை வந்து பின்னாடி பூட்டில் வச்சுட்டேன், இன்னொரு சூட்கேஸை நான் மடியில் வச்சுக்கிறேன்னு சொன்னேன். இல்லை முன்னாடி வைங்கன்னாரு. இதை எப்படி நான் முன்னாடி வைக்கலான்னு சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டு அவர் பானட்டை திறந்தாரு, வச்சேன். அப்போ தான் டெஸ்லா கார். ஒரு இன்ஜின் இல்லாத கார் செய்ய முடியும்னு சொல்லிட்டு இலான் மஸ்கால தான் பண்ண முடியும். பர்சன் ஃப்ரம் தி கார் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி, ஃபோர்டாக இருக்கலாம், இல்லைனா வந்து மாருதியாக இருக்கலாம், சுசுக்கியாக இருக்கலாம், மர்சிடிஸ் பென்ஸாக இருக்கலாம், தேவர் ஒன்லி திங்கிங் ஹவு டு மேக் அ ஃபாஸ்டர் இன்ஜின், மோர் ஃபியூல் எஃபிஷியன்ட் இன்ஜின் அண்ட் பிக்கர் காரை தான் யோசிச்சாங்க தவிர யாரும் இன்ஜினே இல்லாத காரை தயாரிக்க முடியும்ட்டு கார் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் இருக்கவங்களால யோசிக்க முடியவில்லை. இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் இல்லைன்னா யூ ஹேவ் அ பிக் அட்வான்டேஜ். ரூல்ஸ் டசன்ட் அப்ளை ஃபார் யூ. ஸோ எனக்கு ரூல்ஸ் தெரியாது. ஸோ ஐ எம் வெரி ஹாப்பி. அதான் ரெண்டாவது. மூணாவது and the most important challenge every first generation entrepreneur faces is where do I find the money? I favoritely call the 3 F's, which is the friends, family and fools. I collected the money and started the business with the hope that we are going to make 60,000 rupees a month and Veena is going to become self-employed. I was half right. Veena became self-employed. 60,000 rupee is not happening. In life and business, first 3 years are very difficult and the next 3 years are difficult. லாஸ். அதான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு 3 இயர். அதுக்கப்புறம் 4th இயர் ப்ராஃபிட் பண்ணேன். அப்போதான் ஸ்லோவாக தான் வந்தது. அப்போ வந்து எனக்கு இந்த இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் செயின் பண்ணணும், பெரிய பிஸ்னஸ் ஆக்கணும், அதெல்லாம் ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. பட் நீங்கள் இங்கேருந்து டெல்லி போகணுன்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா, காரில் ஏறி உக்காந்திங்கன்னா 150 மீட்டர் தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு. அந்த 150 மீட்டர் போனீங்கன்னா அடுத்த 150 மீட்டர் தெரியும். அப்படியே ஃபாலோ பண்ணி போனீங்கன்னா டெல்லி வந்துடும். அப்படி தான் ஜேர்னி. எடுத்த உடனே எல்லாம் ஃபுல்லாக எல்லா சிக்னலும் க்ரீனாக இருந்தால் தான் வீட்டில் இருந்தே காலை கரப்புன்னு நினச்சிங்கன்னா வீட்டிலே இருக்க வேண்டியது தான். எடுத்துங்க உங்கள் பெரிய அந்த இதை போடுங்க, போயிட்டே இருங்க, புது புது ட்ரீமாக வந்துகிட்டே இருக்கும். அப்படி டெவலப் பண்ணது தான் இந்த ட்ரீம் தவிர எடுத்த உடனே எல்லாமே எனக்கு தெரியும்லாம் கிடையவே கிடையாது. ரெண்டாவது வந்து இந்த உமன் ஆண்டர்பிரினர்னு ஒரு கான்செப்ட். எனக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப பிடிச்சது எங்கள் அம்மா கிட்டேருந்து வந்தது. நான் வந்து ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டாக இதுக்கு வந்துடுறேன், நான் டைம் முடிஞ்சிருது. This world is made by men for men. It is not a conspiracy, it is a data bias. இன்னைக்கு வந்து ஆண்டர்பிரனர்னு சொன்னால் நமக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து வெறும் ஆண்கள் மட்டும் தெரிவாங்க. கொஞ்சம் பத்தில் நீங்கள் உட்காந்துருக்கிறீங்க, கொஞ்ச நாளுக்கு அப்புறம் ஆண்டர்பிரனர்னு சொன்னால் இங்கே வெறும் விமன் மட்டும்தான் தெரியணும். நீங்கள் அந்த டேட்டா பயஸை டேட்டாவால் தான் ஆன்சர் பண்ண முடியும். ஒரு காலத்தில் கிரிக்கெட் பிளேயர்னு சொன்னால் நமக்கு வந்து விராட் கோலி, தோனி, சச்சின் டெண்டுல்கர் தான் மைண்டில் வருவாங்க. இன்னைக்கு கிரிக்கெட் பிளேயர்னு சொன்னால் ஹர்மன் பிரீத், ஸ்மிருதி மந்தானா, ஜென்மிமா ராட்ஜஸ் இப்படி தான் வந்தது. ஏன்னா டேட்டா பயஸ் இஸ் ஆன்சர்டு பை டேட்டா. இந்த மாதிரி எல்லா டேட்டா பயஸும் வந்து உமனுக்கு அகெயின்ஸ்டாக இந்த உலகம் ஸ்டாக் ஆகிருக்கு. அதை டேட்டாவால் ஆன்சர் பண்ணுங்க. அதுதான் வந்து காலகாலமாக நடந்தது. அந்த இன்விசிபிள் விமன்னு சொல்லி ஒரு இது ஸ்டோரி இருக்குது. அது படிச்சிங்கன்னா காலகாலமாக எப்படி இருந்தது, இனிமேல் காலத்தை மாற்ற வேண்டியது பத்துல் உங்கள் பிரஃபா உங்கள் கையில் நாங்கள் அந்த பேட்டனை கொடுக்குறோம். நீங்கள் எல்லாம் அடுத்த முறை எல்லாம் இங்கே 4 பேரும் விமனாக இருக்கணும். அதுதான் வந்து நீங்கள் வந்து பண்ண வேண்டிய வேலை. இன்றைக்கி ஒரு ரெப்ரசன்டேஷன், இன்றைக்கி போனால் போதுன்னு வந்து உங்களை சேர்த்துருக்குறாங்க. அடுத்த போனால் போதுன்னு எங்களை நீங்கள் சேருங்க. அதுதான் நீங்கள் எங்களுக்கு பண்ண வேண்டிய மிகப்பெரிய இதாக நினைக்கிறேன் நான். வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Mikka Nandri. I think with this, we are running out of time for the afternoon. I would like to thank each of my panelists, I think, for the inspirational stories and lessons they've shared with you. And also would like to thank United Economic Forum. For somehow, I've been a permanent member of United Economic Forum for quite some time. So I think that's a privilege and, which I really enjoy. So I think I would like to continue that. I think, let's hope I think a new beginning of what one could do from here on, with all the wishes and also for the wishes for the lunch, which I'm stopping you from. Wish you all the best and see you back again, I think once the lunch is over. Have a great day. Have a great lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for fantastically moderating the session. It did not feel like a session. In the first place, it seemed like a chat between friends. And it was a fascinating story to listen to. Each of the entrepreneurs telling us how they went through life and how they went through their trials and tribulations. Gives us inspiration, gives us hope, gives us lessons and guidance on where we could also emulate these storylines and of course, face all the red lights that come along with it. I now invite our President of the United Economic Forum, Mr. Ahmed Buhari Sahab. I invite Mr. Abdul Rahman Buhari Sahab. Abdul Qadir Sahab, can you also please come on stage? I also request their wonderful better halves, Mrs. Mariam, Mrs. Madiha. Can you please also come on stage to honor our guests who are there? We also request our DG UEF, Mr. Sajid Sadak Sahab, to please come on stage. So he's also wearing a wonderfully well-tailored suit. We'll find out who his tailor is as well. So one thing I always used to take inspiration from him was the way he ties his ties. For the last 2 days, not tying it, and I'm so disappointed. Right, beloved moderator, can you please... Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. Mr. C.K. Kumaravale, CMD Naturals. So, can I request the moderator also to join in for the photo, please? Yes? Thank you. Yes. The next token of appreciation. Next token of appreciation. Can I request our young man to take it forward? All right, and this goes to Mr. Abdul Rafi, founder and CEO of Mizaj. Big round of applause. Amazing story, amazing confidence. Really proud to have him here with us today. Our next panelist, creator of many of the television shows that we love, Ms. Raufa HK, founder, Media Masons. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Louder ones this time, louder. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. For everyone who's still here, it's time to break for our beloved moderator will still be with us. He's got a session where we will get to listen to him as well, and I'm looking forward to that session as well. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now we allow you to leave the room. You can break for lunch. Please be back. We will start the next session at 2:45, right? So 2:45 is the time. We'd want you all to be back. We have a good 1 hour for lunch. So finish your prayers, have your lunch, and please come back on time. Right? And we'll start our next few sessions. As you can see, they're getting better and better. And a lot more interesting and fantastic speakers are lined up for the afternoon as well.
small businesses and entrepreneurs. We have processed more than 2,700 loan cases with care, dignity, and fairness. Most importantly, our membership has grown to an impressive 54,413 members, people who believe in ethical finance, trust our system, and walk with us in this mission. For our depositors, Janseva has provided stable and profit returns between 5% and 9% on investment deposits. Every milestone reflected in this chart shows the strength of our model: interest-free, transparent, secure, and community-driven. Every rupee that enters Janseva is used responsibly to help someone start a business, build a home, educate a child, or grow a dream. From a small initiative to a 60 crore ethical financial movement, Janseva continues to prove that when money is made moral, prosperity becomes possible. This is more than a report. This is our journey. This is our commitment. This is the trust of thousands coming together for a better financial future. Janseva is not just growing. Janseva is moving with purpose, impact, and integrity. And the journey ahead is even brighter.
Thank you. And I wish there are more and more options are created for an interest-free economy and loans. A big round of applause for Janseva, please. We also have a quick message from the Managing Director of Siraj Holdings International, an investment company with a net worth of $1 billion US. So I welcome Mr. Khader Pir Sharif Sahib on the stage, sir, for your message. Can we have a quick mic, please?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually very disappointed because I came today morning. I wish I was there 2 days back because I spent about a few hours in the morning, and the amount of energy that I saw, the amount of vision that was brewing up, was so absolutely brilliant that I think I should have come here 2 days back. So actually, this is a statement that I wanted to say: please do not miss any of those events in future. And I've been hearing this. So when I came here, I saw this 4 trillion for TN, beautifully coined. And all the people sitting in the front, pretty sure you will make it. But I was trying to figure out the people in the back, what would they think? And the idea is that, is it really possible? 4 trillion for TN. And I was also thinking the same thing, 4 trillion for TN. Let's try and figure out how to do that. But the conversation today is basically, I wanted to talk about our journey. This was in 2018, and that time I was actually employed. And in my employment, I went to UAE for customer meetings. And when I went to the customer meetings, and this company that I went, it was like a hospital. You know, like how doctors will come out and go. All the guys were walking in and walking out. The company was called HCL Infosystems. I was there in the morning trying to have a meeting with them. And there was so much stress and pressure that was happening there. And we didn't know what's happening. So time passed, you know, almost about 3 hours I was waiting for them to have this meeting, and nothing happened. So I asked these people, you know, what's happening? Why are we not having this meeting? Can we understand this? So the guy told me that this company was about to be sold, was to be acquired by someone, but unfortunately the buyer had some issues, court-related issues, and therefore the HCL board said no to this deal. So the HCL has actually informed the stock exchange. It was a listed company, HCL Infosystems. They informed the stock exchange, and they were about to sell it, but they said no. So the entire HCL management was under stress that time. So I was waiting there and figuring out, okay, this meeting is not going to happen, and I left. But then what happened, and I want to connect to my earlier speaker, Ms. Bharti Bhaskar, and she was talking about the opportunity in terms of how do you find an opportunity. So that's where I found an opportunity. that how is it possible to look at acquiring this company there. I want to keep it quickly here. So that's where I met with UEF. And the reason why I'm talking this is, I actually met with SMB Kaka and then said, you know, why don't we look at getting this company here? So that was the first conversation. And there was another important thing what UEF contributed. The first meeting that we also happened was in UEF office in EGMO. So myself, SMB Kaka and Dr. Sadakutullah, we were just talking, how do we sort of figure out to go and acquire? Because this is one individual with a vision. There was another individual with a vision who came, and we were trying to figure out how will we go and acquire. And the next help again came from UEF, where we need to submit a balance sheet. When you're buying a listed company, you need to come from a balance sheet. One of the sponsors, one of the UEF company actually helped us with the balance sheet, and we submitted the balance sheet of that company to do this. And story short, we successfully acquired HCL Infosystems there. Now, okay, since for want of time, sure, no problem. So we went, after we completed HCL, we grew this company. Last month, we celebrated 25 years. The point that I'm trying to say for the 4 trillion for TN is, we, via UEF, have actually contributed. What we acquired now is a 100 million dirhams company there in UAE. And we have already committed close to about 100 crores for Tamil Nadu. We have invested in Tamil Nadu, and we have already organized close to about $1 billion for investment in Tamil Nadu. And we're going to be honoring that very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, let's go on to the session that we've been eagerly awaiting. So let's go on to the session that we've been eagerly awaiting. And this is about funding beyond investment, unlocking the next wave of growth capital. So with India attracting USD 71 billion in FDI and witnessing record levels of private equity, venture capital investment, the financing landscape is rapidly diversifying. The next wave of capital will increasingly come from sovereign funds, ESG-driven pools, Islamic finance, blended finance, and global development institutions. This session explores how Tamil Nadu can access and deploy these evolving capital streams to fund infrastructure, innovation hubs, sustainability initiatives, and high-growth startups. Through this session, we will all gain an understanding of how modern financing structures can enable long-term responsible growth aligned with the $4 trillion economic vision. And to moderate this session, it is my proud privilege to welcome Dato Hamdan Abdul Majid, Managing Director, Think City. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dato Hamdan Abdul Majid. As he makes his way to the stage, please allow me to introduce him. He's a dynamic thought leader in urban regeneration and sustainable city making. He's also an investment banker and venture builder dedicated to shaping urban policies, fostering civil society development, and advocating for impact investments. Holding a degree in economics and management from the University of London, his early career spanned investment analysis, investment banking, and investment strategy at Khazana Nasional, Berhad. In 2009, he made his leap into urban regeneration and sustainable city making by co-founding Think City, an organization focused on creating more livable, resilient, and people-friendly cities. Since then, his notable accomplishments have included the transformation of Georgetown into a UNESCO World Heritage Site and active involvement in urban policy initiatives such as Penang 2030. His steadfast commitment to creating better cities for all has earned international acclaim, with accolades such as the Eisenhower Fellowship and a special citation. A big round of applause for our moderator for the day, Dato Hamdan Abdul Majid. Thank you, sir. Let's quickly invite the panelists on stage. First up, a gentleman who previous session moderated so beautifully, Mr. IAS Balamurgan, co-founder, Aniket Capital LLP. Again, to reintroduce to you, the investment manager to 6 SEBI-registered alternative investment funds, including 3 structured funds and 2 early-stage equity funds. These funds collectively manage 4,500 crores with a diverse investor base comprising HNIs, insurance companies, corporates, public institutions, and family offices. With over 30 years of experience in the banking and financial services industry, of which the last 13 years have been served as a professional investor. He has held senior management roles at Citibank, UBS, and ICICI Bank, where he served for nearly 17 years. His final corporate role was as joint general manager at ICICI Bank in 2010, after which he became deeply involved in shaping the SME finance ecosystem. An avid reader of history, Mr. Bala is also passionate about playing golf whenever time permits. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. I.A.S. Balamurugan, co-founder, Aniket Capital LLP. Our next esteemed panelist, Mr. Rafe Hanif, is the Group CEO of MBSB Holding that comprises MBSB Bank and MIDF Group. He was previously the CEO of Group Transaction Banking at CIMB from 2019 to June 2023. He began his banking career in 1991 with HSBC Investment Bank in London. Over the past 25 years, he has held various leadership roles at HSBC Middle East, ABN AMRO UAE, Fajr Capital UAE, and Citigroup Malaysia. He was then appointed as the CEO of HSBC Amana Bank and subsequently joined CIMB as the CEO of CIMB Islamic Bank. He also served as CIMB's Group Chief Sustainability Officer and the CEO of CIMB Foundation, where he was instrumental in positioning the sustainability agenda as a key strategic driver for CIMB Group. Mr. Rafe read law and Islamic law at the International Islamic University, Malaysia, and then pursued his Master of Laws at Harvard Law School. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rafe Hanif, Group CEO, MBSB Holding. A big round of applause, please. A third and final panelist of the day, we have Mr. Ajmal Sharfuddin. He's an accomplished executive leader with over 2 decades of experience in wealth management, business development, hedge funds, and Sharia-compliant financial advisory. As Executive Director of MBS Global Investments under the private office of Sheikh Naif bin Aid Al Thani, he drives strategic growth through ethical, sustainable, and innovation-focused investment initiatives. His portfolio spans green tech, fintech, seed funding, M&A, and family business advisory, backed by strong global networks and partnerships. He also leads venture incubation at Clutch Eye Capital, empowering early-stage technology firms towards global scalability. Beyond investment leadership, he has contributed significantly to academia as a strategic board member and director at the Indian School of Business and Computing, ISBC, where he championed modern education standards and talent development. His commitment to fostering innovation, sustainability, and entrepreneurial success positions him as a trusted advisor across financial and corporate sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ajmal Sharfuddin, ED, MBS Global Investments, Dubai. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, dear MC, and for this wonderful introduction. I think we have a delightful panel of experts coming from different backgrounds and different experiences. But let me introduce the session itself. This session is focused on funding beyond investment, unlocking the next wave for growth capital. As we know that Tamil Nadu has articulated one of the more ambitious subnational economic visions anywhere in the world, a vision to grow the economy to $1 trillion economy by 2030, and now with the UEF efforts to push for a $4 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu by 2047. And I think this is a very bold and visionary outlook that gives confidence for capital to find home. But this is not only about incremental growth. It's a fundamental shift in how growth is financed, governed, and sustained. The key question for today is not, is there enough money in the world? We know there is. Money is looking for home. The real question is, does Tamil Nadu's capital architecture designed to absorb and deploy the right kind of capital at the right scale over the right time horizon? I think that's the critical path. I think we have heard over the past 2 days the aspects of firm creation, startups. We have heard about what you call leadership. We have heard about the economic vision. The key question that arises is that, is there capital that's looking to find home in Tamil Nadu? Now, we know that for the first horizon, from now to 2030, we are going to look at about building the foundations. It's about strengthening the core sectors and upgrading the economy as a whole, moving into new sectors like green energy, pushing for faster approvals, industrial corridors, digital infrastructure, and workforce pipelines. And we have heard a lot of this. But for the second phase of this, which we need to plant the seeds today, It's structurally much different than what we see today. This is about being more globally integrated. It's about climate smart, innovation driven, and powered by patient long tenure capital. And here's the critical insight. What gets us to the first trillion will not get us to the fourth unless we start rethinking the approach that we need to move. This is why this panel is not about investment. It's about different capital, different risk sharing, and different institutions. We are fortunate to have a distinguished panel today, bringing perspectives from finance, policy, entrepreneurship, global capital, and wealth management. So let me start maybe to hear that you have heard in the course of the last 2 days, this vision of a 4 trillion economy by 2047. What does this actually mean to you? Maybe I'll start with Balamurugan, who's from the home state of Tamil Nadu.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I have the job of waking up everyone after a good lunch. So I think let me attempt it. Thanks for asking this question, Hamdan. So, the most important task is to reach that inflection point. I think, Tamil Nadu has, I think, if not has already reached, I think there are signs that I think it will reach there. But just to tell you that I think the state has grown 16% last year. I don't think any other state in the country which has achieved 16%. And it's also broad-based. It comes from manufacturing, it comes from like services, it comes from software. It's not one horse-driven kind of a state. You've got like multiple engines, like I think firing at the same time. I don't think any state other than Maharashtra which comes closer to this. So also the talent pool, the number of engineering colleges, like number of number of talented people, like and also the work ethic. We are far superior, like I think when it comes to all those things. So given that, I think what we possess, also one of the longest sea coast in the country. All the way from Chennai to Kayalpattinam or a little down. So I think which is also another boon. So given all those like natural resources, talent, and also broad-based growth, the number which is put out like by the United Economic Forum is something like which I think it's possible, and it's reasonably like I think it's reasonable to say that I think it's achievable. I hope like I think some of us live long to see that happening on that day.
So maybe I'll bring this question to the other two gentlemen who are Indian diaspora from a global perspective. So Rafi, maybe what's your take about the vision that has been set forth?
I think given the scenario we are seeing, the high growth that we have seen in India in general and Tamil Nadu in particular, the 4 trillion is certainly achievable. But if you look at the other countries in the world where we have seen exponential growth from an economic front, it's not only domestic driven, but is also FDI driven. You need to see more FDI inflows into India in order to spur the development that you are looking for. So if you look at the numbers thrown around earlier, was what, 79 billion, 81 billion? So I was just looking just now, it was about 81 billion FDI inflow into India, and the GDP of India is close to $3.9 trillion. So it's insignificant. If you look at the numbers, 81 billion looks big, but in the context of 3.9 trillion GDP, nominal GDP in India, it's a very small FDI inflow. If you look at the percentage of FDI inflow to GDP in countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, they're all double digit. India is still around 2 to 3%. FDI inflow is 2 to 3% of India's GDP, which means a lot more effort needs to be done to bring not only foreign funds, but also foreign expertise, where there is a gap in Indian economy. That's I think the fastest way to achieve the 4 trillion economic growth in Tamil Nadu and India in general. More importantly is to look at the areas where India is importing. So India is consistently having a trade deficit, meaning while India is exporting a lot, you have a huge $3.9 trillion economy, you are importing more than you are exporting. Some of the imports are necessary, maybe crude oil. India doesn't have much local origin crude oil, but there are many other things we are buying, like India is buying lots of electronic items, electrical items. Those can be produced here through FDI. Obsession with gold, absolutely, gold and silver. First thing they asked me when I came at the airport is, do you have any gold, sir? I said, no, I don't. I only have a watch. But I think a lot of people bring gold here, maybe for investment or for many other things. So I think you need to manage the imports better so that you can always maintain a healthy surplus on the trade deficit front. Thank you.
I think, Brother Ajmal, I think it would be good to hear from you. You come from a family office, managing family office. What attracts you to India and particularly to Tamil Nadu?
Assalamu alaikum, wanakam to everyone. First of all, I thank Almighty for giving me this particular opportunity to participate in this fantastic event. After that, I'd like to thank the president of UEF, Ahmed Bhai, and the Arcot family, and Sayyid Nurul Imran, who's been instrumental in somehow bringing me here, but I'm so grateful that I attended this particular event. I'd like to congratulate every single person who's been instrumental in making this event happen. What a vibrant event. Me coming from Dubai, we've been always attending events and we've seen large-scale events, but over there, they still lack that energy. Here, unbelievable energy. Every age category, whether it's youngsters, elders, I've seen so many elders, the energy they come with the questions they ask is priceless. So a great round of applause for the entire team who's been instrumental in making this happen. Now, in regards to the fundamental question which was asked from an outside-in perspective, I'd like to basically divide that into three key stakeholders. One, the government. Two, UEF. Three, the common people. On a government level, just to second what Mr. Rafi was saying, what will attract sovereign funds or large-scale investments is by defining what is a developed country looking at. The definition of a developed country is when government, education institutions, and corporations work together as one team with a vision. And I've already seen that in the last 2 days. The speech by PTR, the speech by the other ministries, the speech by the bureaucrats, the corporations, it's already there, but it could probably be scaled up. One of the examples that I'd like to give is MBS, we are involved in an AICT project in Europe, where we have a workable model on a real estate play, and we feel similar models like that can be brought in here, which will then attract more global investments as well. On a UEF level, again, the ecosystem is vibrant and there's a lot of activities that is going on. But from an incubation standpoint of view, I would highly recommend it's being scaled up to a venture studio model. I don't want to get too technical about what's the difference, but one key factor that I'd like to highlight is in an incubation model, you have a promoter and you're all supporting them to scale up. But in a venture studio model, you land up usually coupling them with a co-founder. A young entrepreneur wants a particular idea, you'll end up bringing a veteran to join hands with them. So veterans' wisdom and youngsters' energy, when you combine that, you'll end up mitigating the risk of failure and there's a better probability of success. Third key factor that I'd like to highlight again, or the most important, the common people. Guys, this is a golden era for you guys. I have never seen any other place and opportunity like this, what you've been instilled through UEF. The 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu, the way it is, the best analogy I can give is between a normal staircase and an escalator. In other places, you have to go on a normal stairs. UEF is building a state-of-the-art escalator for you, where you get into it, you will be able to scale up much faster. This is something that I'd like to highlight. But again, the key factor again stays with how you propel yourself, how you prepare yourself for that. For that, you need to first unlearn what you have learned. Going back to yesterday's discussion with the IIT and the educational panel, you're all looking at what needs to be done as self-development through self-paced learning is the only solution. That has to be highlighted. And in that regard, again, there's two. Sorry, I'm making it a little longer, but I just wanted to share these 2 points. One, I had the opportunity to be involved in a Shark Tank kind of event in Dubai a few years ago. It's a reality show, right? So when you actually have a show like that, the way people learn in every age category seems to be a factor of inspiration. You know what? This is the kind of journey that I have to take. The other key factor, which I feel is the key element to succeed, is awareness. And that's only possible through a masterclass model. Again, I want to go back to Mr. Ahmed Buhari's introductory video. There was a small video that was played, and there was a punch in it, the way he shared that. But again, in my opinion, majority of the audience don't know the veterans like Mr. Buhari or others, their journey. They don't know. So you need to capture them for them to be inspired, which will lead them to aspire and then get motivated. So these are my thoughts in regards to how we can propel localization, global ideas into localization. But otherwise, it's a flying wheel, and I see great potential in attracting global investments.
So we have heard from the panelists saying that the vision it's bold but realizable, it's realistic, but it requires what I would call a focused effort and addressing the core issues the country faces, the current account deficit, to be more FDI attractive, at the same time in terms of creating an enabling environment that would support capital investments. But the question is that we look ahead at this vision, Tamil Nadu needs consistently $20 to $30 billion in capital investment. Now, the challenge that lies then is that there's a lot of money that's floating around. The question becomes, what is it that is required to make a much more progressive, what I call an environment to attract capital to converge into Tamil Nadu? While there will be money from government, there will be money from domestic capital, but the key question is that it's not enough on its own. But so this is where the question is that can there be, or what needs to happen that will make this place a much more attractive place for high growth investment? We heard the earlier investment that was done to Gibraltar Technologies, where it has grown 10x. There are many of these potentials that exist, but many is unknown. So maybe we could hear from Ankit. You see many of these transactions in the market, but are you seeing enough in terms of capital participation from outside that is matching the local domestic capital? What are the limitations? What are the issues that you face?
Let me take in 2-3 parts. First is, is the capital, is it a constraint? I tend to come from a school and belief, system of, I think if there is something which is good on the table, good promoter, good idea, like I think, good execution, I don't think capital is a constraint. So I think, this country has demonstrated that in the last decade. Some of those people who have attempted those ideas, the scale of imagination of that idea and scale of execution. I don't think there was any decade or last 1.5 decades or 2 decades in which they coexisted together. So I see that, I think, don't see, I think capital becoming a constraint, number one. Number two, today, what began as an industry of 50,000 crores as mutual funds, which I'm just taking as an indicator, in 95, 96, today the mutual fund industry is about some 57 lakh crores or something. Okay, just imagine 50,000 crores industry to 57 lakh crores, and it's just 3% of domestic savings. Okay, our alternative investment industry, which is does the private investments, it used to be nothing like about 10, 12 years, 15 years back. We are almost about 300,000 crores. It's about 3 lakh crores. And, so the point I'm trying to make is the domestic industry in terms of capital, if investors see returns, if investors see good professionals evolving and intermediating between the ideas and I think the capital, it's going to flow, and it's going to flow in the way like I think none of us could imagine.
Yeah, are we seeing the kind of returns that is attracting the flows?
Yeah, so I think
in adequate amounts.
Yeah, so I would put it this way: every industry has like I think its own like growth curve. I think I just maybe D2. When credit cards came into this country, like I think let's say like I think in the early 90s, we had the worst of defaults like I think in credit cards. It was the worst performing product. But if you look at it today, credit cards is an evolved industry. So I think the similar state, like I think, is going through in private capital industry, or maybe we are a little ahead of that. I think we are seeing like good fund managers, top tier fund managers evolving and becoming the poster boys of that industry, so which is happening. So, it has gone through a cycle, it would continue to go through a cycle, but you would have like the equivalents of Blackstone, BlackRock, like I think KKR's the world, I think coming and doing business here, or evolving out of Indian fund managers. Like point to prove is that Citibank was the pioneer. I'm just taking Citibank because I was part of it for quite some time. Citibank was a pioneer in many things in this country, okay, and they were pioneer in consumer lending. You know what's happening to Citibank today? They sold it off to Axis Bank. Flat 25 years time. So what you think has been happening like the poster boys of the, the Western world and some of the other parts of the world, they would figure out like I think, when they come here, they might have an advantage. But over a period of like I think a decade or so, your Indian like I think would have managed it, learned it. I think they would also be there at their own game. And that's going to happen. You write it and keep it with you, it would happen. Today you have got all the tigers of the world, like Sequoias of the world. Already Sequoia has like handed over the business to the Indian fund managers and gone. So it's a matter of time. So I think we will still need a lot of foreign capital, but that foreign capital would not be managed out of New York. Foreign capital would be managed like out of the Indian cities. Quite possibly like it could also happen from tier 2 cities. It's what stops like when you're becoming 4 trillion TN or 20 trillion or 30 trillion like Indian economy, you would have like McKinsey opening office in probably in like I think Sivagangai, Madurai, because they would need it. You need all those guys. So you would have fund managers like sitting out of our places, our cities, maybe managing dollar money which is flowing from every parts of the world, if dollar exists that day. Thank you.
Rafi, what is your take looking at it from a global perspective? You have intermediate capital into infrastructure projects and development projects and so on. Do you see, like what we have seen in China, the last 25 years has been very much a strong push of government and private sector capital. What's your view from a...
So certainly, as I mentioned earlier, every country is now trying to attract FDIs to come to their country by providing a series of incentives. Typically, when you look at Malaysia, Malaysia's GDP is 1/10 of India. India is about 4 trillion. Malaysia is about 422 billion. This is 2024. So our size is about 1/10, but our FDI is about 20 billion. So almost 1/4 of India's FDI. So despite our smaller GDP, we are able to attract more FDIs than India on a proportionate basis. And the reason being, Malaysia goes out and brings out the comparative advantage Malaysia has versus other countries. So this is what India needs to do. Number one, investors want to come to a country where they can operate in a seamless fashion, right? Where people speak English. English is a very important factor for India. So Malaysia and India shares a common history because we were both under British colonial rule. So if you look at our system of law is common law, English common law based. We generally speak English. The population is familiar with English. Good infrastructure. I think I've been coming to Chennai for the last 10 years, and I'm seeing the infrastructure in Chennai improving tremendously. You can see the airport is much better now, faster clearing, and the metro is being built. Some parts of the city, metro has been completed. The roads need to be improved, certainly. But these are the comparative advantage. When investors come here, they want to see whether they are having good access to land, for example. So in Malaysia, I give you 3 examples. we had one investor coming from Turkey. Malaysia typically have seen investment coming from Japan, from China, from the US, but now we are seeing from other countries. So this company is the largest producer of bar soap. You know, we use at home, soaps. These are the biggest producers, and they came to Malaysia for 3 reasons. One, government gave incentive, land, leasing of land for long term, and then we have palm oil. Second, palm oil is the main ingredient, the palm oil substitute that goes into bar soaps. And third, also skilled labor was available. So they moved their entire plant from Europe to Malaysia. So today, Malaysia is the largest exporter of bar soap that's being sent to Europe and elsewhere. Another company came from Pakistan. They set up a halal gelatin factory because gelatin is used in many desserts and pharmaceutical products. So Malaysia doesn't have a halal gelatin industry. So this technology was brought and they invested in Malaysia. Again, government, state government particularly played an important role in bringing these technologies in. The third one, recently we teamed up with China. The total investment was about $4 billion for data centers in the southern state of Johor. This was purely a China-Malaysia project where we have brought in Chinese data center operators to set up a large data center plant in Malaysia. So Malaysia, like India, is trying to get foreign investment in so that we can improve our economic performance, create economic opportunities for our people, as well as job creation for the young talent that we are bringing to the market. So I think India needs to showcase what's available. We have seen Tamil Nadu is now really going out on the manufacturing front. We need to know more. How do we make Tamil Nadu more efficient in terms of going out and showcasing what is available in Tamil Nadu? For example, we can bring manufacturers of automotive parts. Malaysia is quite advanced in producing automotive parts for electric vehicles, for example. A lot of the Chinese and American companies have plants in Malaysia. Can we bring those companies to invest in India? If they find home in India, then we as bankers can provide Islamic financing for those companies to come. Those are Malaysian companies who are now venturing into India. So we need to find what are the various options available in India, particularly in Tamil Nadu, and we can then find partners from Malaysia to come and set up their manufacturing arms in Malaysia, in India.
Ajmal, maybe if you could share from a private sector, from a private wealth perspective, what do you look out for when you are investing into maybe what you call is frontier markets like India and Tamil Nadu, and what would be the kind of things that you expect to have before you put in capital investment, and what kind of horizons do you look to invest?
Just to orient you in regards to MBS today, we are setting up a financial center of our own. We are setting up a Maldives International Financial Center, which is one of the first destination-based financial center in the world. So the segregation of private and government sector is changing. It's evolving. It's no more a private office, no more a government. It's more of a collaborative effort. So our interaction has been regularly with strategic partners like Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, Qatar Investment Authority, sovereign funds, as Mr. Rafiq mentioned, in Malaysia as well. What matters the most is awareness. Last 2 days, for me, it's an eye-opening session because of the kind of data I heard and understood. There was a session by Mr. Suresh yesterday where he mentioned, again, the manufacturing sectors, the kind of GDP growth which is there, the kind of stability which is there, the kind of forecast which is there. That information has to be then done as a major roadshow to other strategic partners so that it can attract here. And one key factor when it comes to that level of capital is stability and security. The communal balance that you have in Chennai is a key unique factor that has to be highlighted. The way every community member exists together in harmony in Tamil Nadu is a major factor that has to be highlighted because stability comes first. Keeping that in mind with the manufacturing sector that you have and the people. Again, from a data standpoint of view, India is the youngest country in the globe. You have 500 million people under the age of 20, which means the global workforce is coming from India. Keeping that in mind, Tamil Nadu plays a major role because Tamil Nadu is one of the most growing economies within India. So keeping that factor, any large organization should seriously consider Tamil Nadu, and that's the perspective I look into.
So we know now that, there is excess capital and money is looking for a home. We hear that, the need to attract capital. But where do you mobilize this capital to? Obviously, in mature sectors, they are able to access finance. But then we also know there are many sectors, MSMEs, startups, growth companies. Now, how do you see participation in this area? Because that's what will define 2047. While the current companies will continue to become stronger and bigger, but the new sources of growth, or the new drivers of growth. Now, where do you see that coming from? Maybe each of you all can respond to this.
I have a real example. I just wanted to share that. Recently, we are in discussions with Telangana government to actually set up an aviation city. Now, aviation sector, if you look within India, it's not as developed as it's supposed to be. You have a very young aviation minister and he's driving things much better, and we wanted to see how we can get in that space. But again, when it comes to going further deep dive into the infrastructure, into the mechanism which needs to be done, one of the key factors that we are concerned about is the repatriation of funds. Let's assume if I put $1 billion, how do I pull it back? What about the withholding tax? What about the repatriation systems? What are the RBI rules when it comes to FDI? These are the key factors that we are concerned about. Yes, today we have GIFT City mechanism where majority of the investment authorities are routing through that. But maybe that's one of the areas that has to be seriously looked into in Tamil Nadu through the finance ministry to see if there could be some alternative to address that, because that will also attract foreign capital much faster.
Bala, you wanted to respond particularly more from an angle of whether capital is being mobilized effectively to support MSMEs and the startup ecosystem, because one of the things that you read is the fact that there is more, these people are either not able to access the formal banking sector. So this is where the question becomes, can they access non-banking finance?
Yeah. So I'll take it more micro, this question. I think I'll just put it from a very microscope view. First of all, I think, I'm a big believer. It's actually the human capital which is being chased by the rupee capital or dollar capital. It's not the other way around. If there is a good idea, a good person, good ability, I think the capital chases. Okay, that's my belief. Number two, Government of India and various state governments, including Tamil Nadu government, have set up many things in the past and continue to grow. For example, there was a budgetary allocation of almost about 10,000 crores from the central government on a fund of funds scheme, which is said I think I'll give you 20 rupees on a 100 rupees fund, so that I think you can create these startups. And that was fully utilized. So which means I think the 10,000 crores became 50,000 crores or 60,000 crores. And that was equity money. And that again, on that basis of equity, then people avail debt. Just look at the multiplying effect. It all happened I think, from the last 4 or 5 years of budget. And the state governments followed it up with their own grants, their own fund of funds which has been set up and then given. But to top it all, I think I just want this to go to everyone in this room. What is coming is probably the most important, crucial government initiative, I think, which is coming in the next, I think, few months. There's a scheme called RDIF, which is Research and Development and Innovation Fund, which is like announced by central government, which is about 100,000 crores. And like from announcement to establishment of the nodal agency has already been done. The first set of allocation is going to be done. So here, like I think the government, and I'm sure this will be followed up. I think, I'm telling you, like the biggest beneficiary of that would be Tamil Nadu. Because like I think there's so much research and development which is happening. We are already innovating. IIT Chennai like has been at the forefront. So given that, like there's a lot of support like which is coming from the governmental support. That's one. Second is like the rupee-based funds, rupee-based domestic funds, which supported by like I think the Tigers, the Tiger Pacific and others. I've also seen the growth like I think the way it has happened in the last like few years. So, the point I'm trying to tell you is that if there is a good idea, if there is a good founder, if there is a, if there is a scalable business opportunity, innovation driven, I don't think there is anything which is getting left out. What is getting left out is actually the traditional businesses. Okay, I was just having this conversation with one of my good friends, I don't want to name. He does like, I think this equipments like which does, which supplies to the hotel on kitchen and everything. So there is real struggle to see like, I think how one raises money for such regular, I would say like, I think bread and butter businesses, MSME businesses, there is a struggle. There is a struggle because there is not enough money which has been created outside of the banks, and banks continue to be dominated by the public sector banks, and they have the outdated norms, which is rightfully so. I don't want to dispute that because India can't afford a bank failure because like I think it's a political, it's a bloodbath like if there is a bank bust. So from that perspective, we actually really struggle in our like I think normal, good, profitable businesses like which need like I think money. That I think it's an area we have. So those SIDBI is our nodal agency. It has done a good job, but we are yet to go there. So I think the real gap is on the MSME, not on the startup side.
Rafi, maybe can you just share the experience that you've had in Malaysia and probably in other markets? How has, capital has been intermediated to MSME and the role that the bank or the non-bank sector can play?
Yeah. I think if you look at Malaysia, the MSME, particularly the SME segment, is the backbone of the economy. I'm sure it's the same case in India. About 96% of the enterprises and private limited companies are all SMEs. And in the past, they used to have a lot of challenges in terms of accessing credit from the banking system. So what the government has done is that they've come up with various guarantee schemes. I'm sure you have similar things in India, but it has been expanded. So like we have typically in a year, at least 3 or 4 schemes. The government will renew every year. They will say, okay, these schemes are towards, for example, agriculture. Because Malaysia is heavily reliant on imports of basic crops, like even rice. We eat rice 3 times a day. If you go to Malaysia, you see morning, we have coconut rice as our main dish. And we only produce 40% of our rice consumption. A bulk of it we import from India. So agriculture is a core area we want to expand. Another area we want to expand is, for example, in smart manufacturing. So there are a few sectors where the government identify and they tell the banks, you go and finance these sectors on a portfolio basis and the government will guarantee up to 80%. And we need to make sure that the NPL for that portfolio doesn't exceed 2%. So there is a discipline. We don't simply give out the money. We need to make sure the quality stands when we underwrite the credit. So we ensure that the SMEs get the financing because the government is underwriting up to 80%. If there is a default within the 2% that we want to control, we get the money from the government within 3 months. So there is a lot of support from the government to help MSMEs. In addition, we're also seeing the private sector. There are lots of private credit notes coming up, and they're also supporting the larger SMEs who want to grow. We also have set up ACE market where you can tap by issuing equity in smaller denominations, about $20, $25 million. Do you have that in India?
Just take it.
Small ticket IPOs.
Yes, small ticket IPOs. We have got an SME IPOs platform. We have a credit guarantee scheme, which is like what you said. I think today it's about 10 crores, let's say $1.1 million. Probably we are the fintech capital of the world.
So the size is very small.
The size is very small.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think that the interventions are through
Yes.
still have a lot to do there. Okay. But it's coming in drips. Also, you don't have that kind of a capital, like I think, which is to put in. But what is also the other issue is the delivery mechanism. See, where we suffer is the last mile delivery, which is the banks. The final delivery is by the banks, which is, that's where I think we miss out the most.
The banking system in Malaysia is very efficient.
Yeah.
The biggest growth we are seeing is in the SME segment.
Yeah.
Because our engine of growth is SME, and we are seeing SME financing growing circa 8 to 10% a year. So efficiency is key, as you pointed out. And if the government doesn't support, you will not see the SMEs growing into larger companies that eventually will go into IPO and then venture abroad. The last thing that the government is trying to do is use MATRADE. Malaysian Trade is an arm of government, Ministry of Trade and Industries. They have offices everywhere, including in India, where these MATRADE officers will find, companies that could match with Malaysia. So if I am exporting something from Malaysia, I want a partner here. So MATRADE will then run events and trade fairs to find trade opportunities. So that's something that India probably has, but we have not seen that much in. If you look at Malaysia, where we're seeing Indian traders are coming is along IT. For example, we use a lot of Indian IT in our bank. Also food, Saravana Bhawan and Sangeeta and so on. But beyond that, we don't see high-end Indian companies coming to Malaysia and having their presence there.
It may be true. Sorry, Hamdan, I just take one hand. See, I think probably we have taken the route from, see, for example, one of the themes which has been run in this country is like the brain drain we had, which people moving out, like I think raising capital in the Western countries and staying back and raising their businesses. Today, thanks to incubation centers, the best of ideas, the best of brains, like I think our ability to fund them, our ability to give them capital at the very seed stage is far superior. I think, probably like I think we would be in the top 2, 3 of the world, like in terms of funding those kind of like innovative capital. That's like I think true. But where I think we have lost out, I think, I would not say lost out, I think where we are beginning rather, is the manufacturing-led, like I think, which is, we had many constraints. The reforms have been initiated, but I think they are very far, slow. The biggest reforms, like I think in the manufacturing sector, has come in the form of labor reforms. It just got announced, like I think the new labor codes got announced about 2 weeks back. We had close to about, like I think 5,000 odd regulations or 5,200 odd regulations on labor related things. It has just been shrunk to 4 codes. Okay. So, so things have been, there are certain areas, like I think it's very politically sensitive, irrespective of who rules the country, whether it's state or central. So I think that's a lot of give and take, but I think slowly and steadily it is moving. But there are, where the innovation, like I think top talent staying back, you don't want them to go out of the country. I think we have done probably a good job, like I think in the last 2 decades, we've done a very good job.
Last thing is if you look at the trade, because if you look at the SMEs, the SMEs that really grow big are those who actually trade. If they are domestic focused, there is limitation in how much they can grow. But if they export, the sky is the limit when it comes to potential. So that's why I think it's important for you to diversify. After what happened with Trump imposing additional tariff, same thing happened to Malaysia. We have reduced our dependence on exports to America from 20% to now around 12%. We have actually diversified, and hopefully by next 2-3 years, we could completely, rely less on America.
I think it spoke about quite a bit about MSMEs and so on, the need for capital, but also on the context of, because the future is about how do you encourage entrepreneurs to step in to take risk. While we speak about all of these new startups and all that, what is it that's holding them back or what do they really need? Is it money, or is it speed, or is it certainty, demand visibility, ecosystem support? Maybe if we can, each of you can give a quick perspective, because we are going to end the session, but I thought we can hear your views first.
No, this question is the key factor of success. If the vision that has been set by UEF in regards to 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu, if it needs to success, this is the key factor that has to be considered. I mean, the whole intent behind an event like this is to create that awareness. How can people come forward, come out of their cocoon, take that risk, and build that resilience through an ecosystem? But that ecosystem has to be much more than what it is today. And that's where I appreciate the kind of feedback or inputs that has been given by Mr. Bala in regards to how you have to probably decentralize that on a village basis, on a taluk level, because it has to be deep dive further into it. Because on a macro level, everything looks good, but you have to go on a micro level. You have to go down, customize it to each sector, each community, by having a customized system in place, which then addresses the factor. So it's not money. Money will follow. You need to have the excellence. Excellence kick in, money will come from every direction that you think of. And I feel that's where UEF has become that beacon for that particular growth.
Do you want to add anything on Bala? Or
No, I just want to say, like, I think whatever sectors which have grown in the last 2 decades or 3 decades has been less regulated by the government. Yes. Okay. Take software, like I think, you know, much before the policymakers knew what was happening, it has grown. So they couldn't do anything. Okay. I'm sorry, like I think if there are policymakers around. So I think, you know, I would advocate that I think you please stay away. I think, you know, let the innovation happen. So I think don't disturb us too much. So I think that's what I would say. Like I think that remaining, we will take care of it. I think, you know, there are examples of that. I think, you know, you provide the support, you provide the ecosystem, and then leave us like little bit of like I think flexibility, and that's what would happen.
Rafi?
I think there is no shortage of innovation, ideas, as well as capital. What I think is lacking is the intermediation between the idea and the capital. So we need a platform, an incubator, plus an accelerator. So if you have enough people with funds coming in, and today with the technology that we have, we can make this platform completely digital. Investors can come in to evaluate, like a Shark Tank event, and then co-invest. A group of 10, 20 people can co-invest and then scale up the business.
Maybe
that's what UEF can do, probably.
I will come to this statement on what can UEF do, but in one sentence, what is a single bold change Tamil Nadu must make to unlock the next wave of growth capital?
My take on
one
that.
Sentence.
Awareness.
Well, not one word, one sentence.
Awareness is the key factor for this to succeed. For example, me, when I came in here for last 2 days, I didn't know any of these facts. I didn't know the growth rate. I did not know the communal harmony. I did not know the different sectors which is in place. So awareness on a global perspective will for sure attract more capital, which will help the whole project.
And Rafi?
I think, to me, is connecting the innovation to capital. That's critical.
Innovation.
I think, you know, we have got everything going for us, except one thing, maybe a little controversial. We need to consume less liquor.
So let me close with one thought. Definitely capital is abundant globally. What is scarce is patient, aligned and risk-sharing capital that supports long-term transformation. Tamil Nadu's future will not be defined by sectors it promotes, but by the capital architecture it builds. If it gets that right, the 4 trillion vision is not just achievable, it becomes inevitable. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you all for being part of this conversation. I'd like to invite Brother Ahmed Buhari to come to the stage. Brother Ahmed Buhari, can I invite you to the stage? Because I believe there is an announcement that probably is eclipsed in people's mind. It was announced on the first day. The the effort by UEF to put in 25 crores together with Ankit Capital, 25 crores, and now to be supported by MBS. So I will invite Brother Ahmed Buhari to say a few words and to invite the other partners to come together.
Good evening. Hamdan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for wonderfully moderating the session. So I want to thank my dear friend, Mr. Balamurugan. There's a very interesting story to this, right? He's been in touch with us for almost 10 years, Mr. Bala. And about 4 or 5 years back, we were about to announce an Islamic-oriented Sharia-compliant fund. And he was the first person to come and say, I am willing to invest, at that time, 8 or 9 crores. And I asked him recently that, we have all these entrepreneurs who are from the community and otherwise who required the funding. And he just told me, he says, just tell us what we have to do and we'll be there with you. So that's the type of commitment, that's the type of support he's given. He was here earlier moderating the session. So now we are very, very, very happy that he's also agreed to come forward to support us once again. So it's the UEF Venture Capital Fund, for which we are mobilizing about 50 crores to start with. So it's going to be 25 crores from UEF, from members and whatnot. And anybody who wants to put up their hands to start investing, we'll be very happy. Any hands, please? Any hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're almost done. Yes, so 25 from our side, from UEF side, 25 from Manikat side. And of course, we've got Rafi here, we've got Hamdan here, we've got Ajmal here. All of them are participating. So we've got, wonderful people. We're going to start off with the Aniket UEF Venture Capital Fund. Ajmal has also very kindly agreed to support us through ABS, for any venture capital funds that, transaction we may have from UEF to work with the Middle East. And of course, Rafi and Hamdan have always been extremely supportive. So I think we need to give them a big round of applause for supporting us with all this. So the UEF Venture Capital Fund, with this we'll be launching it. Mr. Bala, thank you so much for your support. Hamdan, of course, Rafi, Ajmal, everybody's been extremely supportive.
Bala,
so thank you very
Ajmal,
much.
do you want to say anything?
You want to run that video?
One last statement. This man's leadership is priceless. And I want to see how the next generation can work closely with him, where everybody can actually take this beacon for the future. Just wanted to convey that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, panelists, for that wonderful discussion. Unbelievable. And now it's time to request our president, United Economic Forum, to give away our tokens of appreciation. Janab Nasir Saab, can we have you on stage at the request of our president? He would like you to give away the tokens of appreciation to our moderator and panelists. Right. So, to our fantastic moderator, can we have General Zamiruddin Saab also on stage, please? To our moderator, Dato Hamdan Abdul Majid. Big round of applause, please. Our panelists, Mr. IAS Balamurugan, co-founder Aniket Capital LLP. Erudite, to the point, always talking with ground realities. Mr. Rafe Hanif, Group CEO, MBSB Holding. Global thought process, big money, big funds. How do we utilize them to the best of our abilities? Mr. Ajmal Sharfuddin, Executive Director, MBS Global Investments, Dubai.
Everyone, for me to receive this from this man, I'm very privileged. He's my closest buddy, my companion. Every time I come to Chennai, he's been the best host. To get this from him, I feel especially privileged.
Can request the dignitaries on the dais to please come together for a group picture, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next session, session 5 of the day 3 of the UEF Summit, Trade Summit 2025. The topic, tech enablers for $4 trillion. Tamil Nadu is among India's most technologically advanced states, home to 40% of the country's SaaS unicorns, major global R&D centers, and a thriving deep tech ecosystem. As emerging technologies, AI, robotics, IoT, space tech, and advanced analytics are projected to drive 20 to 25% of global GDP growth, Tamil Nadu has a unique advantage to lead the next wave of innovation. The current session explores how these technologies can transform manufacturing, governance, mobility, education, and public services. We will gain insights into how digital transformation can significantly enhance productivity, efficiency, and innovation speed, critical drivers for achieving the $4 trillion goal. So let me quickly introduce our moderator and the panelists for this session. Our beloved moderator is Mr. S. Mohammed Yusuf, a digital software veteran having 35 years of experience in information, communication, and technology industry, including IT services, digital product engineering, digital transformation, and cybersecurity. He has led the technology, software product engineering, cybersecurity, and digital engineering practices with the responsibilities of global delivery P&L. He has vast and in-depth technology experiences in various platforms, including cloud, AI analytics, cybersecurity, and IoT. He was working in Cognizant Technology Solutions as Senior Vice President till Feb 2020. Prior to Cognizant, he was working in Cybercash India Private Limited, an aeronautical development agency in Bangalore. Currently, he is the CEO of FAMI Consulting Services, Director of Coda Technology Solutions Private Limited, and the convener of Miyasi Institute of Information Technology. He's also involved in 3 startups as a co-founder and strategic advisor. He has Bachelor of Engineering from College of Engineering Guindy, Anna University, and Masters in Aerospace Engineering from ENSE Toulouse, France. He also holds MBA in Finance and Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed moderator, Mr. S. Mohammed Yusuf, founder and CEO of FAMI Consulting Services. And now it's time to introduce our fantastic panelists. First up, a very highly respected gentleman and intellect, it's Mr. Mohammed Sai Parur. He's the founder, president, and CTO of Nasdaq International Group, LLC, a leading US high technology and advanced manufacturing enterprise specializing in election systems, aerospace, and defense engineering, AI, robotics, and blockchain-enabled solutions. For over 22 years, he has guided Nasdaq's growth into a national leader, serving more than 32 states and supporting mission-critical Department of Defense programs. A pioneer in additive manufacturing, he has advanced multi-metal 3D printing, intelligent automation, and next-generation secure technologies. Committed to bridging industry and academia, he serves on the industry and advisory boards of Florida Atlantic University and Florida International University, mentoring and supporting engineering and AI-driven student innovation. A member of the Forbes Business Council He's a globally recognized innovator with more than 20 US patents and a Guinness submitted multilingual AI system. Celebrated as the #1 innovator by Dubai's Innovation for Impact Awards, he remains a dedicated philanthropist focused on empowering future creators. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mohammed Sal Parlour, founder and president and CTO, Nasdaq International Group. Thank you, sir, for making time for us. Our next panelist, Ms. Zeba Khan, is an electrical engineer who leads Zen Reality, a startup incubated at IIM Bangalore and NVIDIA's Inception program. Her company develops cutting-edge vision AI solutions and also offers AR and VR solutions under the brand Zenvis. Their customers include the Indian Navy, BEL, BEML, Siemens, GE, Wipro, and over 100+ enterprises across 12 countries. Prior to this role, she served as the technology director of Meher Advanced Materials, a company that manufactures specialized materials used in the energy sector. She has worked on several research projects in collaboration with multinational companies and has co-authored technical papers in this domain. She's also a member of the Rotary International Foundation and Meher Care Foundation. She plays an active role in projects that aim to provide free education, counseling, and healthcare to underprivileged people. Ms. Zeba Khan, founder and CEO, Zen Reality. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. And our final panelist of this session, Mr. Umair Ahmed Khan, is an accomplished technology leader specializing in data analytics, artificial intelligence, and large-scale business transformation. Currently serving as Executive Vice President of Data Analytics and AI at Swisscom, while also advising several European organizations. His career spans senior roles in leading firms such as Deutsche Telekom, DHL, and Infosys, with a proven record in building data-driven teams, delivering on global technology programs, and championing digital and AI-driven change across logistics, telecom, and enterprise sectors. He's also an angel investor in a portfolio of next-generation Gen AI startups and serves on the advisory boards of several firms across private equity, quantum AI, enterprise data AI, and SAP Consulting. He's also the author of the recently published book, Hope It Helps. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Umair Ahmed Khan, EVP of Data Analytics and AI, Swisscom. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tausif. Assalamu alaikum and good evening to all of you. So what an incredible 3 days, that we had a lot of passion, interest, what else? The theme of the summit, the Unnata Tamilaham leading to 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu with, a good economy concept. Okay, all those things, translating into getting the 4 trillion. And in this session, is a little different than what we have seen so far. We are going to see how the emerging technologies, the new technologies or digital technologies are going to help to thrive, to get the accelerated growth of 4 trillion. Okay. To do that, I want to give a small concept what we have been discussing with President Brother Ahmed Buhari. He used to explain this 4 trillion concept into multiple fashions. So one of the things that he said was, if you don't do anything, okay, as such, how we are growing in Tamil Nadu, probably you get to a level, maybe for 3.5 trillion. Okay, let's say 3.5 trillion. So what we need to do is we need to do something beyond something more so that we get that accelerated growth of 4 trillion. There is a difference of 500 billion or something. So how to get those incremental revenue? And in order to explain that, he puts a triangle saying that if one company can get 500 billion, probably we meet the 4 trillion mark. Okay, theoretically, we can say. The other side of it is, there could be 50,000 companies, each can make about 100 million, for example. That will give that 500 billion of that incremental revenue. So, though it is a concept level, I want to say that the only factor that can get in all the scenarios, especially the scenario where we talk about one company getting 500 billion, okay, that is definitely possible using the emerging technology. So that's what, the message I want to tell. And this technology enabled, or the technology creating the value is being seen in the past many years. If you see, probably in 25 years before, the top 10 companies, the Forbes top 10 companies in terms of the market capitalization, probably you would have seen one or two tech companies, maybe Microsoft and Cisco. Cisco is no more in the list today. And if you see today, after 25 years, 8 out of 10 companies are the tech companies, right from Apple to Amazon to Microsoft and the chip-making companies like NVIDIA, Broadcom, TSMC, whatnot. So there are 8 companies are there. So that itself says, each one, the top companies like NVIDIA or Apple or even Google, the Alphabet, they are all 4 trillion. It's the equivalent to our India's GDP, one company. So I think that is the power of technology. Okay, that is the power of technology. So today we want to see how this technology is going to transform, it is going to help us, to enable us to get to this 4 trillion. Okay, so in that, there are 2 aspects to that I want to say before I leave it to the panelists. So one is the creator of technologies. The Forbes top 10, if you see, most of them are the creators of technologies. The people like Apple or NVIDIA or even Alphabet, and they are the creators of technology. That is the highest level, where you can aim for getting 500 billion, 1 trillion kind of valuation or the market capitalization. The other part is how those technologies can be implemented in any business, being it a healthcare, being it financial services or banking or retail, or telecom, anything. Now, how to implement those technologies and enable the value so that we can grow. So, in this context, today's discussion, we will be discussing more on the second part, how we will use those technologies, leverage those technologies to enable or to grow our business in a more accelerated way. Okay, I think that is the focus. So with that introduction, I want to I want to get the panelist view in terms of, I want to hear from all of you in terms of, in your experience, how the technology has helped in terms of getting a very accelerated growth, in terms of getting the scale. In your experience, you would have seen multiple of those projects, multiple of those inventions. So give the perspective about your experience, and from that, give anything you want to advise, from the UEF members and our people in terms of how they can embrace those technologies for their scalable growth. So maybe we'll start with Brother Salam, and we want to hear from you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum and vanakkam everyone. Glad to be here at the UEF Summit. I live in Palm Beach, Florida. 27 years I'm living there. I was in Chennai before. I would sometimes be a little critical. It's not personal against anyone. I went out of this country purely because of red tape, I would say. One of the most important stumbling block to reach the 4 trillion economy would be breaking the barrier of red tape. That's something very, very important. I can just give few examples. As I said, please forgive me if I'm a little critical. If you have to open a business in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, or India, anywhere, like a normal person, it's so difficult to open a business in India. In Florida, I can open a business in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. And I can get the federal approval in another 1 hour, sale tax in 1 hour. By evening, I can open the bank account, and I'm ready to start the business. It's not so easy here. A common man suffers. Influential people forget it. They have all the influence and contacts. But what I'm talking about, the startup businesses who do not have means. So we need to find a way how we could empower them. One of the key things I could tell here is all this red tape bureaucracy can be thrown away if we can bring in AI into the government system. Just for an example, like creating a new business, bring in an AI system, all your sale tax, central government, everything could be just streamlined, and people can start business in a couple of hours, comparable to anywhere around the world. one of the tech stumbling blocks, what I had about 10 years ago, like Saudi Arabia used to be highly bureaucratic. Like, I was trying for a project in Saudi Arabia to do a project in Masjid al-Haram in Makkah. So I put together a plan to the Saudi government for a digital transformation. This is about 10 years ago. And they wouldn't bite me. Like, it took me 2 years to convince them. But alhamdulillah, thank God, like we were able to convince them subsequently. And right now, our technology is there, existent in all the 3 big masjids in Saudi Arabia, in Masjid al-Haram, Masjid al-Nabawi, and also in Arafah Masjid. And it's impacting almost about 400 million people during the Hajj season. Like, we guys implemented the technology service for a real-time AI-based translation system. Today, there are about 35 languages which have been translated from Saudi Arabia. So, the sky is the limit. That's what I would say. Like, for too many technology opportunities, brainy people here in Tamil Nadu. My suggestion to UEF team is, I understand you have kept a 4 trillion target. You may want to break that down into four milestones: 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, and 4 trillion. I'm sure it's achievable if all of us join together.
Yeah, fantastic. Professor Salah, so you talked about the red tapeism, and you also gave the solution about using the technologies like AI.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Like, I was supposed to bring a humanoid robo to be next to me in the chair from Florida. Because of the red tape, we couldn't get it imported. See, another small example. Yeah. Like, we want to bring it, and so much of red tape, even to introduce the technology, there's a lot of barriers here.
Yeah, I understand. So just a consequence question. I mean, you talked about the real-time language conversion, or the translation that you talked about, what we have done in Saudi Arabia. And also, I know that you have done the election machines, election systems in the US. Okay. So one thing that we want to understand is, okay, how do you get this problem statement? In the sense, is it something which was told by the stakeholder, or is it something you discovered and then approached with a concept or solution? Because that is one thing, we always struggle, especially, even from the entrepreneurial perspective, or getting into a new idea and the startup and innovation or incubation. So finding the right problem statement, which is a pain point for the people or pain point for the business. So how did you approach those two solutions?
As far as I'm concerned, like every problem is an opportunity. That's the way I look at it. I went for Umrah about 11 years ago. I don't speak a word of Arabic. I was sitting in Haram and trying to hear the khutbah from the Imam, the sermon, and he was speaking in Arabic. I did not understand a single word. And literally I was crying. What am I doing here? Like, he's speaking Arabic. I don't understand a single word about it. So I found there is a problem there. Then when I did a research, I found, like, similar to me, about 78% of the Muslim faith, they don't speak or understand Arabic.
Yeah.
So it took me about a year or two to do some research and then find a solution. We put it forward to the previous king, King Abdullah. Like, it took, again, a lot of time to convince them. Alhamdulillah, like, finally, like, they accepted our concept, and we rolled the project. First time it was 3 languages. We rolled out as a prototype project. Then it became 7 languages, 15 languages. Today there is 35 languages. That's one problem statement what we solved. Again, also election industry, going from India and establishing a business in US in Florida. You all know about the Bush election fiasco in the early 2000s in Palm Beach County. So when I was there, I knew there's a problem there, there's an opportunity. I analyzed the entire election industry in US, and it took at least 3 years to break that barrier. It was like I wouldn't say a cartel. 4 businesses were ruling the entire US market.
And for me, as an immigrant sitting in America, trying to enter into the election industry, they put a lawsuit against me, against my business. They want to make sure that I do not get into that industry. There was one bid which came in, and I was the lowest bidder, but they tried to push me out of it. But for me, I like to take challenge. Coming from India, like we have the fighting blood, same like Brother Ahmed Buhari. So, like, I did not give up. And finally, alhamdulillah, today we supply election equipments to about 32 states. We are one among the 5 vendors, number 2 business in the election industry in the US.
Fantastic. I mean, on the similar note, I don't know how much you are following about India elections, and we have been, using that, the electronic voting machines and some of those things. Do you see any problem statement or pain point or any solutions? Whatever we have.
The public confidence, I would say, is very low in the election system. There are technologies available, blockchain, and multiple technologies are available. Like if I would like to vote for a candidate, I would like to see whether my vote is counted. All of us are blindfolded today when we go and cast the ballot, whether it went to my candidate or not. There are technologies available. Even after the vote is cast, even after the vote is counted, even after the victory is declared, you will be able to see where your ballot is.
Yes.
That technology is available. I'm sure within the next 3 to 4 years, India would adopt that technology.
Okay, hopefully, let's see that.
Yeah.
And the work that you have done for Saudi Arabia for the real-time, the translation stuff, I think that you have got the Global Innovator Award for the 53 countries, right?
Yeah,
right?
that's from the government of Dubai.
The government of Dubai,
yeah,
counting all the 53 countries or something.
Correct.
Fantastic. Give a big round of applause to him. So, thank you. So now move to Sister Zeba. I know that you have been specializing on the Vision AI. That's what we heard and you told, and you started your incubation in the IIM Bangalore. Along with NVIDIA, which is another tech companies, and we know that Vision AI is one of the very niche area. But at the same time, we also see a lot of opportunities. In fact, yesterday when we were talking to some of the UEF members, they were all into the jewelry business. They were talking about some other problems. We have a lot of problem in terms of identifying, whether any defect is there in the final jewelry. There are multiple manufacturing processes are there. The kind of solutions that you are coming up is definitely will solve that, okay? So that is likewise, there are millions of opportunities, there are many pain points are there, the kind of solution that you are bringing in. So what we want to hear from you is based on your experience and how you are taking your solutions, the technology solutions to different customers. And so what kind of scalability, you have seen, and how probably this kind of niche technological solution can be implemented in a scalable way so that we can grow the business. Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that question. So I think I'll answer that question from a perspective of, what Tamil Nadu can do, to reach that 4 trillion. So there's already a sector here which does very well. Manufacturing, you mentioned jewelry, there are many other sectors. So things like automotive, where already, Tamil Nadu is one of the leading automotive hubs of India. 15% of India's factories are in Tamil Nadu. Yeah. Also, the highest factory count of India is in Tamil Nadu. And in comparison, Tamil Nadu only has 6% of India's population. So you can see, how much focus there is on manufacturing. So what I would say is double down on that sector, but, you can do it better and do it better with technology. Because what AI does today is it gives you an advantage. It can help you even with less resources. You can, do much more. You can reach quality levels which are, global standards. You can have higher reliability. You can also, be more profitable, to be more competitive in the world. So why can't we compete with China? We should. So we can be as competitive. We have, all the, the brains out here. There's so many innovative technologies out here. And I see that when we deploy our solutions as well. One of the sector where we've got a lot of success is defense. Mm-hmm. So there are policies now in place where, 75% of defense production needs to happen here locally. by 2047. So there is a push for that as well. And what that means is defense production will have to happen in India now. And when these kind of critical components, things which were typically imported in the past, are being made and manufactured in India, you need to strengthen our ecosystem as well. So when you don't have that much of, let's say, the nascent, expertise here, one way of doing it is bringing in technology. So you said visual inspections. So we've actually deployed visual inspection solutions for the Indian Navy, for example. And they're doing complete inspections of products, things which are critical components, things which they used to import earlier are being manufactured here and being verified here with our technology. We're also, deploying a lot of solutions to do with tracking productivity of factories, to check SOP adherence, so the standard operating procedures, are people, performing the right sequence of events to manufacture the products in the right way. So starting from the raw material inspection to the process manufacturing all the way to inspection, you can actually bring in a lot of these technologies along the way to really improve, let's say, your, the overall quality and output. And that's what we need to do, as a country, as a community, utilize technology. Because, I mean, if you go to China and you see the factories, they have dark factories.
Yeah.
There will be 1 lakh square foot factory with 2 people.
Yeah.
You will be amazed to see that things are working, multiple pieces, million pieces per hour getting manufactured without a single person even touching it. So that is what we are up against, and that's what we need to compete with. And with a lot of geopolitical things now, India is becoming the, China plus one. There is a China plus one policy, so we can utilize that. So strengthening our manufacturing sector with AI, I would say, would give a big push and be a very big tech enabler for Tamil Nadu. Yeah.
Great. And you talked about, leveraging the solution that you are bringing in the manufacturing side, being it a jewelry or automobile you talked about, or even for the defense, okay? And today, from the technology standpoint, the Industry 4.0, people are moving into digital twins, and there are so many things are happening across manufacturing industries, even in the Gulf, oil and gas industry, or even cement industry and other things. So, do you see this solution, can be probably, embedded with the digital twin and can be taken, because we are talking about the scale. So you bring certain things, and it's looks to me like a point solutions in multiple of those manufacturing industries. So I want to see, how do you see this in a scalable way to take it, in a broader context like digital twins or the Industry 4.0?
So again, a very good question. So like how automation and let's say, mechanical automation is done with robotics. So vision or, let's say automation is not that prevalent, at least in Indian manufacturing. Even if you look at MSMEs, still you need a human to stand there, look at something, take a decision. So there's a lot of, let's say, subjectivity that comes into it. If you have repeat parts, how many, times can a human keep looking and doing the same job and still doing it with the highest level of accuracy? So bringing even vision-based automation is very critical in the manufacturing sector. And what AI does now is it's made it more affordable. So earlier, if you had to bring in vision AI technologies, you would need, cameras that cost a couple of crores. You would need very expensive, computing systems. You don't need that anymore. You can actually do it with very low-cost cameras. In fact, we've done deployments on factory floors, whether it's a wire manufacturing unit, someone making jewelry, someone making shoes, even the defense, it doesn't matter. So irrespective of the sector, you can set up certain vision automation with cameras that cost not more than 20,000 rupees. So this is affordable technology. AI has made these technologies now affordable, and with that base and that general intelligence coming in, using it to your advantage, I would say, is what everybody should be looking at. And you should have initiatives within your organization and also community initiatives to see how we can push the economy forward by utilizing these technologies in the right way, because they are accessible now, unlike before.
Great. And so we talked about the manufacturing industry. I just want to know, do you foresee your solution can go beyond that? Maybe you may want to discover something new. just go beyond the manufacturing industry. For example, the deepfake kind of thing, even today what's happening with the AI and other things. Do you see that this kind of technologies can give a solution in future, no? Some sort of inspecting, no, something, and then not necessarily manufacturing, not the physical product, even the virtual or the digital products?
So yes, we work a lot with even virtual reality solutions.
Yeah.
So the advantage of AI is you have a lot of data. And when you have a lot of data, you can model that data and then you can start making predictions as well. So that's like a real advantage of it. So you can actually model and visualize and see what the output of something is going to be. So that's where this technology is headed, where you are doing something, but then you already know the outcome, so you can take those corrections, or the corrections will even happen automatically.
Yep.
So it's sort of a self-serving system with which only improves the efficiency of everything that we're doing. So, and even virtually, I think there are certain use cases where bringing things into the virtual world work, like things like training. If you want to, let's say, experience something, visualization is great. But ultimately, when you're talking about pushing an economy forward, I think there's still a lot of work on the ground that needs to be done outside of the virtual world. So,
yeah. Got it. Yeah. So since you touched upon the data, so it'll be a good segue to move to Brother Omer Ahmed. So Omer, I mean, you come with tremendous experience in data analytics, now artificial intelligence, and so you have seen multiple industries. Today you are in communication, telco industries. You worked in logistics and other things. So we all know that data is the new oil. I mean, data is something which everybody should leverage using technology, and that will be, in my view, it will be a growth engine for the revenue or for the company. So, in your experience, tell me how data can be leveraged for the growth that we are envisaging, like a 4 trillion in Tamil Nadu.
Thanks for that. So, it's true. To be honest with you, I've been working in AI for the last 10 years, even before AI became sexy. Yeah. We've been there doing this for a long time. And the biggest challenge you have with AI today, and the biggest opportunity, is AI needs data and context. Yeah. It's a very smart machine, but you have to give it with data and context. And that data and context is the key asset or the crown jewels of every enterprise. You know your customer, you know your manufacturing, you know your supplier network. And this data, if it has the right foundation and you give that to AI, you multiply. If you look at a lot of the companies right now, there's a lot of hype and also disbelief in AI. It's purely because people start to apply AI without thinking about the foundation. AI is like a simple child. If you tell it that an apple is an orange, it will start thinking every time it sees apple, it says an orange. And that's exactly where every enterprise will start looking at, what is my key asset? It's my data, my information, what I know, my intimacy with my customers, my intimacy with my suppliers, and how do I get this ready so that an AI can come help me accelerate? Some people keep asking me, how do I know I have enough context or data? I give a simple example. I say, you can hire one employee. In 1 month, that employee has to be productive, but you can't speak to the employee. You can't talk to the employee. If you have enough data and information that the employee can read, understand, and have a context without you talking to that employee, means you have enough understanding of it. And that's what AI needs. It needs a lot of data and context. Yeah. And if you don't give it the right data and context, it does not come into play. Just a little bit on this, because I think all three of us have a little bit experience in AI, and that's been our field. I think that's one of the areas where I think United Economic Forum and Tamil Nadu should look at, is to set up an AI startup company. You don't need land, you don't need infrastructure, you don't need heavy machinery. You need 4 or 5 smart people, a laptop, and a room. And that's what it takes. So
the internet connection.
Exactly, an internet connection. So it's easy to get started. There are a lot of great minds out here, and the biggest thing you need to do is tell them, find a good problem statement. Don't build a solution. Don't be a solution looking for a problem. Have a problem statement, get together and solve it. And this is exactly how incubators happen a lot right now. And that, I think, is a key growth where without a lot of investment, without a lot of infrastructure, you can get started tomorrow. You could have a startup in the corner of this room start tomorrow. It's as simple as that. And that's the beauty of this technology, which really helps you. And one last thing I'd just like to say is, so I'm coming from Switzerland. So in the last month, I had the pleasure of being in the west coast of US, in China, in Turkey, and in UAE. And as a European company, the biggest problem we have is trust. You can't trust America because of the changing rules. You don't want to trust China, and that's an opportunity for India. Saying that, guys, India stands for trust. People don't come to India anymore for low cost. They come here because of high-end talent like Zeba and the others. And that's a little bit of where there's a great opportunity for us to say, you can trust what we build here. It's high-quality stuff. And this is where it's a great alternative for Europe, because Europe is a bit lost. In Europe, we don't have the capital in terms of people. We don't have the universities like you have the IITs of the world and such like. And they're really looking for an answer. They're really looking for an answer saying that I can't depend on the US because I don't know when they screw me. Forgive my language. I don't trust the Chinese. I don't know what's happening. Where is the alternative? And bang in the middle sits India. And that's exactly what we have to do. Making sure that we become, Tamil Nadu can stand for trust. Trust in Tamil Nadu kind of a story. But you say that, now this is where you come when you have a technology challenge. We are the best alternative to anybody out there when you want to build tech, when you want to enable your companies. And believe me, in Europe, we are super hungry. Super, super hungry for solutions. In fact, I've come here because I'm setting up a center of AI acceleration in Pune tomorrow. So it's all about, this is where the talent is, and we have a great opportunity.
So, Umar, just you talked about the trust. That was the whole reason when we put Unnada Tamilaham, 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu, then we say good economy. So the good economy is also telling about the trust, integrity, and the responsibility. Thanks for highlighting that, and definitely, we will take it up. And you also talked about, having the AI Center of Excellence through, UEF, and it has to, come into a mainstream. Obviously, every technology, when it becomes democratized. For example, AI today has been democratized. Most of the people think that the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT becomes like, everybody's thing. But a lot of people think AI, for that matter, any technology, buying a tool and installing and using is that I'm leveraging technology. So to me, I think, you get at the most a point solution, but you will not creating an impact from end-to-end perspective. So I know, Umar, so you have been envisaging a lot about reimagining the business, reimagining the business or the processes or your business from end-to-end perspective and bring the tool, whether it is AI or anything. So can you throw some light, because it is very relevant to all of our UEF members.
So I educate a lot of people in Europe saying that AI is not artificial intelligence. AI is active imagination. The question is, can you reimagine how you work with technology? Can you reimagine your processes? If you apply AI to how you work today, you will get very small impact. But if you start thinking, for example, how do I design a smart factory using the vision technology? Not how do I apply vision to my existing factory. How do you reimagine your processes? How do you reimagine your business with this technology in the middle? That's what makes a big difference. For a lot of leaders in my company, I've had my entire board do reimagination workshops. We put them in a room and say, here is how you work, come back and reimagine. Focus on the problem. If you can reimagine the way you work, the technology is there, it's democratized, it's available. The best thing about AI is a leveling technology. If I want to open a company, I need a tax consultant. Tomorrow I can have AI become my tax consultant, and AI can become my financial advisor. But it's really democratize it. So my advice always to all entrepreneurs is, think about reimagination. Can you reimagine the way you work to be able to create an impact? So that's the key thing I would say, active imagination.
Okay, so I see time's up, though we have got 1 hour, so now it's 30 minutes itself, they have given the time up. But anyway, whatever we wanted to convey, we have done that. But one last question, probably I want to ask and hear from all of you. As we heard yesterday, Tamil Nadu is a state where the highest number of SMEs are there, okay, MSMEs are there, okay. And another thing is, not many people have talked about, is the unorganized sector. Today, unorganized sector gives a lot of employment in the country, including Tamil Nadu. So even if you see from UEF perspective, there are a lot of MSMEs and a lot of women entrepreneurs, okay, maybe organized, maybe unorganized. A lot of coming out with the new products, new ideas, okay. So in your perspective, so what should we do, okay, from MSME perspective, from unorganized sector perspective, how we can bring some of those latest technologies or the digital technologies to leverage that technology, for the growth of these segments. Yeah.
I would suggest, UEF is a fantastic platform. So all those unorganized sectors, like if they become a member of UEF, I think they have so many fantastic programs where they can take it to the next step. Like even startups, like they have so many programs where UEF can guide and take them to the next step. One additional thing I would like to predict, and I would like to predict in this stage, in the next 7 to 10 years, there won't be banks. You may laugh at me, but AI is going to replace banks, and you're not going to see State Bank of India or any of those banks. And I hear a lot of horror stories from small startups, banks. They only welcome the people when they don't need money, they come and give money to you. And when you want money, they don't give it to you. Yeah, so I'm a strong believer in alternate sources. And I'm looking at, I work currently with at least 2 or 3 AI geniuses. They are trying to replace the banking system. And I think it would be a reality within the next 7 to 10 years.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Iba, you want?
Yeah, so I think the question was, what can the MSMEs do? So I think the best thing is to start small. So start looking at where your bottlenecks are within your organization and how you can solve it with AI. And there are enough people out there, either startups, larger companies. In fact, there are people who you can also onboard. You just need a small team or maybe 2 or 3 people who can come and see what available technologies are there and how you can solve it. So I think always start with the bottleneck, how I can solve it with these existing technologies. And once you've done enough iterations of that, as an SME, you'll realize that there's a lot of value to unlock with this technology, and you can actually leapfrog and you can start competing with much bigger companies. So I think unless you try it, you will never know. So don't have that sort of barrier that it's something that's unattainable if you're an SME. It absolutely is. There are available technologies out there. There are platforms out there. And to start, almost everything is free, right? Even ChatGPT, if you want to start, you can get a subscription and start. But one word of caution is to be careful with your data. Be very careful, especially if it's proprietary data, how it's being used. But definitely dabble with it, and only by trial you will know how it will benefit you. Yeah.
Omar?
I think the most important thing for a startup, I fund a few startups, is the go-to-market. So if UAF has an access to MSME and you have the technology people, create the marketplace. Tell the startup saying, here's a marketplace of all the challenges these small companies have. And you have a lot of smart brains who can bring. You can be the best network connector. So if you're startup minds and you have the MSMEs, and UF could be the right in the middle saying, let's connect them. You have a problem, I have a technology team. And give the people, startups, the biggest challenge is access to the market. Yeah. That's where everybody struggles. You have to have a go-to-market strategy, and that can be made easy by UF because you have a network of MSMEs, and then you have a network of startups. Put them together, you make a lot of value. Yeah. Simple.
Yeah, I believe that this question is very valid because in the earlier session we heard from Mr. Bala was saying that the only sector is MSMEs. We are struggling because of the legacy of the business. The brick and mortar kind of business. They are not able to raise monies or whatever. But I strongly believe, as you said, and all of you said, that technology is the only thing which can enable maybe to reimagine the business, so that they can elevate, they can grow. And in fact, we have multiple of those examples even in UEF. And I think I see Mr. Kader, who is having a brick and mortar of doing the agri food products. And today he wants to use AI to build a new online platform to do that. That is a kind of reimagining the thought process, reimagining the business process should come, which will help. Okay, the final question, one word answer I want. So what we should start from UEF perspective in terms of technology? We didn't talk much about any of those technology except AI, or maybe the vision AI that we talked about. Everything is around AI. Is there anything other than AI? I want to hear one word about the technology which can help our companies, our UEF members or otherwise, to grow to the level of ambition that we have. Omar, you want to? Yeah.
I would say green economy, sustainable economy.
That was going to be my answer. No, but apart
so we got
from
two
that,
votes actually for the same. Okay.
No, so definitely the green economy is something that companies can look at, and SMEs can look at that as well. But the other thing I would say, in terms of at least positioning, would be transparency, because especially out there, if you're trying to invite more FDIs, we're talking about how this
investments.
You need more financial investments to come into the country. You need to be more transparent. You need to also build trust. So these are other things that we're to look at, which are, not necessarily technology focused, but also it's part of, doing business. So to invite more business into the country. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wish your vision technology can identify bureaucracy, how to, I would suggest, there's great opportunity in drone technologies. People may think drone, a lot of countries are doing. China, Turkey, US to a certain extent. There's still a totally unexplored area in drone technology, different variants. Like if Tamil Nadu can set up few plants of drone technologies, I can predict that's would be a steroid. I would say the economy would be in steroids, especially in these technologies like defense, where they are totally dependent on drones and humanoids. It's never too late. If we can start up something like even small, I'm sure we can hit this game much faster than what is predicted by UEF.
Yeah, fantastic suggestion. I think there are a lot of traction that we are seeing it. Okay, so I think we come to an end, and so I really want to open up some questions for the audience. I don't know whether we have time, so maybe we can conclude here. Thank you. Thanks again for all of you, and thanks for the panel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and also to the panelists. A quick request to our president, the United Economic Forum. Sir, can I ask you to wait? Mr. Umair Ahmed Khan and Ms. Zeba Khan, please. Can you come back on the dais? My apologies. We have to give you the memento. Right. I request the president. I request Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan to come on stage to give the memento. Dr. Maluk Muhammad as well. So please come on stage so we can give away tokens of appreciation to our esteemed moderator and the distinguished panelists. Can we have the mementos on stage, please? I request our doctors, Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan, Dr. Malik Muhammad, along with the President of the United Economic Forum, Mr. Ahmed Buhari, to give away the mementos. First to Mr. Mohammad Sal Paloor, Founder, President and CTO, Nasdaq International Group. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. He's a phenomenal gentleman. His device is now used so that when you go to the Haram, you can hear the khutbah in your own language, so you understand it better. And then the many more innovations, robotics, AI. He's on the cutting edge of what technology can be. And it's a pleasure for us to have him here. Thank you, sir. To our beloved moderator, Mr. S. Muhammad Yusuf, founder and CEO of FAMI Consulting Services. Thank you for expertly leading the discussion and giving us insights on the world of technology, which will take us to $4 trillion. Ms. Zeba Khan, a bigger round of applause for this young lady. Brilliant. Working the world of AR, VR, literally changing the way we see the world. And of course, bringing in a wealth of knowledge from his experience with data, AI, and analytics. When the world talks only data, we need leading lights like him to tell us how we can better use the data. Mr. Umair Ahmed Khan, EVP of Data Analytics and AI, Swisscom. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to come together for a group photograph. Please look also at the videographer, photographer at the back. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, moderator, panelists, and all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais. And it's time to move on to our next session of Day 3 of the United Economic Forum's Trade Summit 2025. And this is an honorable session. I'll tell you why. This session will feature the Consul Generals of the United Kingdom, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, and they will exchange perspectives on emerging opportunities in innovation, trade, technology, education, and investment. This high-level dialogue is designed to strengthen Tamil Nadu's global engagement by fostering direct interaction between government representatives, industry stakeholders, and institutional leaders. This session and Australia, of course. This session will also focus on deepening cross-border partnerships, enhancing industry-government collaboration, and identifying mutually beneficial avenues for sustainable growth. With distinguished diplomats sharing insights from their national ecosystems, the discussion will explore best practices, policy enablers, talent mobility, and areas for joint development that can unlock long-term impact. So this session has been rightly labeled as the Council General's Roundtable. So who are the distinguished dignitaries, the excellencies who are there with us? Before we introduce them, I would like to introduce our honorable moderator who will take us through this exciting session that we are looking forward to. So please allow me to introduce our honorable moderator who will be on the dais. Ms. Rehana Amir is a UK-based business leader with expertise in healthcare, technology, education, public policy, and governance. She made history as the first Indian-born woman elected as a common councillor in the 950-year-old City of London Corporation, serving 2 terms from 2017 to 2025. With over 30 years of global IT and management consulting experience, she has led major digital transformation programs and built strategic partnerships across the UK, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. A strong advocate of AI-driven innovation, Ms. Rehana is the founder and CEO of Smart Healthcare, an AI-powered multi-specialty healthcare ecosystem, and the Smart Institute, a global center for AI-enabled education, skills, and research. She has previously served as governor of East London NHS Foundation Trust and trustee of Source University of London. She currently serves as chair of the City of London Association, LCCI, advisor to the Commonwealth Medical Association's AI and Digital Health Committee, and is an official member of the Forbes Business Council. She holds an MBA and studied public policy program at the University of Oxford. It's my proud privilege to request Ms. Rehana Amir, founder and CEO of Smart Healthcare, Chair, City of London Association, London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and former councillor, City of London Corporation. Ma'am, request you to take the dais and be the moderator for our session. It allows me great honor to welcome the respective excellencies from different countries. First, my request is for His Excellency Mr. Chong Nyun Kim, Consul General of the Republic of Korea in Chennai. I request our beloved UEF members to please escort His Excellency onto the stage, sir. And as he's walking up, please allow me to introduce him. Sir graduated from Economic Department of the Seoul National University in Korea and Graduate School of International Studies in Washington University in the US. With most of his service focused on economic issues in multilateral and bilateral relations, with over 20 years of service, he has an expertise and interest in economic and trade matters and hopes to contribute to strengthening ties of India and the Republic of Korea. He started his career in 1994 from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy and joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade in 1998. He served at various diplomatic missions such as Korean Embassy in Japan, Romania, Indonesia, and the Korean Mission to ASEAN. In headquarters, he joined World WTO round and FTA negotiations with Chile, Japan, ASEAN, and others, and served as Director of the East Asian Division and Trade and Investment Promotion Division. In addition, he was seconded to the ASEAN-Korea Center as Deputy Secretary General in 2018. After completing his duty as the Minister and Deputy Chief of Korean Mission to ASEAN in 2023, he took charge as the Consul General of the Republic of Korea in Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Mr. Chang Yun Kim, Consul General of the Republic of Korea. Thank you, sir. Please be seated, ma'am, sir, as I invite the other guests. Thank you. Our next Excellency is His Excellency Mr. Sarvana Kumar Kumaravasagam, the Consulate General of Malaysia for South India in Chennai. Mr. Sarvana Kumar Kumaravasagam is a seasoned Malaysian diplomat with extensive experience across multiple government ministries. He holds a Bachelor of Science with honors from the University of Malaya, a Master of Science in Natural Resource Management from University Putra, Malaysia, and a Diploma in Public Sector Management from the National Public Administration Institute of Malaysia. Joining the Malaysian Diplomatic and Administrative Service in 2002, he has served in key roles within the Ministry of Science, Technology and Environment, the Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His expertise spans across international trade and environmental policy, bilateral diplomacy, ASEAN regional organizations, and multilateral engagements on human rights. He has served abroad as Minister, Counselor, and Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of Malaysia in Laos. He currently serves as the Consul General of Malaysia for South India, based in Chennai, strengthening Malaysia's diplomatic and economic ties with the region. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Mr. Sarvana Kumar Kumaravasagam, Consulate General of Malaysia for South India in Chennai. Our next diplomat and Excellency who's joining us is Ms. Shalini M., Deputy Head of Mission, British Deputy High Commission in Chennai. She's not here? Okay. I request the dignitaries on dais to please be seated while I introduce our next panelist. Right. Our next panelist is Mr. Kamran Khan, Head, India, Department of State Development, Government of South Australia, Australian Consulate General, Chennai. With over a decade and a half of experience, he's deeply passionate about fostering strong, mutually beneficial relationships between Australia and India. His career has been dedicated to bridging these two nations, focusing on international trade and economic development. As Head of India for the Department of State Development, South Australia, he's committed to expanding trade and investment opportunities, leveraging his deep understanding of the Indian market and specific needs of the South Australian government. His previous role as Senior Director for Austrad in South Asia allowed him to lead critical projects that reinforce the strategic ties between the two countries. He is driven by a commitment to building lasting partnerships that drive prosperity and growth for both Australia and India. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kamran Khan, Head, India, Department of State Development, Government of South Australia, Australian Consulate General, Chennai. A big round of applause to all of our honored and distinguished panelists. Over to you, ma'am, to take the session and run it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tawseef. So before we could start with the panel discussions, I thought it would be a good opportunity to just have a quick recap about the 3 impactful days that we've been having. And that leads very beautifully into the conversations that we are going to have with our Council Generals. So a warm welcome, Your Excellencies. Such a privilege to have you all here, and thank you for giving us your time on a Sunday afternoon. So thank you for that. So Assalamu alaikum and good evening to Your Excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, I want to share something very personal. First, I want to sincerely thank the leadership team of UEF for placing women's participation at the heart of this summit, not as a symbolic gesture, but as a recognition that women are essential contributors to enterprise, innovation, and economic leadership. It truly feels like we women have a place now in our own home where we are welcomed, respected, and valued. Thank you to all you wonderful men out there for sharing and empowering that space for us. Second, I'm delighted to see the launch of the UEF Business Fund because this represents a shift from conversation to action. We often talk about learning from experience, but we learn just as much from the younger generation. 17 years ago, both my children, who were 10 and 12 at that time, said something beautifully simple. Teach a man how to fish and he can feed himself, not only for his family, but for his community. That is exactly what the UEF platform is doing, building capability, access, and confidence, so growth becomes sustainable and shared. Over the last 3 days, we have heard powerful insights from policy leaders, industry veterans, and global voices, yet many of you came to me and asked a very simple and honest question. This is inspiring, but how does this apply to me, to my business, to my reality? And that is why this moment matters. Instead of adding another expert opinion, I want to just connect the dots simply and practically. What I will share today now applies equally to MSMEs, family businesses, startups, professionals, and large institutions. This is not just about raising capital first, but capital comes last. This is about unlocking capability, it is about solving real problems, and it is about accessing growth, step by step. I believe in takeaways. This summit has given me 3 immediate actions, which I'm sure, like me, you all would sit tomorrow with your teams, tomorrow morning, and begin working on, and I'm sharing those 3 with you now. So let's begin by exploring the core themes and opportunities shaping the 4 trillion landscape and how existing businesses can tap into it effectively. So this slide is just a recap of what our visionary leader, Brother Ahmed Buhari, our president, had outlaid for us as the theme for this UEF summit today. So I don't need to go in detail, but I would ask your attention to see the last 2 lines. This mission can be achieved only through capability, collaboration, and markets, and this is a people-powered economic mission. Scale comes when ambition is shared, not siloed. So that's the key takeaway for me and for all of us, I would say. And going into the next recap or an action for us. So there's been a heavy emphasis on educational institutions for us in the last 3 days and of course the theme paper as such. But how do we put that into action? And if you see I've just proposed 2 simple models based on my little experience of life. I see there are 2 simple models. One is the partnership model. And if you could see industry plus institution is equal to problem and then solution and then the outcome is revenue. And in fact, in the previous session, I heard Brother Umar mentioning about problem solving. And I think this is something, it's a very key takeaway. And how do we collaborate with our academic institutions to solve our everyday problems? And this, when combined, so if there are 45 institutions, 50 local businesses, 50 problems, and there's been a small fees charged for it, and I'm sure this opportunity is there now for all the 45 institutions for you to see a revenue of at least an aggregated total revenue of 45 crores. This is something on the table. You get this today as you finish the summit. And similarly, as the theme of the summit is of we creating 45 institutions with 100 startups each, leading to 4,500 startups with over 450,000 jobs being created. But if you see again the last point, the takeaway on this is when campuses solve local problems, education becomes an economic engine. And this is something I think been a very powerful takeaway for me. And of course, I'm sure many of us here would agree to this. And how do we, I mean, this is something always I get asked, not only in the summit, but wherever I go. How do existing businesses scale faster? And when we think of it, we always think capital is the first requirement for me to scale or for me to take our business into different new markets. But I would ask your attention here to just pause for a moment and think. The capability is within ourselves, within our organizations. And how do we do that? I mean, if you can just see the various aspects of the wheel here, you have to analyze your skills capability, your process improvement, your data-driven decisions, then the market access of exports, and then capital comes last. And when you work on your internal process efficiency, you would easily get a 10 to 15% margin uplift, and that brings you the immediate 2 to 3x scale for your businesses immediately. So out of this summit, I would say there's a lot of learning that we heard from all of our eminent speakers, and they've given us different ideas how to improve our process efficiency, be it on, and today we have a number of AI tools that would help us to help improve the process efficiency. And this is just an example I've given you, which I'm sure, I mean, maybe if you would like to take a photo of it, you could definitely, and then perhaps that can be as a good reading for you back home, or perhaps tomorrow first meeting with your team. And last, the future. So I heard a number of speakers over the 3 days talking about the new opportunities that are available. So I just wanted to emphasize, in fact, Zeba in the previous session had as well mentioned about this. So the old economy, which we all know as our family businesses, our focus is on assets, volume, ownership. But if you see the value shifting now, the new economy, it is from ownership to access and from volume to value. And the new economy opportunities I've just listed there, I don't want to go through in each of those. I'm sure they are quite self-explanatory. But if you see, most new opportunities are asset-light and data-driven. And I think this is something the previous speaker also emphasized. The future will reward thinkers, problem solvers, and innovators before it rewards investors. And this now sets the tone for us for our panel discussion, the global opportunities. The key agreements which are already there relevant for Tamil Nadu, which be with Australia, we have the CECA agreements, and with South Korea we have the CEPA agreements, and with Malaysia we have the CECA agreements, of course the ASEAN countries, and again India with the recent UK FTA. So with this context, I would like to now go back to my panel discussion to hear from the experts who are representing these fabulous 3 countries, who are a hub of trade, who are a hub of tremendous opportunities for us. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of takeaways from you, Your Excellencies, for us to understand how we can start trade with your countries between Tamil Nadu and the 3 countries. Thank you. Hello. So first, Your Excellency, Kim, I'd like to ask my first question to you. So there will be around 2 to 3 questions, and the third question will be pretty much the same for all of you all. So perhaps we start with you. The 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu. I think you've heard about that and you've read, we've had a discussion about this. So I'd like to understand here the potential Korea's possible participation and your experience in Tamil Nadu.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Consul General of Korea. I have been here more than 2 years and visited a lot of cities and have met a lot of Tamil Nadu people. I came to understand that I'm a leader. If I speak on this question, I think 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu is very good ambition, easy to understand, but it's not easy to come true. because I calculated how much higher percentage of economic growth for 20 years. But anyway, having that kind of big dream, vision is very good. Korean, thank you. As you know, Korea has a big business presence in Tamil Nadu, including Hyundai Motors India and Samsung. We have a lot of other companies in neighboring states, such as LG Electronics, Kia Motors. So I think Korean companies has contributed for the economic growth of Tamil Nadu and trying to continue this kind of cooperation in the future. So another good news we have seen last week, or early this week, last week, was the announcement of a Hyundai shipbuilding company to build a shipyard in Thoothukudi. The investment is about 2 billion US dollar. I think it's a big milestone for our economic cooperation. So another one for the Korea's contribution to have a good relationship with India is our company's effort to localize. Hyundai Motors India and LG Electronics successfully launched its IPO in Indian stock market to be a local company, to grow together with Indian partner. So Korea will continue this kind of cooperation. I have been in the diplomatic world quite long years. Based on my expertise in economics, I came to conclusion in order to achieve long-term economic success in one country, I think 3 elements are very important. One is the leadership, governance issue. Having a good governance with the visionary leadership is very important. And second thing is individual. Having a good human resources in one society to educate their children very honestly, and also there's a way to move to the higher class with the better education, then make a better skilled workforces and better management level people. And the second thing is also very important. But third one is a system issue. So how to solve the problem with the collective power? How to change the society in a more efficient way? Deregulation and get rid of bureaucracy, get rid of corruption, and how to work together as a one team. Yeah. You need to, I think many countries need to pursue unity based on diversity, not pursue my difference concept. So that's my conclusion. So in that sense, Tamil Nadu is the front runner of India, and I will see a good thing will happen in Tamil Nadu. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I think those were really profound words. And what I could say, all of the 3 aspects which you mentioned about the people, governance, and the talent, I think Tamil Nadu is a powerhouse for all of those things, and I think that positions us very well to invite such kind of investment into the country. And I think that in itself speaks volume. And it gives us encouragement that I think the ambition that we have put for the 4 trillion economy looks doable. So on that note, I would like to move on to you, Kumar, on the Malaysia side. So our aspiration of 4 trillion USD economy for Tamil Nadu by 2047 will depend on how effectively our MSMEs integrate into global supply chains, not just large investments, including opportunities for skills development, to develop the next talent force with projects like Petronas Rapid and Malaysia's broader industrial ecosystem. Where do you see the most scalable opportunities for Tamil Nadu, MSMEs and large organizations to participate? And how can such partnerships meaningfully contribute to this ambition?
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon. I'd like to first of all wish the organizer for putting up this such a meaningful event at the right juncture, I guess, because we can see in Tamil Nadu, as I read a few days ago, Tamil Nadu in terms of industrial growth, the CM, Chief Minister has indicated that on all the four fronts, they are the leading states among the states in India. And this is very good news. And for the past years, I've been posted here. And I'm seeing all the developments happening in the industrialization process, the growth of in the manufacturing sector, the services, of course, the IT sector, we don't have to mention, is a powerhouse by itself, Tamil Nadu. We can see the OMR area. I visited and then brought Malaysian companies to have a look at the opportunities over there. I work with renowned companies over there in the IT industry. Looking at the question posted to me as on how we can contribute towards the vision of this event, that is how to contribute to the 4 trillion economy towards for Tamil Nadu by 2047. It's an interesting aspect as what Korean CG just now said. It's a very big ambition, and the goal, but setting the goal is very important, that all of us can work together and achieve towards a direction. That's what is needed. And that is a visionary concept where through this forum, perhaps some good outcomes will come, and the government, the state government could pick up some elements from here and incorporate into the policies. And on touching on that, yesterday I did listen to what one of the state minister, Mr. PTR, was saying, that to achieve that, Tamil Nadu need to grow at least 9% annually towards that direction. And so these are the figures, being visualized and being put forward. So these are very good indications that something tangible is being put on the table and working towards a meaningful cause. On that aspects, as we look at Malaysia, Malaysia actually currently, we have a very interesting government there, headed by Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim. So our government is actually guided by a concept called Malaysia Madani, which stands out to be sustainable Malaysia. So anchored along this Malaysia Madani is a 6 core values, that is sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity and trust. So these values are not abstract ideals, they are translated in concrete reforms shaping Malaysia's business environment and international partnership. On that note, Malaysia has already launched the 13th Malaysia Plan this year. That plan will occupy from 2026 to 2030, next 5 years. So under that concept, we have the key pillars that is visualized under this 13th Malaysia Plan, that is digitalization, governance reform, talent mobility, and targeted investment incentives. On that note, when it comes to concept of digitalization, of course, Malaysia is very big in the semiconductor and also electronics. So when you compare the trade that is currently, the trade nature between specifically in Tamil Nadu and generally India, most of the item that is we look at the bilateral trade is mainly on agricultural products, that is touching. The biggest is palm oil, next is petroleum products, and third is electronic sector. So these are the main feature of the bilateral trade between that. If we look at that, of course, the MSME sector is working closely on this area, but looking at areas like digitalization, I've come across many interests in Tamil Nadu among MSME that would like to work along this electronic supply chain that Malaysia is very matured in that sector for the past 40 years, and also the ecosystem for semiconductor industry. So these are some of the areas, MSME from both sides. Of course, India is a giant in that sense. Malaysia is a mid-sized economy. So, but we have certain advantages that I foresee from my experience when dealing with industries here. They can harness on this know-how from Malaysia and how to put it along the manufacturing sector, especially semiconductor and electronic sector. This is a very important aspect that I'm looking at or could project in the next few years, that from agriculture and petroleum related products, we could be moving towards big on this MSME sector, which is relating to semiconductor ecosystem and electronics. So already there are many companies from Malaysia and Indian companies on Tamil Nadu itself, from B2B nature. They're having a lot of discussion going on. Of course, they are free to do that. And on a diplomatic side or the government side, I do sometimes get involved, and they call me and ask to facilitate. In that sense, of course, we have our Malaysian External Trade Office headed by my directors here, Mr. Wan Tamizi. As for the MSME sector, Malaysia is very competitive in terms of ease of doing business. We are currently 25th, I think, in the rank of 69 countries of ease of doing business. Under the Malaysia Madani, we are targeting to move towards 12th rank. In that sense, the ease of doing business is very competitive, and Malaysia has been very forthcoming in welcoming MSME sector growth, because that's where with the new, as we spoke just now, and we talk about new startups, this and that, I think that current youth population or next generation, they are no more looking at kind of salaried kind of job, this kind of nature, more moving towards entrepreneurship, startups, this kind of things. And both Malaysia and India, of course, have policies, and Tamil Nadu itself have policies to encourage that young generation to explore these opportunities and grow their own entrepreneurship spirit and build up their own economy and reach a good standard of living in the next decades to come. So these are areas, of course, we are open, and the congregation here can always come to us. We are open, and we can advise you on how to go about to do the registration at MSc level. And another thing I like to touch is Malaysia also. We are very good at, we look at ASEAN as a strategic partner, Malaysia being a strategic partner when you look at education ecosystem. Malaysia is a very strategic partner for Tamil Nadu in terms of how we can do talent growth and acquisition. So that means the mobility of students from Tamil Nadu go to Malaysia for higher education is huge and vast. We always welcome them. In the next few days, tomorrow we have a higher education forum at Savita University. And the next day we have Education Malaysia event organized by jointly with Consulate General and Education Malaysia team. The CEO, Mr. Noe, is here to undertake that program jointly with us. So I'd like to just publicize that we have these events, especially 16 on Tuesday, Education Malaysia Global Services, where we have 15 institutions from Malaysia is here to look at how we can look at joint talent development between India, especially Tamil Nadu and Malaysia. So in that sense, I like to welcome, these are some of the areas that in terms of when I go around, as CG Korea said, that there's need to be a big ways in terms of how we look at development of human resource on Tamil Nadu. On that case, I think Malaysia stand to assist with Tamil Nadu to look at how we can work together in developing that higher education sector on both sides, and also talent development to cater to both sides industries, especially in the new growth areas and MSME levels. Yeah. So I just like to put these thoughts on these areas I've given to you all, and let us see how we can take it up, and from here, we are ready to assist the investors, business community that has attended this event in Tamil Nadu to help them to facilitate, to move both to growth of both sides, Malaysian economy and Tamil Nadu economy. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a very elaborative response from you, Kumar. And I think first of all, my hearty congratulations to you and your government on launching the strategy. That was quite impressive to hear. And I think we have a lot of number of educational institutions and students attending this summit. And I think that's quite helpful information that we've got regarding your fair that you're organizing for higher education for our young graduates. So all the best wishes for that, for a grand success. And moving on to you now, Kamran, Australia. In an increasingly uncertain global environment marked by tariff disruptions, supply chain realignments, and geopolitical shifts, how do you see the India-Australia economic relationship evolving as a stabilizing growth corridor? And how can states like Tamil Nadu leverage this partnership to accelerate towards a USD 4 trillion economy through trade, investment, MSME, and large enterprises integrations? Quite a complex question for you, but I know you could answer it with ease.
Sure. Thank you, Rehana ji. Assalamu alaikum, and good afternoon to everybody. Before I answer that question, thank you very much for having me part of this esteemed panel. And I must commend the organizers of UEF to put up this effort to bring in the government, academia, and the businesses all together on the same platform, and also the foreign governments. Your question had three parts. I'll try to answer those in three parts. One is the India-Australia relationship at this stage. Two was on tariffs. And three, how does it benefit Tamil Nadu reaching its vision of 4 trillion economy? I am not an economist. I am an engineer. So I will not give any points on economics on this, but I can suggest few things which I think would reach us to that vision. In terms of our bilateral relationship, we are at the highest point of our bilateral relationship today with India. I say this because of three reasons. One, we are strategically aligned. Two, we have economic complementarity. Three, there is people-to-people connection. When I say that we are strategically aligned, that means that we have shared interests and vision for a region that is peaceful, that is prosperous, and that is stable. We today are not just friends, we are partners. We are partners in defense, we are partners in trade, and we are partners in diplomacy. When I talk about economic complementarity, there is a lot which Australia produces which India needs today, and there's a lot which India produces which Australia needs today. So there is a lot happening already. So Tamil Nadu is not going to get into something new. It's just going to use the platform which is currently existing to maximize its value for its businesses. People-to-people connection, again, very, very important point. Today, there are 1 million Indians who call Australia as home. And those Indians are the first level of influence when it comes to the India opportunity. So we need to tap into that, and I will have some suggestions to talk about it. So we truly are at the highest point of our bilateral relationship today with India. Coming to tariffs, yes, we are in an uncertain world, but our relationship with India right now is very stable, and it's always been stable. We had a promise, and that promise has been delivered into a partnership today. In April 2022, we signed something what we call is India-Australia Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement, AI-ECTA. And according to ECTA, 85% of Australian goods by value to India are now tariff-free. It's so timely that by January 2026, 1st January 2026, about 90% of Australian goods coming to India will be tariff-free. And what's the India story? Today, 96% of Indian goods which go to Australia are tariff-free. And by January 2026, 1st January 2026, 100% of Indian goods going to Australia are going to be tariff-free. So we need to study this. We need to study what's happening in terms of which sectors going in from India to Australia, what's coming from Australia to India, and where the Tamil Nadu can play a role. Now, talking about Tamil Nadu in this whole thing, if I touch upon the economic complementarity, Just to give you an example, that India exports diverse range of goods today to Australia. And some of the goods are petroleum products, textiles, leather, engineering goods and equipments, technology, automobiles, gems and jewelry, and pharmaceuticals. Now, if you pick up 4 of these subsectors, I don't see a reason why Tamil Nadu should not benefit the maximum out of this trade between India and Australia. I think about $7 to $10 billion worth of trade is happening today. And the vision is to grow it to probably $50 billion in few years' time. So Tamil Nadu can definitely play a big role here. My request is to United Economic Forum that have a research and analysis wing. Research and analysis department. I don't want to call it research and analysis wing. So, and then study these FTAs. Study where these sectors are of importance to Australia today, or to UK, for example. And then see which companies can benefit out of it. And then work with those companies, work with us to see how you can work together. And yeah, that's something which I thought I should highlight over here. This is the economic, and this will lead to the $4 trillion economy which we are talking about, because exports are directly proportional to the GDP of a country. And in short, if I have to tell you that we need 4 Ahmed Buharis to come to $4 trillion to create that kind of jobs and growth here. Thank you.
Yeah, very well said, Kamran. I think I like the last point that we need 4 of your clones, President, for us to deliver that big mammoth vision that you have given all of us. So I think I'm pretty much, I mean, me coming from the UK, when I listen to you, of course, because Australia and UK being part of the Commonwealth nation, and I think pretty much UK also offers a similar ecosystem for Indian companies, and especially the recent FTA trade agreement that's been between UK and India. I think that the first focus has been on tariffs. The first focus has been how do we make more of exports and imports happen between the two nations. And I think that's quite a welcoming sort of an approach the two governments have, and of course your government as well. And I think that gives a lot of hope and confidence in spite of these uncertainties or the geopolitical conditions. We still have hope for businesses that when we have this kind of very voracious vision, definitely I think it is achievable. So on that note, Kamran, may I lead to your next question? Especially, I mean, Australia is one of the favorite destinations for a number of students to come over there to study in your country. So as, and again, through the UEF Summit, one of our focus has been entrepreneurship and innovation hubs. So as Tamil Nadu builds entrepreneurship and innovation hubs across universities and technical institutions, how can deeper collaboration with the Australian states, particularly in research, because you touched upon research as well, skilling, which is now the next education opportunity for companies to look up for, and then applied R&D and industry academia partnerships. So how can you think we can help create a future-ready sectors and sustained competitiveness in the education space, especially through research, development, entrepreneurship, and innovation hubs?
Sure, I think that's a very good question, and that's something which is not untapped right now, because there's a lot happening bilaterally between India and Australia. I think we need to study that in terms of, for example, there is something called India-Australia Strategic Research Fund. Now that fund has been created for universities to collaborate, research on a particular subject, be it climate change, sustainability, or green steel, or critical minerals. So that's a fund available. Similarly, there are other the platforms which are created between Australia and India. First thing is, we have to study what's happening bilaterally. And if Tamil Nadu can play a role there, if the universities of Tamil Nadu can play a role there, I'm sure there's already things happening between IIT Madras and say Monash University or say University of Melbourne. So we have to tap into the existing ecosystem which is already there. And then comes to the innovation part. Research is one part of it, so there's already an established platform there. When it comes to innovation, there are again platforms. That's why I keep saying there's so much happening bilaterally that we need to do a research to study what are the initiatives, what are those grants, what are those funding initiatives which both governments have kept for research and innovation. Again, we have innovation hubs here. We have innovation hubs in Australia. I represent South Australia. My job is to help South Australian innovators to come here. So we should connect these innovation hubs, make Tamil Nadu as a gateway for Australian technology players, and make Australia a gateway for people who would like to access the Indian market through Tamil Nadu. So there are various initiatives. We need to study those in terms of what's happening bilaterally and then derive what Tamil Nadu can achieve out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's really fundamental. And I think now the economic shift, earlier we used to measure about the number of companies and a country gets registered. But I think the shift is happening more towards an economic dividend, and that is led through research and innovation. I think each of our countries here are focusing on research and development, and I think that would be a differentiator in the next decade to come, which country outperforms in terms of innovation research. So having just spoken about research, innovation, education, and the whole ecosystem, so I would like to ask you, Kumar, something, and for all of this you need finance. And so on that note, again, I mean, UEF, a very community-based organization, and we believe in ethical finance and ethical investments. So on that note, I would like to ask you, Malaysia is globally recognized for Islamic finance and alternative funding methods. So how can these models help Tamil Nadu MSMEs, startups, and infrastructure projects access capital in ways that are ethical, sustainable, and growth-oriented? And especially if you see, just now Kim mentioned about the shipbuilding new opportunity coming up in Thoothukudi. So now how do you think companies in India can have access to that ethical finance to help support these sort of fascinating projects in Tamil Nadu?
Thank you, Madam. Okay, on that aspect, because touching on Islamic finance, I'm not an expert because I'm a diplomat on that area, so I leave it to the expert. But generally, I would say Malaysia is a kind of a leader in that area, and since the time of Tun Dr. Mahathir was a prime minister, we have established big education institutions, higher education institutions, programs under Bank Negara to actually drive this Islamic finance policies and growth, according to Sharia compliance. I'm sure this forum, which looking for that kind of things, we can always, Malaysia is a very fertile place to have this kind of policy. We supported by the central government, and there's a lot of products from my information I get, because in fact, if let's say I want to apply even a housing loan, any loan, we are given an option whether we want to go for conventional or Sharia compliant Islamic loan or credit facility. So it's that sort of things is so easily available in Malaysia. So if I look at MSME level, of course, our Malaysian government is very much into Sharia compliant kind of policies in terms of Islamic finance. So that kind of things is a very fertile place for the participants today. If you want to explore that, Malaysia is the place. And of course, Malaysia is a proponent even among the OIC countries. And there's a lot of development also happening in Middle East, in Dubai, where Malaysians are involved in Islamic finance. So I just like to generally answer that question, that opportunities are there for Islamic finance in Malaysia. It's widely open. And I'm sure in the context of India, there's limited scope because the Indian central government, from my information, doesn't support an open policy towards Islamic finance currently. I hope they can, in future it might happen. So in that case, Malaysia is ready for assist Sharia compliant kind of products for participants or business community that's taking part here, and you're always welcome to inquire about it. We will channel it to the people who are experts in that subject matter.
Yeah, thank you, Kumar, about this. Perhaps I think one takeaway for me, I would say is, again, for Team UEF also to, since now we've launched our UEF fund, I think we've already set up a base of that. We've made some announcements around that. And I think it would be really good if your office could help us connect with that sort of the investment ecosystem to see how this fund can be much more made bigger in terms of the size and the volume and the access that we can give to our businesses to ethical finance. Of course, I do understand Sharia compliant finance is not part of the major an investment instrument here. But of course, I'm sure the experts out there would come up with some alternative solutions on how can the current fund that has been announced can be amplified to help several thousands of businesses in Tamil Nadu, and of course as an investment opportunity for your investment management firms. So on that note, I would like to come to you, Kim. My next question, please. So again, doing business the Korean way, this is something I often hear when I go to trade summits, especially on the healthcare exhibitions or conferences. The Korean way always, it stands out. So many Tamil Nadu businesses admire Korean efficiency, but find Korean markets and firms difficult to approach. One, of course, I do understand the language or the cultural barrier. But what advice would you give first-time Indian suppliers or startups on how to build credibility, quality standards, and long-term relationships with Korean companies?
Thank you. Before answering this question, already Sunday evening, a lot of people are sitting, paying their attention to this panel discussion. I think Korean is well known for its hard working. I think Indians are same. For Indian startup, it might not be easy to enter Korean market in a short period of time. So instead of trying to enter into Korean market alone, having a partnership with the Korean company is a better way, because many Korean companies are having an interest in Indian partner, because India is not just a vast domestic market, but also now becoming the hub of a global value chain with its competitive, relatively low wage. So many Korean companies are now coming and trying to find Indian partner in Indian domestic market and having a business in India. If you have an interest in any industrial sector, please contact our consulate office or our trade representative to find a Korean partner. By doing so, you have easy access to Korean market. I think Korea is ideal partner of Make in India policy in India, because Korea has a very worldly competitive industries in the cross-cutting sectors, from the semiconductors, battery, and shipbuilding, defense industry, and machinery, and electronics. So I don't know which industry you are doing business, but I think there will be a definitely good your partner in Korea to do business in Korea, in India, in world market. Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Now I think we know where we need to go knock the door to see how we can establish partnerships. And so one final question to all three panelists. So if a small or a mid-sized Tamil Nadu business, or maybe businesses here in the summit today, attending today, wants to take one concrete step in the next 30 to 90 days to engage with your country, what should that step be? Because, I mean, there should be outcomes, there should be actions, outcomes. So what would be that one takeaway for businesses here for us to, start our dialogues with your countries and establish future business partnerships?
Frankly, the first step has already been taken by our governments. In our case, they have established a platform of free trade agreement between the two countries. That's the first step. Second step already has been taken, which is this United Economic Forum Summit, which brings the government, academicians, businesses all together. The third step is what we should discuss, which is basically, now there's no one quick fix or one strategy for everybody, right? So every product, technology, service is different. So one has to understand that today's global environment is that there's no market like make in India or make in Australia or make in USA. There should be a shift of thought process. It's not make in India, it is make with Tamil Nadu. So the sort of a slogan has to change there. It's a market of co-creation. The third step, which I was talking about, do your research. That's very important, where you fit into this whole bilateral game, economic complementarity, and then have a long-term vision. Nobody better than Mr. Buhari can tell you that how important it is to have a vision. Have a long-term vision, long-term commitment to the market if you have decided to work with Australia. Search for credible partners, because it's always important in international business that you find credible partners. That's where we come into play. That's where UEF comes into play. And then localize your offering. That's where I am telling that co-create, co-collaborate, innovate together. So there are complementary strengths which both of us bring into on the table. Yeah. So these are the steps, I would say.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of homework for all of you all to now go list out all of these steps that Kamran has shared. So on to you, Kumar, please.
Thank you, ma'am. First, of course, Malaysia, we're going to launch Visit Malaysia Year 2026, coming 1st January. On that front, if you look at the opportunities in the next 90 days, in the service industry, people, you're welcome to harness. The fruit is there. You know, that we are promoting tourism sector heavily in South India, Tamil Nadu, and at the MSME level, of course, there's a lot of service company. They have wide opportunity to take up that opportunity and make a quick business out of it. Secondly, I would say, of course, the higher education, we are focusing to attract Tamil Nadu students to come to Malaysia. That also have a lot of opportunity for growth. There's a lot of room. And of course, on that area, Malaysia is offering 1 year visa free after they are finishing their final year studies in Malaysia. So there's a lot of opportunities over there for agents and business community to look into getting, into that venture. And of course, another one I would say is at the MSME level, of course, we are open to, in the halal industry sector, we are very big and we have a very good standing in the world. And the business community from here always can approach here us to look at how we can work on this halal concept, halal industry, manufacturing, services, all these things, and harness the technology to cater to the wider scope of the Islamic world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think just a point on that. I think now with the holiday season coming up, I think that's a very nice invitation for us to have some holiday, enjoy some family time, and equally focus on the business. That I don't know how much of the women in the houses would love to hear that, combining holiday with business, but I think I really like that invitation where you're inviting people to come on tourism and see your country and see what the prospects are. Yes, on to you, Kim.
If you have 30 to 9 days, the first suggestion is to visit Korean Trade Promoting Agency in Chennai. That agency, Korean Trade Representative, has a full list of Korean businessmen, and they are also looking for reliable Indian partner. Register yourself to this agency and get some information about Korean big exhibition held in Korea. There is a worldwide exhibition. If you go there, a lot of Korean businessmen and other businessmen, you can have a chance to meet. That's my suggestion. Before closing my talk, Korea and Tamil. We look a little different. We are located quite far away, but we are quite closer than we really think. I heard many scholars are telling our languages are very similar. About 500 or 1,000 words are exactly the same sound. Omma Appa is the exact same example. So as many Koreans are now getting to know that kinds of situation, if you say this story to Korean will be more friendly to Tamil people. But my one suggestion is for your transformation to 4 trillion economy, my suggestion is Tamil need to be more modern, open-minded, cosmopolitan. Because Korea was also a very Confucius society, very traditional, like Tamil, respecting elders, some discrimination against women. Korea was, but now not. Korea, women are more superior. So I think that's the secret of Korean K culture. Korea became a very cultural powerhouse, keeping our originality of tradition, but transforming our thought to the creative way. I think Tamil can do it, same as Korea did. Thank you.
Excellent, very well said. I think that's a very powerful closing note on culture, because business is not just about numbers or achieving your targets. I think everything as a human race first is the culture and the bonding, the relationships that we establish. I think that's fundamental to what a business ecosystem is built. And what a powerful way to close this session, to say, like, culture brings us all together. And that's one of the fundamental aspects. And I'm sure for UEF, this would be a very good takeaway, where we can organize some sort of sessions to understand doing business in different cultures, and how could people or businesses from Tamil Nadu can be a bit more open, can understand different cultures, and be a bit flexible and agile in their way of approaching partners and doing businesses worldwide. So on that note, as we close this panel, it is worth pausing to recognize what this moment represents. Tamil Nadu already has talent, as all of the speakers here just mentioned. It has depth across industry, and it has earned a global reputation for reliability and excellence. So the opportunity before us now is not about creating a potential, it is about alignment. I think all of the 3 speakers here mentioned alignment is the fundamental word, and I think UEF can be that platform to create that alignment between, of intent with infrastructure and aligning aspiration with action. What this discussion has shown us is how that alignment begins. Platforms like UEF matter because they do not work in silos. They bring policy, capital, capability, and enterprise into the same room, and more importantly, into the same direction. And thank you, President, for bringing us that direction and helping us all collaborate on a common vision. And when that happens, ecosystems stop moving in parallel, and we all start moving together. I think that is something, a key point as a takeaway, that we need to move together rather than in 2 parallel lines. And when communities align, scale becomes inevitable. Growth does not come from thinking bigger alone, it comes from thinking together. And this summit has done more than exchange ideas. It has created clarity, and that's something I came up for, to get some more clarity, because I have started our companies here in India. Though I'm originally from Chennai, but still I had a lot of questions, a lot of confusions in my mind. Am I doing the right things? And I think this summit has really opened up my thinking ability to show and give me some clarity of the ease of doing business here in Tamil Nadu. What we are witnessing today is not the end of a conversation, because ours is the last session of the 3-day impactful event, but the moment when direction becomes visible, where dialogue turns into action, partnerships, and shared prosperity. And history shows that economies do not rise by policy alone, but when people, enterprises, and communities choose to build, to partner, and to lead. And today, this community, the UEF community, has declared that Tamil Nadu's $4 trillion future begins with us. Thank you, everyone, and I'm really looking forward to many more such wonderful, insightful sessions, and I'm sure this journey will go on, and we will have inspiring sessions in the coming months until the next summit. So thank you, and thank you, speakers, for joining us today and giving us your Sunday afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you to our esteemed excellencies and panelists for being here for the day. It's heartening to see three wonderful countries willing to support India and Tamil Nadu. Two of them physically close to us, one of them culturally close to us, and no better moderator than Rehan Amir, ma'am. I request the President of the United Economic Forum, Mr. Ahmed Buhari Saab, to please come on stage so we can felicitate our distinguished moderator and panelists who have joined us here today. And Mr. Wawu S. Habib as well, please join us, our advisory for the UEF Trade Summit 2025. Can we have the mementos brought on stage, please? His Excellency, Mr. Chang Myun Kim, Consul General of the Republic of Korea in Chennai. A big round of applause, please. Exceptional moderator, Ms. Rehna Amir, founder and CEO, Smart Healthcare, Chair, City of London Association, London Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you, ma'am. His Excellency Mr. Sarvanakumar Kumaravasagam, Consulate General of Malaysia for South India in Chennai. And Mr. Kamran Khan, Head India Department of State Development, Government of South Australia, Australian Consulate General, Chennai. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These are very, very distinguished people here today to enlighten us on how we can make our dream of $4 trillion for Tamil Nadu a reality and how international support is ready and waiting for us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our panelists as they leave. Thank you so much. ஓகேன்னு சொன்னாங்கன்னா பேர் போட்டுறாங்க. ஓகே ஓகே சரியா? ஓகே தம்பி. ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட். குட் ஜாப். Kindly request the rest of you to take your seats as well off the dais. I see some of our colleagues and friends near the door. Request you all to come in and please be seated. Very well then. It's time to begin the evening's proceedings. It's a valedictory session. 3 days of fantastic meetings with elite speakers, moderators, panelists, and experienced men and women of wisdom. To begin the valedictory session, I will now start requesting our members of the UEF to take their places on the dais, starting with our President, Mr. Ahmed Buhari Sahib. So, President of the United Economic Forum, Mr. Ahmed Buhari Sahib, I request you to kindly take your seat on the stage, please, on the dais. I also request the Director General of UEF, Mr. Sajid Sadak, to please join him on stage. Mr. Sajid Sadak, please, can you join our President on the stage? I request the Director General to join him. I also request the convener of the UEF Trade Summit 2025, Mr. Muhammad Ali Sahib, to please join us on stage, on the dais. Also the advisor to the UEF Trade Summit 2025, Mr. W.S. Habib, please join us on stage. Also the co-convener of the UEF Trade Summit 2025, Mr. Naveed Khan. Request you to please join us on the dais. I also request Nawabzada Asif Ali Sahab to please join us on stage. I now request Dr. Ajmal Dastagir to escort our chief guest, Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, former Deputy Chief of Army Staff, India, and former Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University. I now request the directors of the United Economic Forum to also join us on stage. Mr. T. Adnan Ahmed. Mr. T. Adnan Ahmed, we request you to join us on stage. We're requesting the directors of UEF to join us. Altaf Hussain Sahib, can we have you on stage, sir? Also, Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan. Mr. M.A. Muhammad Nizam Sahib. Dr. J. Sadaqatullah. Sir, can we have you on stage? Yes. Mr. Yusuf Muhammad Sahib, can we have you on stage, please? Mr. S.M.Y. Muhammad Sadak. The Director General of UEF is making a grand entry. He will. Big round of applause for him, please. I request all the dignitaries to kindly be seated. Thank you. Right. It's been a fantastic 3 days. All thanks to the hard work of the men seated on the dais and the innumerable men and women who have supported them off the dais. UEF Trade Summit 2025 has not just been about a dream, 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu. It's also been about commitment. As the way forward was shown, the dream was made into a belief where it will become a reality. There were people who stood up and said, we will sign memorandums of understanding with the United Economic Forum so that we commit to this dream and we make it a reality. So now we are going to announce these MOUs that have been signed, and I request all of you to put your hands together for these men and women who have committed to this task and will work towards it. As I call out their names, I request the representative of these organizations to please come up on stage, and the President of the United Economic Forum and the Director General, along with our chief guest, will exchange the MOU with them. Okay? Starting with Aniket Capital LLP. A big round of applause for Mr. I.S. Balamurugan for doing that. The MOU has already been signed, and Mr. Balamurugan had to leave, so he's not here to be with us at this point of time. But thank you so much, Mr. I.S. Balamurugan of Aniket Capital LLP. Our next MOU is with Twins Digital. Twins Digital, can we have Dr. Maluk Muhammad on stage, please? Thank you. The next MOU, South India Shelters. Our convener is right here. So, the next MOU is of South India Shelters. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These MOUs are affirmations, and they will manifest. The next MOU is sustainable development. Do we have the representatives of sustainable development on stage, please? Dr. Ajmal Dastagir. Big round of applause, please. The next MOU is with Daystar Solar. Can we have the representatives of Daystar Solar on stage, please? Applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next MOU is for CPOL. Can we have the representatives of CPOL on stage, please? Our next MOU is for Edge Up. Can we have the representatives of Edge Up on stage? Our next MOU is for Mizaj. That impeccable suit makes us all want to get one from you. Our next MOU, a big round of applause for Mizaj, please. Our next MOU is Madurai famous Jigar Thanda. Can we have the representatives of Madurai famous Jigar Thanda on stage, please? Applause, ladies and gentlemen. The next MOU is CBEC. So Cyprus CBEC is the next MOU. With team, CBEC team. Can they be here on stage? Quickly. Rush, rush, rush. I also request the members of Kento Kaizen to get ready. That's the next MOU. So please be ready. Kento Kaizen as well. Is this all CBEC? Our next MOU is Kento Kaizen. Kento Kaizen. I request the Federation of All Economic Chambers to be ready as well. Kento Kaizen. This is Kento Kaizen. Is our next MOU signatory. Our next MOU, this is Kento Kaizen. Our next MOU is the Federation of All Economic Chambers, FACE. Can we have the members and representatives of FACE on the dais, please? MOU for Kento Kaizen. Next MOU is for Federation of All Economic Chambers, FACE. Big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. The next MOU is for Salihin Educational Charitable Trust. Representatives of Salihin, please come on the dais. Salihin Charitable Educational Trust. Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan is there along with his team. Applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. The next MOU is for Jan Seva Credit Corporate Society. Jan Seva Credit Corporate Society. Please have your representatives on stage, sir. This is the Jan Seva Credit Corporate Society working towards interest-free lending. Yeoman work that they are doing for us today. Our next MOU is Online Plus Market of India. Can we have the representatives of Online Plus Market of India also coming towards the stage? Online Plus Market of India. Can we have the Online Plus Market of India on stage, please? Online Marketplace of India. Ompai. And the final MOU is Kento Kaizen. Request the members of Kento Kaizen to collect their MOU or exchange their MOU with UEF. Right. Thank you, everybody. Big round of applause once again to all the men and women who have committed to this task of 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu. I request the dignitaries on the dais to please take their seat. Please be seated. It's been a fantastic 3 days. Many ideas have been discussed, and who better to sum it up for us than the President of the United Economic Forum. I humbly request the President of the United Economic Forum, Mr. Ahmed Buhari Sahab, to sum up the proceedings of the past 3 days and give us the key takeaways. So there's one more MOU, and it's an international MOU. A big round of applause for Mr. Ajmal Sharfuddin of MBS Investments, the Executive Director, who is signing an MOU just before he flies away back to the UAE. Thank you so much, sir. One more strong commitment, another strong relationship. Thank you. I now request our President of the United Economic Forum to give us the key takeaways from the event.
Good evening, Assalamu alaikum, Vanakkam, Malay Vanakkam. Wonderful to see all of you here. I think all of you deserve a big round of applause. I think each and every one of you have made this fantastic event happen. I am personally very, very moved, very touched with the amount of love and affection each and every one of you have shown, the amount of commitment, the amount of professionalism. It's just incredible. Before the event started, we were discussing how we should even surpass the World Economic Forum in terms of arrangements. I think most of you must have heard of the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, which is one of the most premier forums in the world. Apparently, they charge about $50,000 or $60,000 per delegate. So what was very revealing is I was talking to this very good friend of mine, a Rajya Sabha MP. So he came back and said, he looked at the agenda, he looks at the agenda and he says, I've been attending the World Economic Forum for so many years, it is so expensive, and the food is not good, and it's very cold. So here I am thinking, what are we going to do when we have our conference here? And alhamdulillah, thank you very much to each and every one of you for having made this event a resounding success. I don't want to make it sound as if I am, what shall I say, Tamil solluvaangala, kaakeki tan kunji pon kunji abdinde. Like whatever we organize, we always think it is the best, but I think it is really all of you who have made it a real showstopper, something to remember. So big round of applause to everyone, please. So we've had a fantastic 2.5 days. I still remember when we started discussing with the Honorable Minister T.R.B. Raja, we went there multiple times trying to invite, of course, my colleagues Habib and Muhammad Ali Bhai, and we went there and till the last minute we were not sure if they were going to show up. They had their own commitments and they had other issues. And then we went to meet the Honorable Chief Minister. Thanks to my brother Zia, we had gone into Arivalayam, we were waiting there for a couple of hours, meet the CM. The CM was majorly flustered, right? He's like, okay, sollunga innanga, illa thalaivarre, unnatha Tamilagam, and everything is going over his head because he was so busy with lots of other things. And if you all remember, during the opening, I had put up Kalangir's photo. So I showed the photo and that got his attention. And then he said, Yenna, eppa event, event is on so-and-so date. He says, I'm not sure if I can attend, but let me see what I can do. This is what the Chief Minister said. So we thought he's forgotten about us. We didn't get any confirmation. Lo and behold, Mr. TRB Raja shows up at the conference. The moment he landed, you should have seen the look on his face. He's like, what is this? He says, I've just scheduled for about an hour to come here. He says, I need 2 or 3 hours at least to go around because I'd like to be with the exhibition. I'd like to see what is going on. And, I'd like to know what all this is all about. And, of course, then when he came onto the stage, and I think, not that we were totally taken back, but what we were pleasantly surprised with is the full endorsement he gave for the 4 trillion agenda. I think this agenda deserves a big round of applause. It's audacious, it's ridiculous, it's in the American terminology a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal, which seems unreachable, which seems too far, but with the amount of energy all of you have brought into it, we have reduced it down to simple terms. And I was just looking at the last session, and it's like, is there anybody who even doesn't think it's going to work? Because when we started, we were like, is anybody going to even believe this? So towards the end of the session, it's more like, is anybody even going to disagree with the story? Right? Even the Korean Consul General was a little hesitant. He says, it looks doable. It's difficult. We know it's difficult, right? Because if it was easy, everybody would achieve it. So it is definitely a difficult task. It's not a bed of roses. It's going to be, incredibly challenging task, but it's doable. It's not ridiculous. So what did the minister start off with, right? I was pleasantly surprised because initially he was a little hesitant, but as soon as he started speaking, he gave us data from the Reserve Bank of India, for those of you who recollect, and he came back and said the state has been growing at a phenomenal 16% nominal, which is 11.5%. Which is 11.5%. Actually, I didn't even read the data. I was like so busy coming here and everything, I didn't get a chance to read the newspaper. So next day I went back, and on the headlines is 16% nominal growth, which is 11.5%, real growth rate. Whereas what we are projecting is only 9%. So it looks like, easy cakewalk. It isn't a cakewalk, but when you look at 11.5% number, when you look at a 9% number, it just seems like it's a lot easier. So we got incredible endorsement from the Honorable Minister. He was talking about the various industrial parks which are coming up, the Dravidian model, which is really helping us to propel in this agenda for 4 trillion. Then, lo and behold, in fact, Razia from my office was desperately trying to chase up with the CM's office to get a congratulatory message on the compendium, right? So we were chasing up, we didn't get the message. So we're like, okay, maybe they're busy and we're not going to get a message from the Chief Minister. But lo and behold, TRB Raja comes, he gets the message from the Chief Minister, and he, whatever we were trying to say, he had endorsed it, he wrote the letter, he said, congratulations to UEF team, congratulations for the agenda, and whatnot. I thought that was very, very thoughtful because he's very, very busy right now. For him to take time and send the letter was, incredibly encouraging. Then, of course, we had Mr. Isal Gurer, our dear friend, incredible person, right? The inside story, I have to tell you this. Suddenly we call up Isal Gurer and I said, brother, are you going to show up, Then he said, yes, he's going to come and he's going to take the evening flight and whatnot. But when I see the schedule, this was a 2:50 a.m. flight, right? Arriving at 8:15 in the morning. That typical red-eye flight, which I would refuse to take. So thankfully he could come over, and the amount of regard he has for us, for UEF, for my father, for all of us here, really to come to take a flight early in the morning, to come here to attend, and then to share his, his thoughts, his support for Tamil Nadu, his support from the UAE and GCC for our agenda was incredible. Then we had, of course, Mr. Anand Sharma, right? The former union minister. What a brilliant speaker. Lawyer, former minister, parliamentarian, been there for a number of years. Again, of course, he was, I would say, cautiously optimistic on the 4 trillion number. He didn't say it's going to be very easy. He said it's, we have to be cautiously optimistic. It's doable, but there are a lot of challenges, because so many things have to align. Then he talked of inclusivity, which was a major agenda that he spoke about, and how important it is in democracy, how important democracy is and inclusivity will be for 4 trillion agenda, was what we had Mr. Anand Sharma speak about. Of course, he spoke about the incredible regard he has for Tamil Nadu. The respect and regard that he has for Tamil Nadu was something that he spoke about. Then, of course, we had our rock star, Mr. Jinnah Rafiq, who is, really our champion. And I'm not saying this because he was our title sponsor. Bhai, are you here, by the way? Ilya, I hope there's somebody from the Kothari team. But incredible support. I mean, no flattery to Rafiq Bhai. But, as soon as he heard about the conference, that we are organizing it, he immediately came forward to support us. And incredible work that he's doing. You must have heard what he says, the amount of optimism that he comes up with, the employment potential that he wants to create in the most backward area, right? There are people who want to come only to the major cities and whatnot, but here is Rafiq Bhai going to the most backward city because that's where he sees the opportunity, right? So, and he says that he plans for 1 million jobs and that he's going to fully support our 4 trillion agenda. I thought that was fantastic, to support to get from Jinnah Rafiq Sahib. And of course, second day, we had our rock star, Dr. Abul Hassan. He was our MC. Of course, he is our, magician, whatever you want to call it. Anywhere you put our Dr. Abul Hassan, he will rock. When we used to have our review meetings, he's a surgeon, right? We are in our Zoom meeting, suddenly doctor disappears. We're like, hey, where is doctor? He's gone somewhere, But he's actually gone in to do a surgery. He'll go in for 15 minutes, then he'll come back and say, I just finished a surgery, but then comes back immediately into the review. And he never misses any of the reviews. And he is on the road all the time. So he's just an incredible person. So we were honored that he could give the welcome address, very nicely welcome each and every one of the guests. And of course, we had Dato Shahul, Hamid bin Dawood, who spoke about the incredible potential that the ASEAN offers us, 700 million people. He was the deputy president of ASEAN, and then how UEF can collaborate very closely with the ASEAN for our agenda. And of course, one of the star speakers, always a star speaker, was Mr. PTR Palnivel Tyagarajan, right? So Tamil la or vaartha solluvaanga, Vashishthar Vayal Brahmarishi abdinte. I don't know if those of you, many of you have heard of this, right? Vashishthar Vayal Brahmarishi abdinte. That means when you have a real scholar, real saint, to actually get a compliment from a very strict saint is a miracle, right? So like that, for Mr. PTR to come and actually say that this 4 trillion, 9%, 4.5% inflation, all that we were talking about, he gave us a complete overview of the global scenario, right? To summarize what's happening in the entire world, in China, United States, Europe, the relevance to India, the relevance to Tamil Nadu, then how it's relevant for UEF and whatnot was incredible, right? And long and short of it, what did he say? He said there are macroeconomic, issues which are happening globally. There is a whole fear of China, which is coming up, right? So India is benefiting from this whole macroeconomic shift which is taking place. And Tamil Nadu stands to benefit incredibly because of this shift which is taking place. And here in Tamil Nadu, we have got this advantage of talent, which we need to leverage incredibly. And then, of course, he said 1 in 4 people in the world will be Indians of the employable population because of the demographic dividend, population which is going down in Europe, population which is going down in China. And then, of course, oh, brilliant. Okay, thank you very much. Here's the CM's letter. UEF is prominently displayed. Thank you very much for that. And so this is what Mr. PTR had to say. He said, we've got a phenomenal opportunity, not all done by us, but it's just carpe diem, they say, right? Seize the moment, right? There are global macroeconomic issues which are happening, which we need to take advantage of. We need to be prepared. Here locally, we've got the talent, but we can't take it easy, right? So we definitely have to work up. So it was a great endorsement from Minister PTR. Of course, he referred an Economist article which was comparing other states, Gujarat and whatnot. And I think they came to the conclusion that Tamil Nadu is a fantastic state to businesses. Then, of course, we had the next session was on 1 to 4 trillion, 4 trillion, dream or reality. We had 2 brilliant speakers. Mappa Pandirajan and Suresh Sambandam, both ardent followers. And I can tell you off the record, between Mr. Pandirajan and Mr. PTR Palnivel Thagarajan, they are among the smartest people in the state because of their economics background, their business background, their political background, and of course they are in two different parties, right? So Mr. PTR is obviously from the DMK, and then Mr. Mappa Pandirajan was in ADMK, and then so you get to see perspectives from different viewpoints, and a few of the key takeaways that he said, governments irrespective of which government has been there, they've been taking forward the policies of the government, the state, which was very encouraging. Of course, he spoke about how the community, Ramnath district people were making jewelry for 300 years. He spoke of the necessity for a governance mechanism. He spoke of succession planning. He spoke of IPO. He spoke of listing, or all these things that Mappa Pandirajan spoke about. I think those are very relevant for us, that we need to look at these aspects. If we have to scale up, if we have to go to 4 trillion, these are aspects that we really have to look at, because we are not open for taking our company public, if we are not open for following the good economy movement, not to forget, right? That's what we started all of it. If we are going to follow principles of the good economy movement, it becomes easier for people to come in, look at investing with us, then we can raise the money, we bring in leadership, and whatnot. So I think it's a paradigm shift in how we have to look at things as we go forward. Then, of course, we had the wonderful speech of Suresh Sambandam, the architect of the Dream Tamil Nadu project, the original sort of $1 trillion vision, which was in 2018. I still remember having a discussion with Suresh in 2019, 20 must have been, 19, I think. Sajid Saab, myself, we had met Suresh, and that time we were discussing, he was discussing 1 trillion, we were discussing 4 trillion. And, but then, he's done this study on all the 38 districts of Tamil Nadu. And he's come up with this project called Kanavu, and all the potential of every single district. He has explained the possibility. And of course, he also came and endorsed that 4 trillion is definitely a doable story, and that both of them will be sponsors for us, in terms of support and whatnot. Following that, we had a Dream or Reality session, continued by our director, Muhammad Ali Saab, brilliantly prepared, all the messages he was sending in the group, and, following about all the speakers. I thought that was a fantastic session, incredible discussion which they had, and we had Athar Saif, we had Nisha Najmuddin from our university. We had, again, Jinnah Rafiq Saab, who also spoke about the 4 trillion potential, how we can have smaller cities, how we can have, of course, even Athar Saif also mentioned that it's 4 trillion is possible. Nisha also agreed. Nisha, of course, is a PhD. I think she's here somewhere. I hope I'm not misquoting her. Oh, there she is, yeah. So she's done a PhD in Tamil Nadu economics. And so it was very good to have her inputs on this subject. And then, of course, Jinnah Rafiq Saab also told us about all the opportunities which are available here. And then, of course, the next session was on, sorry, what was the next session? We had this. Of course, the next session was on a fireside chat with the thought leaders, right? So we had incredible session with Arun Jain. I think really, thanks to Dr. Ajmal Dastagir. Dr. Ajmal was a real star. I know he's been telling about, he's a rock star anyways, right? He's been one of the incredible committee members, but also wonderful moderation that he did, because it does take a lot of preparation, before being a proper moderator. I think he had done incredible amount of homework. And of course, then we had a panel of our advisor, former DG Habib Sahib. Then we had Arun from the Guidance Bureau. We had Mr. Arun Jain, like I said, from Polaris and Intellect Design. And I thought it was a fantastic discussion. Oh my God, that, really opened up our mind. Paradigm shift in thinking, design thinking. How do you go, 27 times, growth? How does 27 times growth take place when you move pieces incrementally, when you make changes in different aspects, whether it's, I think he mentioned about belief, if I'm not mistaken. He had used the word belief, and then he had given an explanation for every one of those items, and how maybe we should call it like a symphony, right? A bit like what we're doing in UEF today, right? So everything works like a symphony, and if we are able to make incremental changes in every aspect, then you can really have a fantastic orchestra. I think that's what he was trying to say. That was a fantastic speech by Mr. Arun Jain. In fact, he was insisting that he give us this session on design thinking. And it was very, very important that we spoke about that. And he's also offered to help us with design thinking for 4 trillion. And also he endorsed it, as you can imagine, right? And then, of course, we had our own Asif Bhai and Kombe Anwar Sahib talking about the community contribution, the incredible contribution of the Nawab of Arcot family. I am always amazed with the amount of, not just as a history, but to have the living legend. He's not a fossilized person, he's a real person, right? So a living legend, part of a living legend family that we have here. Of course, incredibly, yes, big round of applause for Asif Bhai, please. Asif Bhai, Nasir, everybody in the, from the House of Arcot, we're very, very grateful for their support, of course. And of course, Asif Bhai gave us a fantastic background on the contribution of their family, but also the other contribution which has happened on a pan-India basis. Kombe Anwar, of course, gave incredible background history on the community's contribution and whatnot. Then the next section, of course, was on reimagining education, something that I'm very happy about. I mean, in the sense that we are working on a subject like this, and excellent panel, as you can, those of you who attended the session, you'll recollect. Dr. Sultan Ismail, Shruti Karthik, Gavin from Australia, Kavita Tiwari, Professor Kamakoti. It was a fantastic session, right? And the need of the hour. And of course, I forgot to mention this. One of the things that Mr. PTR mentioned is the need for focusing on education. So if we can, sort of tie in education, that we need to reimagine education for 4 trillion, and then what we were discussing with this reimagination of education, it's very much aligned together. So moving on to, more adoption of the Montessori system from early education, hands-on learning, entrepreneurship, how do we merge the, entire education ecosystem along with the government, along with the industry, and how do we get this going? How do we get a sort of, for lack of a better word, design thinking going from early days for the children? So if we were to have like a design thinking principle from early days, so we help the children, with a Montessori education, entrepreneurial, also a lot of EQ for the children from early days, cleanliness, respect and whatnot. Then they come into the university ecosystem, and then we have institutions like the IIT for those who can get into IIT, and for those who cannot get into IIT, there will be so many other areas if they've been already prepared from early days in school. And then the entrepreneurship centers, which are going to be very helpful. And of course, Dr. Sultan Ismail spoke about curriculum redesign in Tamil Nadu. So that was also a fantastic discussion. Then, of course, we had fantastic Sufi music, which I missed, although I got 6 or 7 calls from Asif Bhai. But I heard it was excellent. It went on very well. So I think that was what saw us through the day 2. Day 3, right, which is what we are today. We had our rock star. Where is he? Is he here? Dr. Maluk, are you here somewhere? Vanga. You're always like super duper, super energy. What an incredible story. Really put your hands together for Dr. Maluk and Jahangir, please. I keep telling this to Dr. Maluk. I said, it's bragging rights for us in UEF. Every time we talk of Twins Health, and I told this to Jahangir last time, I don't know how long we are going to keep telling about twins and twins and twins and twins. But the fact remains that I think Twins as a company, I think you very rightly mentioned, how much of hard work that goes in. Everybody only sees the fancy numbers and you become a unicorn all of a sudden, and the amount of work which goes in, oh my God. I remember, staying in San Francisco with Jahangir in his house. Man, that man is a maniac. Starts at 8 a.m. in the morning. You can't even speak for 5 minutes. You're in the same house, and then, it's difficult to talk to him because, he says until at night, 10 o'clock, continuously work, think. So this is the amount of work which goes in, Everybody sees the fancy numbers, we are a unicorn today, we're a multiple unicorn, we have done this, that, But what is the amount of work which goes in? And I think for me that was phenomenal. I always knew that, Dr. Maluk and Jahangir, are incredibly hardworking people. But, to see that it was, UEF had a role to play in it, and the phenomenal success that Twins, has become today, and I'm sure they are just moving the bar further and further, and then, every time, it's like a new company. Twins is like a new company. From the time we started talking, it just evolved, and it was a fantastic story. And of course, we had a presentation by my brother, Abdul Qadir, on the incredible work that our Crescent Innovation Incubation Council has done. Over 140 companies, 3,200 crore valuation, and same story. He's also been struggling for a very, very long time. Traveling around the world, trying to get the structure right, meeting up people here, putting up the whole structure. And of course, we've requested CIC to, be like a proof of concept so that we can have the same incubation model right across the, educational ecosystem, the 45 education associations which are associated with the community. So the incredible work. And then I took a ride on the bike, the Rapti, for those of you who saw that, right? I was just very excited, because it's a little bike, and then this is like a, electric bike. I think Naveed was stopping me. No, you're not going to ride the bike, because he must have thought it'd be very clumsy for the president to come and fall off the stage, right? I was very slow and gentle, so when I took the bike. But then, it's one of the companies, like you heard Dinesh speak when my brother was talking, and starting off with a small check of 20-25 lakhs. And then, today the company has gone to 500. And I thought that was, incredible story. Just one of the many success stories of CIC. And, I'd like to share a point here. I hate to bring the community angle here, but just for the benefit of everybody, I have to say this. We go to see Minister T.R.B. Raja, and he says, it's a community-oriented event. I said, yeah, it is. Yeah, from the community. But it's not restricted to the community. Oh, so how does it benefit others? My mind came Rapti. I said, have you heard of the Rapti company, which was incubated in our center? And the founder is Dinesh. And we have absolutely no problem with it, whether it's a Dinesh or it's a Shiva or, John or, it doesn't matter. We are not restricting people by caste, color or creed. We are really welcoming them on board. And it does, we are very happy that he comes on board. And one of our success stories, if it is incubated either in CIC or in UEF, and if it happens to be a Dinesh, hey, so be it. So that's perfect, because that's the inclusivity that we'd like to bring on board. And Dinesh was a clear example of that, and of CIC and UEF and everybody working together to jointly create value. So that was the story about CIC and my brother Abdul Qadir. And then we had our brilliant professor, Rafiq Bhai. Rafiq Bhai, are you here somewhere? Rafiq Bhai, are you here? He's not, yeah. What an incredible story, right? A professor, not a dropout, a professor, and then the amount of conviction with which he works for the society, the amount of impact they have had. I mean, I'd like to say this in all humility. UEF has resources, well-endowed people and whatnot. But with the type of resources that, oh, there he is. But the type of impact that SAIPA is able to create, I wish UEF will also do similar things. So he keeps saying that, that UEF is an inspiration for him. I'd like to put it the other way around and say I think SAIPA is an inspiration for UEF. So it's an incredible collaboration, and the fact that he's working with the students and the thousands and thousands of people. And then one day he comes to the office and he said, this guidance book I'm pannirukken, Kaka, this is all for blind people. I said, oh my God, that is really thoughtful. Right? How many people, I really don't know how many people in this room would have actually thought of publishing a book only for the, visually impaired. So I thought that was incredible. I mean, among the many things, I thought that was a very, very thoughtful, effort that they have taken. And we're very happy that SAIPA has been collaborating. They've done incredible support for this event. They've done the amount of work and support that SAIPA team has put in. We're very, very grateful for the amount of support. Then, of course, we had our rock star, Rafiq Bhai. So first time I saw him, I saw the name. I don't know, for those of you who have seen his card, he said, hey, my name is Rafiq, traffic without the T. I said, oh, okay, that's good. That we'll remember right now. But I'm going to let you on a secret. He is the architect of the good economy movement. For those of you who saw the video, right? We'd like to see the video again, Rafiq Bhai. I think we should run the video once again. So now that he's here, can we just play the video quickly? Because so many people came back and said, this video had such an impact on what we are trying to do with the whole good economy movement, right? And I think it deserves, we can just see it for a few minutes. So Rafiq Bhai, of course, also somebody, we got associated, thanks to the Trade Summit and everything. And what an incredible story that he's been involved in helping Zoho go from about $50 million to $2 billion. And he's been very passionate about how he wants to support UEF associates to build global brands. And then he's really been, in fact, even when I was preparing my speech and whatnot, so, everybody is supported in putting an event like this, even for preparation of my speech. And I think Rafiq Bhai has given a lot of inputs and, really helped us steer towards this good economy movement. And now in hindsight, it looks like it all makes sense, right? So can we put the video, please?
Many businesses are obsessed with growth at any cost. Borrow more, delay payments, squeeze margins, pressure people, call it success. Once, debt was feared. Today, it's a symbol. Your worth decided by your credit score. Sometimes we forget who we are sweating for, family or the loan sharks. Centuries ago, the builders before us sailed seas, moved the world before maps did. OGs of globalization. They built ships, bridges, and schools that shaped generations, and they prospered through grace. Somewhere along the way, we forgot that business is not a battlefield. It's a responsibility. What is growth if it doesn't lift others? What is profit if it costs trust? Welcome to the good economy. Not a slogan, a shift in how we do business. Let's get back to what built us. From salt to silicon, from ports to platforms, the builder's instinct endures and evolves. UEF brings this spirit together to connect, nurture, and inspire, where dreamers meet doers and ideas become industries, building the good economy. Come, join the movement. UEF Trade Summit 2025, Chennai. United Economic Forum, Builders of Tomorrow, the good economy movement.
I'm proud to be part of good economy movement. I'm proud to be a part of the good economy movement.
What a powerful video, Rafiq Bhai. So I really don't want to take any credit for it because he's really the star of the, the entire planning and how we should say it. So I think big round of applause really for Rafiq Bhai. I think it's not just about slogans, like he rightly said. It's actually a shift in how we have to think. And then, when powerful videos like this come, it helps us to reimagine how we have been doing things all along. And it's like, it's a barometer as to how we have to change. So thank you very much for the lovely preparation and for your speech, Rafiq Bhai. I'm sure we'll have a continuous engagement as we go forward. Then, of course, we had entrepreneurship, which we spoke about. Then we had Parvez Alam, who spoke on the university entrepreneurship hubs. We had a fantastic discussion or explanation by Mr. Subramanian. I was pleasantly surprised that he's met a lot of my family members and, that he's done so many companies, investments and whatnot. And of course, for 4 trillion, what's going to be really, really important is mass entrepreneurship. It's going to be incredibly important that we have mass entrepreneurship. It makes no sense. And if we were to correlate the Economist report, which Mr. PTR Palnivel Tyagarajan was sharing, it's a lopsided growth as far as Gujarat is concerned. And where we have a few very, very rich people, and then, on a poverty angle, if I'm not mistaken, an earlier article I had read on in The Economist says that, poverty in Gujarat is 4 times Tamil Nadu. 4 times Tamil Nadu. Can you imagine? Right? So a lot more poor people in Gujarat than in Tamil Nadu. And I think it's evident. If you go to Gujarat, you would see it. and you will see less of that in Tamil Nadu. So we are already onto a good track on mass entrepreneurship, but if we were to do more of mass entrepreneurship, take the guidance of people like my brother Abdul Qadir, Mr. Subramanian, Parvez, everybody, all of us who are trying to work on that ecosystem. And of course here, people like, Saipa coming in, when we are working on the mass entrepreneurship. Again, I just want to quote Rafiq Bhai here. Very happy, I met one of the ladies, Zahirunisa, and my wife was also prodding that I meet her. And of course, my dear sister Rehana always pulls us up, saying that there are not enough ladies, but a lot of ladies here sitting in the front row. Brilliant. Here, I can see that. So what I'm trying to say here is that Rafiq Bhai, along with Zahirunisa madam, she has 400 lady entrepreneurs. I was personally very happy to hear that. That is the type of mass entrepreneurship we'd like to encourage. It doesn't have to be the crores and 10 crores and 100 crores and 1,000 crores, but many stories of 50 lakhs and 1 crore I think will make an incredible difference. And I think this is the type of mass entrepreneurship we should really be working on. So that was the discussion Mr. Subramaniam had. And of course we had a brilliant talk by Bharati Bhaskar. Thanks to Naveed, thanks to Asif Bhai, and everybody for having brought over. Bharati was a fantastic speaker. I mean, come on, the number of Tirukkurals that she quoted, and she could have just gone on and on and on, because there's just so many wonderful Kurals. And long and short of it, the necessity of inspired leadership, values-driven leadership, right? We saw what that meant. We saw that in the Good Economy movement. If you read the Tirukkural, it'll have n number of quotes, about the Good Economy movement. If I were to, correlate both of them together. So many snippets, so many learning, which is there in the Tirukkural, in our Hadith, our Prophet's way, Swami Vivekananda, so many great leaders to learn from, right? So we need to inculcate these values into our system if we are serious about a 4 trillion economy story, because this is really the base. And this is, again, I'm just bringing in Rafiq Bhai here, that the good economy is what is going to help us go to 4 trillion, which is what will make us an Unnata Tamilagam. And of course, Sajid Bhai will agree here. He always pulls me up saying that I'm only talking of numbers and numbers. And he's the original author of this Unnata Tamilagam. I think you should need to give him a big round of applause. Because now, even the government circles and the newspaper, everybody is quoting Unnata Tamilagam, So Unnata Tamilagam, for those who may not know, Tamil is an inspirational Tamil Nadu, is what we are aspiring for, out of which one of the components is, the 4 trillion. And then, of course, the good economy movement, the value-driven movement, inspired leadership is what is going to help us, propel towards 4 trillion. So that is what we discussed. Then the next section, of course, was inspirational entrepreneurs. Mr. C.K. Kumaravel, Rafi and Rofa, all of them spoke very well about, the challenges of entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurship, the incredible work that they've done, Rafi's 1,000 stores that he has in mind. So these were all incredible discussions that we had on entrepreneurship. Then we had a fantastic session on financing by Hamdan, and of course we had Balamurugan, Rafi, Ajmal, and of course we've announced the UEF fund there as well. Then we had the tech session, thanks to Yusuf Bhai. We discussed on AI, we spoke, Zeba Khan and Umair Ahmed Khan all spoke about, a lot of discussions on AI. And of course, Salahuddin Bhai. I just want to bring Salahuddin Bhai here for a moment. He's a rock star, really. He's going to make he's going to tell us something very interesting. Bhai, come on, I think you should make this announcement. Salahuddin Bhai never fails to impress us. Every time he was going to bring a robot, a really high-tech robot, but unfortunately it got stuck in the customs AI robot, which would have been one of the panelists here. Can you imagine a ChatGPT type? And that's what Salabhai was about to bring. But he's got an announcement, so I pass it on to him.
Assalamu alaikum and wanakkam. I just want to tell, my association with Brother Ahmed is about 35 years. He's always been an inspiration for me. Now, பிறந்து வளர்ந்ததெல்லாம் நாகர்கோயில் கிராமத்தில் இருந்து Pentagon and Makkah inside the Kaaba, if I could reach, it's all, I just want to tell with humility, not to boast myself. I want to just leave you all with some inspiration today. If I could do from a Gramat Paya, if I could go get invited by the King of Saudi Arabia to go and wash the Kaaba, everybody could do it. If I could get invited inside the Pentagon by the chief in 2024 and then become a supplier of defense in the US, I just want to inspire each one of you. And thanks to Brother Ahmed, he's been a great inspiration from me. He is a driving force, UEF plus Brother Ahmed. I just also want to make an announcement. I think it's high time we take UEF to the next level. Inshallah, we'll try to probably get maybe Elon Musk or Sam Altman or Mark Zuckerberg or even Don Jr. or Eric Trump for the next summit. And we could try to make that happen, inshallah, that is possible. And when President Trump got elected, he sent a letter for Brother Ahmed, and I was happy to be a conduit for that. And I just want to appreciate all the great work, what you do, Brother Ahmed. You are an inspiration for me, as well as for our entire community and all the youngsters. Please look upon Brother Ahmed. May God bless you with all the success in this world. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much.
Just want to share a story here. Salabhai sent me an invite, you know. I really couldn't believe it because there was actually an invite from Donald Trump. There was a letter. For those of you who have seen Donald Trump's signature, you know, so I had an invite from Donald Trump to come and attend the inauguration. So I was totally taken back. So Salabhai is, you know, incredibly, inspirational yourself, Bhai. So, you know, I really think you've done some phenomenal work. And I really hope, you know, if we get one of those junior Trumps or if we get any of those people that you're talking about, I think UEF would really be at a different level. And of course, we need to gear up before that, which is really the challenge, right? And then, of course, we've had our rockstar madam, Rihanna, which had all the audience spellbound as usual. She has, you know, she gives us question papers, she gives us follow-up lists, and, you know, we have our internal group, and she's like nagging all of us, you know, did you do this, did you do that, did you go here? You know, I don't want to call her the agony aunt, but, you know, we need people like this to constantly follow up with us. And, of course, she had wonderfully put out all the questionnaires, the destination, where we're heading, and I think it was a very interesting session with all the council generals and you know, the trade commissioner as well, and you know, all the views that they had to say. Very well prepared session. Of course, it was just an hour ago, and very, very well conducted. And of course, the amount of support that we had from Korea and Malaysia and Australia was incredible. And then, of course, we had the support from other consulates as well. So they're all looking at it. And then I think UEF needs to play a very critical role in terms of bridging, what shall I say, the expectations of foreign countries, the local, you know, sanitizing them on local conditions and whatnot. You know, so we really need to play that sort of a role to mediate these type of things. So that was the session that we had. And of course, we had a fantastic list of parallel sessions, which I don't have the summary of, and I don't think we'll have the time to go through each and every one of them. But I think the team had put up a fantastic session. We had over 15, 20 sessions? Almost 15 sessions, which were held at the thematic, all full house. You know, so I'm not able to go through all the sessions, but very, very good topics. Maybe you can just share, Naveed, on all the topics, just a list of topics.
I think I'll call Brother Umar for this. I mean, he deserves a round of applause for managing the thematic session so well. I mean, he managed to get a crowd in that hall when such a big show is going on. I don't know if Brother Umar is there to summarize. If I may quickly do it, so there was a session on retail, there was a session on AI, there was a session on the restaurant owners, there was a session on built environment as well. So many, many interesting sessions. Dr. Maluk was there with Brother Fahim, and he did a rocking show where he answered all the queries of the delegates who were present. Many, many more sessions like that. And also, Ahmed Bhai, the Central Impact Arena. That was again a massive, massive game changer. We had all the sponsors were given an opportunity to present themselves. with their unique 40 investors and guests. Our event managers say, I think I can say it very safely, that it has never ever been happened in this part of the world. So in the middle of the busiest expo that we had, there was a silent session going on all the time. Our sponsors got an amazing value out of that, and we got that unique footfall of 1,400 people just because of the Central Impact Arena. So I think it's a massive, massive achievement for the expo team who kind of carried this out.
By the way, the expo team was Naveed. Okay. The entire expo, the layout and everything, you know, how the stalls were arranged. And the Central Impact Arena was a fantastic idea. So the moment he was, you know, he was discussing with me. Yeah, standing ovation for Naveed, yeah. Tonight you can sleep, Naveed. Another superstar, I should say, is Nadeem, who planned all the sessions in Central Impact Arena. I would say sometimes, you know, there was more crowd there than in the hall over here. By the way, I just heard that the total footfall that we had in this expo exceeded 10,000.
Just a slight correction, Sajid Bhai. We have reached about 11,500 delegates. These are unique numbers, extremely well vetted by our registration team. Also, there are many more visitors than that, but these are unique registrations. What we promised was 4,000 people. And Fahim Bhai, our marketing head, was like, do we really need to commit these numbers? Are you sure about this? And all of that, right? So, alhamdulillah, by Almighty's help, we've reached 3x. President, sorry, we couldn't do 10x. We at least managed 3x.
It's actually 10x from when we started. The first conference was, 10 years back when we started, was about 1,000 people. So if you look at that as an example, I think it's been clearly a 10x in 10 years, which is a phenomenal number, you know. And of course, not to forget our rockstar Habib, who's always been incredibly, supporting us, pushing us. And of course, I'll be failing in my duty if I don't thank Muhammad Ali Bhai, our convener, who, ever smiling, ever supportive. Just incredible between both of them. I think, really they've been so supportive. And of course, the entire committee, I think we're going to come to that later. So I think I've come to the end of my summary of the session. Can I close it right now? Oh, sorry, I think Dr. Abul Hassan wants to just share a Tirukural, which he is very emotional about.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is like when you see a movie that is ending, they will show some of the scenes how the movie was made. It is something like that. And our president has very nicely narrated all these things happened, except one small story that is very emotional, right? Some of you may be wondering, this particular theme, 4TN for TN, why we have to do? Is it because it aligned with Vikshit Bharat, 40 trillion, or Unnata Tamilakam, 4 trillion? Why we should do? We were having a AGM few months ago. Our president was addressing. In between, he called me and gave me the book, That was Tirukkural. There are so many Tirukkural we have been listened for 3 years, but one Tirukkural, he told me to read. I was really wondering, why? He told me that Tirukkural was really disturbing him, making him sleepless. I really wondered, was there such a Tirukkural there? Then I read the Tirukkural and read it loudly for all of them. And while going back to Coimbatore, I was searching the translation of this Tirukkural, and then understood why our president was very particular about it. It was exactly fitting into the theme of objective of United Economic Forum, right? And exactly fitting into the why we are working for 4TN. We are working for the community, at the same time parallelly for the state and also for the country. That Tirukkural, I think this is a wonderful Tirukkural. ஒரு புதையல் எடுத்த மாதிரி புதையலை வந்து ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டு தானே எடுக்கணும். There are very many popular Kurals, couplets, but this Tirukkural, he found out, our president found out and told me, I also became sleepless after the Tirukkural. Why suspense? I tell you. The Tirukkural is 1021 Kural. It says, Karmam Seya Oruvan, Kaithuvan enin. Karmam Seya Oruvan, Kaithuvan enin, Perumayin Beedu Udedi Il. If there is a problem in the society, in the country, in the state, whoever comes forward that I will do this job, I will fix this issue, then there is no other pride except that. யார் ஒரு வேலையை செய்கிறதுக்கு நான் வரேன், அது திருக்குறள்ல அழகா திருவள்ளுவர் சொல்லுவார், கைத்தூவன், கையை தூக்கிட்டு வரேன், அதை விட பெருமை எதுவும் கிடையாது. அதுபோல் ஒரு சமுதாய கடமையை, a duty for the society, that United Economic Forum has come forward to do this job. So let us all do this work wholeheartedly. It is just a 4 trillion. I just calculated, it is 1 lakh crore. 1 lakh crore for 1 trillion. 4 trillion means 4 lakh crore dollars. If you convert to rupees, nearly it is 320 lakh crore rupees. So if you divide it into 4 regions, it is about 80 lakhs crore rupees till to 2047. So let us take a pledge today while going back that let's all work to achieve this 4 trillion for TN, and that job is done by UEF. There is no other pride in this world than this. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum. Vanakkam. 3 நாள் ரொம்ப வைப்ரண்ட் ட்ரேட் சம்மிட். இந்த வைப்ரண்ட் சம்மிட்டில் எல்லா எமினன்ட் ஸ்பீக்கரும் ஹைலைட் பண்ண ஒரே விஷயம் 4 ட்ரில்லியன் எக்கானமி. இது எப்படி பாசிபிள்? இது எப்படி பாசிபிள்னா, இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு பர்சனும் கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணணும். கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணணும்னா எப்படி? பாய்க்கிலேருந்து கொடுக்கணுமா? டெஃபினட்டாக கிடையாது. உங்களுடைய பொருளாதார ஸ்டேட்டஸை கரண்ட் லெவலில் இருந்துட்டு இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணும். ஏன் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணுங்கிறதுக்கு 2000 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி திருவள்ளுவர் திருக்குறள் ரொம்ப அழகாக சொல்லியிருக்காரு. அரண் ஈனும் இன்பமும் ஈனும் திறன் அறிந்து தீதின்றி வந்த பொருள். குட் எக்கனாமிக்ஸ். ஓகே, அரண் ஈனும் இன்பமும் ஈனும் திறன் அறிந்து தீதின்றி வந்த பொருள். அதாவது நல்ல மனிதர்கள் நல்ல முறையில் சம்பாதிக்கக்கூடிய பணம் இந்த சமுதாயத்தோட வளர்ச்சிக்கு வந்துட்டு பயன்படும். பண்ணலட்டா என்ன ஆகும்? இந்த பணம் வந்துட்டு கெட்ட மக்கள்கிட்ட போயிடும். கெட்ட மக்கள்கிட்ட போயிட்டா என்ன ஆகும்? ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக வந்துட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்க நல்ல விஷயங்கள் பண்ணுறதுக்கான வாய்ப்புகள் கிடையாது. ஆகையால் நல்ல மனிதர்கள் நல்ல முறையில் பணம் சம்பாதிக்கலைன்னா அதுவே மிகப்பெரிய தவறுன்னு நான் சொல்லலைங்க, ஐயன் வள்ளுவர் சொல்கிறாரு. அரண் ஈனும் இன்பமும் ஈனும் திறன் அறிந்து தீதின்றி வந்த பொருள். குட் எக்கனாமிக். அதைத்தான் நம்ம யூஎஃப் வந்துட்டு இப்போ முன்மொழிகிறோம். ஸோ பொருளாதாரம் ஏன் சம்பாதிக்கணும் வள்ளுவர் சொல்லிட்டாரு. எப்படி சம்பாதிக்கணுங்கிறதுக்கு எங்களுடைய ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்துட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு யூஸ் கேஸ். எப்படின்னு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நாங்கள் வந்துட்டு we are into agro commodity trade. இந்த வியாபாரத்தை அடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு கொண்டு போகிறதுக்கு நாங்கள் யூஎஃப் அப்ரோச் பண்ணோம். யூஎஃப் வந்துட்டு ஒரே சொன்ன வார்த்தை, எஸ் நாங்கள் we are there. இந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்துட்டு உங்கது கிடையாது எங்கதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு வந்துட்டு சப்போர்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஸோ நாங்கள் எங்கள் தொழில் எங்களோட அனுபவம் எங்கள் கையை உயர்த்தினோம். யூஎஃப் கேட்டலிஸ்ட் அவங்க கையை உயர்த்தினாங்க. 2 கையையும் சேர்த்த உடனே இப்போ நாய்ஸ் வருது. இந்த ஒளி மிகப்பெரிய ஒளியாக உலகத்துக்கு சொல்லும் நாங்கள் வந்துட்டோம்னு. இப்போ திஸ் இஸ் யுவர் டைம். நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய தொழில் உங்களுடைய அனுபவம் உங்கள் கையை ரைஸ் பண்ணலாமா? யூஎஃப் கேட்டலிஸ்ட் சப்போர்ட் அவங்க கையை ரைஸ் பண்ணலாமா? பிரசிடென்ட் 2 கை போடலாமா? பெரிய சத்தம் எழுப்பலாமா? உலகத்துக்கு சொல்லலாமா? நாங்கள் வந்துட்டோம். இந்த 4 ட்ரில்லியன் எக்கானமி வந்துட்டு பெரிய விஷயம் கிடையாது, நாங்கள் அச்சீவ் பண்ணுவோம் சொல்லலாமா? தேங்க்ஸ் a lot.
Thank you, President, for summing up the entire event. And all of that was extempore. That's the passion with which he has listened to the whole program and then summed it up from what he knew was going to happen in the program. All right, we have a quick few words from some of the other dignitaries on the dais before we go to our esteemed chief guest. All right, so we have a compendium launch. While our erudite president summed up the whole 3 days beautifully, we also have a small compendium which we are going to distribute to our dignitaries on the stage and get a quick photo op with them. This is available, and when you get a copy of this, you'll also be able to read the proceedings and take it back home with you and keep it for memory. So I request the chief guest to launch the compendium of the UEF Trade Summit 2025. Sir, Lieutenant General Sub, can we have you release it? Can we have the members stand up and pose for us with the compendium? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is a culmination of all the hard work as well as the brilliant lectures that were given over the last 3 days, or the conversations that have happened. Thank you. I request the chairman of the UEF Trade Summit, Nawabzada Muhammad Asif Ali Saab, to quickly deliver his words on the gathering. And since we're running out of time, I request all the other dignitaries also to keep it short so that we can listen more from the chief guest. Thank you.
A very good evening. Assalamu alaikum and vanakkam. I'm not here to give a long speech, so I'm going to make it really, really short. We had amazing speakers here. We had Consul General. We had the speakers from around the globe, from the Middle East, from other countries. We got to learn a lot. We had the expo. We had these amazing sessions here for 3 days. And the concept of the UEF itself, I want to sum it up and say that we are all a part of this, but I always say that vision and the mission of one personality, of course, with the very strong team he has, Ahmad Buhari Saab, I think he deserves a standing ovation for this amazing concept of the UEF and how he's taking it forward. The foundation of his father, Janab B.S. Abdul Rahman Saab. I think he needs a bigger round of applause, a louder. Really, really proud of you, Ahmad Bhai. Very well done. And I've told in my earlier speeches that, you may please, tashrif rakhiye, baith sakte hain. I've told in my earlier speeches that any other personality, any other person would have collapsed, would have been dead if he'd gone through a tough time in his life. But the tough times which Ahmad Bhai has gone, and the way he's risen up like the phoenix from the ashes, and he's taking everyone along with him. That's the best part about Ahmad Bhai. And so I just finish up by saying that UEF is not a magic box. It's not a miracle box, but it's a vessel which is being created by Ahmed Bhai and the entire team of the UEF. But the ingredients in this vessel have to be put by every one of us. Ahmed Bhai, the UEF, has made the vessel for us. It's our duty to contribute in that vessel to make a nice dish, which is for the community. And if the community grows, the state grows, and if the state grows, India grows. So that's the concept. I'd like to mention one quote by our chief guest here, Lieutenant General Ramiruddin Shah Sahab, which he has told earlier. We're talking about the community. I'll talk about our Muslim community. One amazing fact, what our General Sahab has said in his earlier speech, is that he is from the armed forces. He has served the Indian Army. And he has mentioned that the Sikh population, the Sardarjis, they are 1% in India, 1%, even less than 1%. But in the armed forces, they are 14%, 14%. And he said, the Muslim population, the Muslim community in India is 14%. But in the armed forces is less than 1%. So what we're trying to say here is we have to give. We have to teach our youth to give, not just in the armed forces, but in the civil services, in various other sectors, so that we make our community stronger, not just in trade and business, but in various sectors. Ultimately, it will affect overall that our community to grow, inshallah, bigger and bigger, which will ultimately contribute to the state and the country. I'll just finish by saying that UEF is a concept not only for the summit, which happens once in a year or once in 2 years. It is a belief which we should have in the dream of Ahmed Bhai. And this has to be continued throughout. And how we do it, we have the UEF membership. We have them, the whole committee for the guidance. Because we need to understand more and more. Because I was telling Sajid Bhai, the amount of members we had in the first UEF meet was less than the number of people standing today in the first day only for the registration. So it's grown that big in this short time. So it's growing bigger and bigger, but we need the support. We definitely need the support and the contribution so that it grows bigger and bigger. Ahmed Bhai, if you can give me the liberty to talk about the 4TN. So many people know that it's 4TN, 4TN, but there is, surprisingly, Ahmed Buhari Bhai's vision is beyond that. It's 4TN, 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 4TNC. How many of you know that? I'm not going to tell the third TN, that's a surprise. I'm going to tell the fourth one. Should I? Okay, this is amazing. It's not just 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu, but there's also another 4TN, which is the 4 sides of Tamil Nadu, the north, south, east, west. And the most interesting part is the 4TNC, 40, it's actually 40 new cities vision and dream, what he has for the state of Tamil Nadu. And that concept was discussed by him to the minister himself. And I think that's a vision which only a visionary like him can have. And with these words, I wish to say that there are 2 things which makes a human being happy. And this is the study in the Harvard University over the past 85 years. The top 2 things which makes any human being happy. Can anyone guess the first one? The first is health. Second is relationships. Relationships. And then comes money, fame, and all that. So UEF is giving us the opportunity to make the best relationships. And number 1 also, they give us good food for good health. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. I now quickly request the Director General of the United Economic Forum to say a few words. Mr. Sajid Sadak Saab.
Assalamu alaikum. They've given me 30 seconds to speak, right? A bit longer, okay. Alhamdulillah, I would say we've come a long way. You know, so we're just reminiscing about the 2015 summit, how it all came together and slowly on, it's come to this stage. As 10x is one, but the team that we have collected, I would say, that makes a big difference. So from 2015 to now, you know, all the naysayers and the skeptics and everybody, so alhamdulillah, we've managed to convert all of them into believers, true believers of UEF and true believers of this vision. So every summit, there is a, what is it called? BHOG, sorry. Big, hairy, audacious goal. And the first time we hear this, it sounds audacious, it sounds ridiculous, it sounds stupid. But then slowly on, like, you know, when you start to, let's say, think about it and realize it and so on, finally, we make it happen. Alhamdulillah. So I would say, now we are all true believers of this 4TN, 4TN. And inshallah, alhamdulillah, we'll all work towards it, inshallah, to achieve this goal. I must thank the entire UEF team, as well as all the committee members, the volunteers and everything who have served. I mean, there's a long list, so I don't want to miss out on any names. So a big thank you to all of you. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you with all the health and wealth and well-being. And let's all, inshallah, work towards making this 4TN TN possible, and more importantly, Unnada Tamilagam. So what it means is it's not just about numbers. It's about the quality of development that we need to bring about in Tamil Nadu. So GDP is one, okay? But economic growth, if it is not sustainable, doesn't benefit anyone, that's disastrous. So side by side, while we grow the economy and while we, let's say the economic generation is on one side, at the same time we should go with environmental protection as well as social development. So that's the I would say, the mantra for UEF. So inshallah, let's all achieve Unnada Tamilagam together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that crisp message as always. You had anyway got more than 2 minutes. That was not me. All right. So I now request the advisor to the UEF Trade Summit 2025, Mr. W.S. Habib, to say a couple of words. 30 seconds for you. No?
Thank you, Assalamu alaikum. And I think we've been having a wonderful 3 days. Finally, we have arrived. 2015, nobody believed us. There was a bit skeptical, but I think 10 years later, I'm extremely so happy, you know, last 3 days. I mean, it's really a dream which we cherished. We thought we really sowed the seed in 2015, and 25 really paved. I think we should have the next UEF Trade Summit or World Summit every year. This is what my recommendation would be, President. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir. I request now quickly the convener of the UEF Trade Summit 2025, Mohammed Ali Saab, to please say a few words.
Dignitaries on the dais, my dear friends, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. The main point here is 4 trillion. So that was explained by the president that whatever you are doing, you have to do 10 times by 2047. Already my willpower has multiplied by 10 times after this event. And not only for me, for everyone, I'm telling you, the energy level, the confidence, the trust among brothers has already multiplied by 10 times. All we need to do is we have to work together to achieve that. You know, we started this work around 100 days back, 50 people working day and night. And in the last meeting just before this, I was concluding saying that, we had a plan like how to manage the crowd, if the crowd is less, how to do this, that, and all. I said, we are all talking this, but the way things are going, it's going to be like more than our expectation. I'm telling you, Mr. President, this event has exceeded all our expectations. The energy level, people coming in, the collaborations, the way they had the energy, everything is marvelous. And to my team, how much ever I thank, it's not enough. May Allah Ta'ala bless you. I cannot name by name, I don't have time to thank, because there are 50 people behind that. There are very, very special good, group which worked day and night. I really have to thank you, but not in this occasion, but I don't know how I'm going to be, I'm really grateful to you guys. It was an excellent show, and I wish all the best to everyone. Thank you, President, for having trust in me and giving me the post of convener. I think I have done justice to that with the help of my team. And as the chairman, Asif Bhai, said, if there's one person who has really done, a real hard work, that's President, I'm telling you. He did not keep quiet, he made people work. He himself, he worked, I'm telling you. I saw that. And running around and always thinking about that. Thank you very much, President, and thank you all the directors. The directors have really put in so much of efforts. We were working in Chennai, but there is one director working all across Tamil Nadu, Dr. Abul Hassan and Yusuf Bhai. Everyone was working. And Habib, I'm telling you, he is a real, rock star. He puts and he said, no, you have to do this. And when you do that only, we realize, okay, that's a fantastic move. I hope you agree, Mr. President. Yes. I love you, Habib. I love you all, my team. And it was a great occasion. And in the last meeting, Habib said, guys, don't get panic. We have done our work. Let's enjoy the 3 days. Let's celebrate the 3 days. And we have really celebrated the 3 days. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A celebration indeed it has been. Now we get into the felicitations, and we thank our esteemed chief guest for sitting patiently through the proceedings. And so we begin the felicitation by honoring our esteemed chief guest for having joined us today and taking time out of his schedule. So I request the President of UEF, Mr. Ahmed Bari Sahib, the Chairman of the UEF Trade Summit, the Convener, the Director General of UEF, to honor our beloved Chief Guest, Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, former Deputy Chief of Army Staff, India, and former Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. A highly respected, decorated Army veteran and an esteemed member of our community. It's an honor that we have with him, that we have us with him here today. And now we request our esteemed chief guest, along with the other dignitaries on the dais, to honor the committee members of the Trade Summit 2025. So I request our chief guest, Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Sahib, along with our President UEF, Mr. Ahmed Bari Sahib, and the Director General of UEF, Mr. Sajid Sadak Sahib, to honor the following committee members of the UEF Trade Summit. And I'm going to start quickly announcing the names. I request all of those who come on stage to get their tokens of appreciation to stay on the stage so we can take a quick photo at the end of it. First, the Chairman of the UEF Trade Summit 2025, Nawabzada Muhammad Asif Ali Sahib. We will do that after the chief guest address, is what I've been told. So let's quickly get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to introduce our chief guest of the valedictory function, Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, PVSM, SM and VSM. These are all distinguished military titles that are honored to a leader who's led from the front. So he's a distinguished military leader, educator, diplomat, and administrator, an alumnus of St. Joseph's College, Nainital, the NDA, the IMA, the DSSC, and the Army War College. He holds a Master's in Defense Studies and Management and an MPhil, and was awarded a Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by Integral University in 2014. He served as India's Defense Attaché in Saudi Arabia from 1994 to 97, as a member of the Armed Forces Tribunal 2019 to 12, and as Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University 2012 to 2017, while also serving on the Board of Governors of IIM Lucknow. A champion of military education, he has held major training leadership roles at OTA Chennai, Army War College Mo, Sainik School Purulia, AIM Kolkata, and the Center for Land Warfare Studies. As president of the Sir Syed Education Foundation, he's establishing modern schools for marginalized children and advancing scientific education for madrasa students through a transformative bridge course initiative. I welcome Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, former Deputy Chief of Army Staff India and former Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University, to deliver the chief guest address. Sir, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, Vanakkam. I would like to thank the UEF for giving me this honor of speaking to you and addressing this session. My wife and I are both in love with Tamil Nadu because I got married as a young captain when I was posted at OTS Madras in 1972. My master's degree is from Madras University, and my children have all studied at Lawrence School, Lovedale. I am very, very certain that Tamil Nadu will achieve the objective of 4 trillion economy. Definitely. I like the abbreviation 4TN for Tamil Nadu. It's a wonderful battle cry, I would call it, a very good slogan, and I'm certain that it can be achieved. Being a military man, I found that mistakes can be very, very expensive, both in terms of lives and loss of territory. So the best way I found was to learn from the mistakes of others. What did the Japanese do? In 1842, Commodore Perry brought his steamship to a port in Japan, and the Japanese were wonderstruck at the technology. They found that they were backward absolutely. So what did they do? They, for a period of 5 years, invested 43% of their GDP towards education. Not only that, they rounded up 200 monks and sent them to America, to England and France to do their PhD. And these monks came back and were game changers for Japan. So by 1912, there were total education in Japan, and you know what happened to the Japanese economy. So that is something we need to imbibe. We need to spread the light of education right across. Would you know that there are double number of books published and read in Japan than there are all over Europe? This is something which we've got to learn from the Japanese. Now, I have recently visited China, and I found what teamwork what discipline can do to a country. Total transformation from a poverty-stricken country 20 years ago to a modern country. And they were not concealing everything. Everything was open to us. It was a miracle performed by knowledge and, above all, discipline. I think that is something which we need to imbibe from the Chinese. Another thing which is essential for the community, for our countrymen, and for everybody is a technical bent of mind. We need to shed the inhibition of technology. Look at the Jews. They have imbibed technology, so the race which lost 6 million people in the Second World War has come back only on the strength of technology. See the number of Nobel Prizes won by Jews, 100 and some, by a small community. Why can't we imbibe technological advancement and follow their example? The AI is the next thing which we've got to imbibe. If we imbibe it, we can leapfrog into modernity and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, education, scientific bent of mind, and discipline are something which are essential, and they are not very, very difficult. I am certain that under the leadership of my brother Buhari, we don't need 4 of them. I think he and his team are capable of pushing the agenda forward and achieving and helping Tamil Nadu achieve this distinction. It is very much possible, and I'm certain, inshallah, that it will be achieved. That is something I'm very, very sure of. So thank you very much for this honor. I wish you all the best, and Shab Bakhair, Jazakallah.
Thank you, sir. Sir has been the recipient of highest of the Distinguished Service Awards given in peacetime, the Param Vishisht Seva Medal. He's also the recipient of the Sena Medal and the Vishisht Seva Medal. He's indeed a gentleman who's bled for the country and for the community and also given back many times over. It's indeed a privilege for us to have this distinguished warrior as our chief guest tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our esteemed and honorable chief guest. Can we have a standing ovation for the chief guest? He is the recipient of the highest peacetime honor in our beautiful country. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you. We would now like to give tokens of appreciation from the chief guest's hands to our committee members. Yeah, all right. So, starting first from the chairman of the UEF Trade Summit, Nawabzada Muhammad Asif Ali Saab. So I request, along with our chief guest, Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Saab, I also request our President UEF and Director General of UEF to hand over these awards to the committee members. Keep those applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of hard work has been done. Mr. Wawu S. Habib, advisor to the UEF Trade Summit 2025. Mr. A. Mohammed Ali, convener, UEF Trade Summit 2025. Mr. Naveed Khan, co-convener, UEF Trade Summit 2025. Mr. Altaf Hussain, Chairman, Majestic Foundation and UEF Director. Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan, MD, City Hospital E Road and Director, UEF. Mr. M.A. Mohammad Nizam, Executive Chairman, MEM College of Engineering and Director, UEF. Keep those applause coming, please. These are gentlemen who have been responsible for all that has happened over the last 3 days and, of course, at UEF as well. Dr. Parvez Alam, Executive Director, CIIC. Is he here? Those of you who are coming off the stage, I request you to stay on the stage once you are called on. Mr. S. Yusuf Mohammed, CEO, FAMI Consulting and Director, UEF. Mr. Shaukat Sharif, CMD Sharif Group. Sharif Sab, I think is not here. Mr. Hanif Sattar, Director, Hasbro Clothing Private Limited. Hanif Bhai, are you here? All right. Mr. Tariq Akbar, Venture Partner, Dallas Venture. Mr. Omar Mukhtar, Founder and CEO, Go Buttons. Dr. N. Raja Hussain, Registrar, B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute. Dr. Sumaya Dawood, Principal, Tasim Biwi College for Women. Mr. Sheikh Dawood Khan, General Manager, Sida Kadi Trust. Dr. Nisha, CEO, CIIC. Dr. Nisha, are you here? I think you're all in the pavilion. Miss Rehana Amir, ma'am, can we have you on stage? Founder and CEO, Smart Healthcare. Sheikh Dawood Saab has just come in. Mr. Sheikh Dawood Khan is walking in. He's the General Manager, Sida Kadi Trust. Mr. Jubran Siddiq, Founder and CEO, Zaria X. Mr. Jubran Siddiq, are you here? Mr. P. Abdul Khader, Managing Partner, AK Taj Builders. Next name is close to my heart. He's probably getting dinner ready. I don't know if he's here. Mr. Ziaur Rahman, Director, Techberg IT Solutions Private Limited. We've known each other for 30 plus years. This is one gentleman I can say now. been difficult for me to sit with him. He's been all over the place. Thank you for the good food, my friend. Mr. Khalid Mohammed, Managing Director, Eterna Group of Companies. Mr. Abdul Rafi, Founder and CEO, Mizaj. Is that impeccable suit coming in somewhere? Mr. Nawaz Hussain, Joint MD, South India Shelters Private Limited. Mr. Nawaz Hussain. Mr. Mohammad Arshad, Managing Director, Bharat Builders. Arshad bhai. Dr. Parvez Alam, sir, can we have you on stage? Mr. Mohammad Rabiq, Founder and CEO, Saipa. Mr. Syed Nadeem, Founder, Shah's Agriculture Solutions. Mr. Abrar Ahmed, Managing Director, Masha Books. Mr. Abrar Ahmed. Zaruk bhai. Masha Books. Okay. Mr. Faiz Deen, Managing Partner, Minnat Property. Mr. Mohammad Qasim, Founder, Qasim & Co. Mohammad Qasim. Mr. H. Mohammad Saleh, Secretary and Correspondent, AMS Group of Educational Institutions. Mr. Mohammad Saleh. Mr. Hashim Fauzan, Managing Director, ASO Architectural Product Private Limited. Dr. N. Karthikeyan, CEO, Syed Ammal Innovation and Incubation Council. Dr. N. Karthikeyan. Ms. Zainab Milwala Master, Chief Operating Officer, Premier Engineers, Mahela Power. Mr. Sheikh Nizamuddin, Founder and Director, London Da Academy. Mr. Sheikh Nizamuddin. Mr. Mahmood, CEO, Home Tech Services Private Limited. Mr. Sheikh Abdul, Founder, Fly Shop. Mr. Sheikh Abdul. Mr. J. Mohammad Farooq, Founder and Senior in Chief, Kento Kaizen Solutions. Miss Arjuman Abdullah, founder Your Sister in Islam. The applause is missing, ladies and gentlemen. I don't hear any claps. Lot of hard work to put this together. Please show the appreciation. Mr. M. Rafiq Ahmed, founder and creative director, Rafiq Things. For once, I thought for once the camera was not coming out. How could it be? He has 1.7 lakh followers, by the way. Can't even imagine. T. Adnan Ahmed, Director, UEF. Mr. Abdul Rahman Wawu, Executive Director, RWD. Mr. Siddiq Ahmed, Managing Partner, Ascans. Mr. Rafiq Aslam, ex-creative director, Zoho, and we saw what he's capable of with that video. Mr. JMH Imran, advocate. Mr. JMH Imran. Mr. Kiran from CIIC. Mr. Kiran from CIIC. And of course, last but not the least, Dr. Ajmal Dastagir, MD Silk Trail Global Experts Private Limited. Mr. Kalimullah Sharif. Miss Razia. Peer Saab. You can bring Nadeem Bhai along with you. Mr. Nadeem. They've been pillars of UEF, the admin office, for the longest time as I can remember. Abdul Nazir. Very quiet, behind the scenes workers, all of them. We request Mr. Salpalur to also join us on stage. We request everyone to get together for a group picture. We could have some members seated on the chairs and the rest standing. The youth ambassadors, you're being called on stage with Fahim Bhai's incredible voice, which will reach out to every corner of the room. The youth ambassadors, please. The request is for all the dignitaries on the dais to stand in a straight line without any gaps in between. The youth ambassadors, are you here? Right, so can we have the dignitaries seated? The dignitaries of the dais, can we have you seated as you were before? And the rest can stand behind. Please occupy your seats. The rest can stand behind you. It will help us take the picture better. Mr. Arif from HGWC, are you here? Mr. Arif? He's already here. Okay. Hiding. Right. The request is to maintain the position for at least 5 minutes because they'll take a picture, a video, as well as a drone footage. All the tall people can be kind enough to go back and give room.
Gentlemen, give it up for the presenter, the MC, Dr. Tausif. Phenomenal 2 days of presenting. Thank you so much, Tausif bhai.
By the way, Tausif has been the MC for all the UEF summits so far. Amazing MC.
All the people on the dais are requested to stay back after the photo until the vote of thanks is given. Everyone stay back. I mean, the people on the dais and off the dais, please stay back. There's a vote of thanks right now. We'll do a national anthem, and then we'll officially close the summit. So please stay back. And those on the dais, please stay on the dais. Do not get off the dais. Thank you. Over to our co-convener of UEF Trade Summit 2025, Mr. Naveed Khan, to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir.
Assalamu alaikum, good evening, and wanakam. Firstly, I would like to thank Almighty Allah for making this summit so successful. I would like to thank our esteemed chief guest, Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah. Thank you, sir, for making time for us. I would like to thank all the delegates, speakers, sponsors, organizers, and event managers. You have been the rock of the show. You have been behind us, so thank you all. I would like to thank all our ecosystem partners, Cybec, Kento Kaizen, Rifa, and FACE. There have been many events which have been done by one single community or one single interface. However, here, we've all come together to deliver the summit, which is a great achievement. Like I said before, we aimed for 4,000 people. However, we got, to be exact, 11,585 people who have attended. These are unique visitors that came to our summit, and we all should be extremely proud of it. We have to remember our founder, BSA Saab, at this moment, because he laid the roots for this, and we are all kind of taking the benefit of it. So a big round of applause for our founder. Our dear President, Ahmed Bhai, for the amount of trust he had in this amazing organizing team. Although he is our leader, but he would always go with the committee member, and he'll always do a lot of mashwara with us before he takes up a decision. Ahmed Bhai, it has been an amazing pleasure working with you. Our DG Sajid Bhai, for all the support he gave us as a team. He is my guiding light. I think you've now become the guiding light of this entire team here. And what an honor for me personally. It was a privilege to have his elder brother Najam Bhai as my mentor before. Now I've added Najam Bhai and you as my mentors going forward, alhamdulillah. Our chairman of the summit, Asif Bhai, for asking us always to maintain high standards. So Jazakallah, thank you very much for that. Our directors for all the help that they have provided. All our senior directors were right behind us. They let us fly, but they were always there behind us, making sure we don't kind of fail anywhere. So our directors, thank you very much. Our advisor, our rock star, like we call him, Habib Bhai, he has always been there, always. He'll just call me every time and say, you do everything. If you need my advice, call me. If there is a tough moment, call me, and that's it. He'll just spend 2 minutes on the call, but he will give me an amazing solution which will take me further. Habib Bhai, you're a crisis man. Whenever I've called you, it's always been a crisis, but you've given me a solution in 2 minutes, so thank you very much. And what can I say about my convener, Mr. Muhammad Ali? His style of... I just don't know, Ali Saab, how to thank you enough. His style of leadership, I think there has to be a new book that has to be written on how you lead people, because you say very little, but you get the job done, you motivate us a lot. And Ali Bhai has always mentioned, Naveed, just go ahead and do it. I'm there right behind you. Those words were so important every time, because I can go very strong, very boldly to our organizing team and say the same words. So, Ali Bhai, Jazakallah khair, thank you very much. I would like to thank, how can I forget this man, Sharif Bhai. I think I have, very easy, yeah? I think Sharif Bhai has, mashallah, I don't know, I think I have spoken to him more than my wife in the last 4 to 5 weeks. He's been there always with us, making sure that we are all kind of leading. So Sharif Bhai, thank you very much. And the entire UEF office, I cannot thank you enough. You have been a pillar for this summit. I would like to thank some of my committee members. I cannot name everybody, but I will have to take out these names. Fahim Bhai, marketing. Dr. Ajmal for everything. I think he's done pretty much everything. He also curated the seminar session with our president. Nadeem, who was managing the Central Impact Arena. Where is Nadeem? Nadeem is like a silent warrior, you know. I mean, he will just do all the work. He just keeps going on and on and on. The Central Impact Arena became a hit because of Nadeem. Zia Bhai, I mean, he is a super duper rock star. If there is one person who deserves a rock star title after Zia Bhai, it's Zia Bhai. You know, I mean, he is our amazing pillar of strength. Rafiq Bhai, where is he? Oh, okay. Traffic is gone home. Okay. Oh, is he here? Okay, Rafiq Bhai has been also amazing part of the summit. I mean, he brought in a lot of creativity and all the taglines for the summit. Sister Arjuman, who has been managing the youth ambassadors so efficiently. Sister Zainab, who's been doing our marketing and also managing our ambassadors. Yusuf Bhai, my amazing advisor. You know, whenever I'm in trouble, I call Yusuf Bhai. And Yusuf Bhai gives me a lot of clarity. His simple words are, "Avladhananga, mudinjiruche, idhukku yen kashtapadreenga." So Yusuf Bhai, thank you very much for all of that. Khalid Bhai and Gibran, who have been amazing pillar of strength for us. Then we have Raja Hussain sir, who has done so much for us. Sumaya madam, who has also been an amazing strength for us. Then we have Mr. Umar Mukhtar. You know, that name always, you know, kind of rings a bell. I mean, he has managed the thematic session so well. I mean, we've gelled so well. He's new to UEF, but he's always been there for us. Then from the UEF office, special mention to all the UEF staff members, Sister Razia, who's always been there. Thank you, sister, for all your support. Peer Saab, the ever-smiling Peer Saab, mashallah. Nadeem Bhai, who's always been there. Office staff, youth ambassadors, influencers, volunteers, and all of the people, all of you who made this summit so successful. Also, our Kalam, who's always been in the office and managing the fort. My apologies if I have missed anyone. Please forgive me. I think this team here, that is standing here, has made an amazing difference. And the summit is successful because of this team who is standing here. Also, our dear Tausif Bhai. Tausif Bhai, I know we kind of messed up your whole logistics and all of that, but mashallah, you came and rocked it in the last 2 days. So thank you very much. So thank you all for your patience.
Naveed, 1 minute. You forgot one person, and you cannot do that also. We all together will do that. Thank you very much, Naveed. Naveed has been an excellent support for me. He has been doing a wonderful job. In fact, I was feeling so guilty that, he has done so much. I just can't thank him enough. Thank you very much, Nadeem. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nadeem. Thanks a lot. You've been a wonderful person. We had doctors, we had architects, we had engineers, we had business heads. I just cannot thank everyone and, thank enough. May Allah bless you, bless us. Thank you very much. And thank you, Fahim, for prompting me to thank Naveed. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Well, the only thing that didn't happen was us being moved to tears. But if we had spoken a little more, probably that would have also happened. But for now, I request all of you to stand up for the national anthem.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, this is the grand closure of the UEF Trade Summit 2025. And a big round of applause to everybody who's come here.